Fantastic. Thank you. You may all take your seats. Happy Independence Day weekend. Okay, are we good to go? 1 minute. Okay. Anyway, so while we wait for that, how is everyone feeling? You all look lovely in your hijabs. How are you? Thank you for coming. Are you excited about today? Same, same. Do you guys write? You do? What do you write? Fantastic. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm coming to speak to you. 1 minute. Okay, that's fantastic. Okay. Speaking of winning prizes, I'm going to have to call up Igoni Barrett. He was the judge for last year's Cromwell's Writers Prize, and he's going to call up and present the book that won and the author that won, so we can get into our first book chat session, because the first thing we have for today is reviewing the book Sunflower that won the Cromwell's Writers Prize last year. So we can all please give Igoni Barrett a round of applause as he comes up. Slight change of plans, guys. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have the presentation of the physical book after we have the actual chat. So now I am pleased to introduce our moderator for the day. His name is Innocent Ilo. Can we please give him a round of applause? He is Igbo. Innocent lives in Lagos and writes to make sense of the world around him. Thank you so much, Innocent. Please continue to clap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. Your mic is there, so you can just turn it on. Thank you. And of course, our star for this session, the winner of the Cromwell's Writers Prize last year. Could we all please welcome Alex Kadiri? Thank you so much, Alex. Such an honor to have you here. Your mic is also there. Over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for coming out today. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm bracing the Lagos traffic on a weekend to be here with us. Thank you so much. I have an issue with my right hand. I sprained my right hand, so I know Nigerians are very sensitive about culture of respect with left hand, so I'll be using my left hand today, so trigger warning. I'm thrilled to share this stage with a talented writer, Alex Kadiri, and today we're going to be talking about his prize-winning novel, Sun Shower. So, it's the tradition of every book chat to start with the writer reading a couple of paragraphs from their work. So I would give Alex my copy of his book to read, to share with us.
Thank you very much, Innocent. I'm pleased to be here today, and I want to say a very big thank you to everybody who has made this possible. It feels good to finally hold a copy of my book in my hands, because this is like the first time I'm holding it. So just in case you have a copy of the book, I would like to read from page 172. I'd like to read a couple of paragraphs from page 172. Okay, so the last paragraph of page 172. The next evening, he proved to himself that he wasn't gay. He strode to the junction, flagged down an Okada, and rode with the lanky, helmeted rider to Old Nepa. Beside the expansive filling station that lit up on the evenings was a narrow path that led up to dingy, maze-like rooms in decrepit tenements. A few months back, when he had gone visiting his cousin Najib at the single-room apartment in Obalende, which he shared with a colleague from his waiting job, they had strolled out to a club. It was the evening of Najib's birthday, and since there had been no celebration earlier, he suggested to Ismail that they grab a few bottles. After drumming it down Najib's ears that the most he could do was Amstel Malta, they had set out. Although he hadn't mentioned it, it was Ismail's first time visiting a nightclub. He had wondered how any club ever let Najib in with his rangy physique and lantern-jawed face that stayed smoother than a baby's bottom, even if he went a whole year without shave. They arrived at the one-story building and walked through a dimly lit hallway that was pregnant with plumes of cigarette smoke and provocatively clad girls, some in skirts so short that the underside of their butt cheeks peeped out. Because the music came from the end of the hallway, Ismail had figured that the clubbing happened there. He'd walked behind Najib, who seemed acquainted with the place. The girls, flanking the hallway and standing by numbered doors, had called out to him, "Fine boy, come." A few had grabbed his hand as he walked past them. Ismail had struggled to hide the big grin that threatened to hijack his face. His gait had turned lofty. Perhaps he looked exceptionally handsome tonight, he thought. When they reached the back, they had found an unoccupied table with cushioned seats. There they'd settled amidst the large cluster of sweating men and dancing girls and frothing beer bottles and burning cigarettes. The music had been impossibly loud. He'd leaned forward and with his mouth shouting the words directly into Najib's ears, he'd asked about the girls in the hallway. "Olosho," Najib had said, his high cheekbones rising even higher in a smile. "Sex workers." Ismail's mouth had fallen open with realization. "Even that hot one with the mighty ass?" he'd asked. Najib had nodded. I can arrange her for you if you like." Even though he'd never been to one, at this point, it had dawned on Ismail that the club was really a brothel. Later, Najib had explained that the prices were affordable, usually between 1,000 and 3,000 naira, depending on one's bargaining prowess. When Ismail recovered from his shock, he had urged Najib to get him the Calipigas girl with the full fringe bob and alluring high-waist panties. She had led him to her room, which comprised of a rumpled bed, a desk littered with makeup and condoms and other paraphernalia, a small TV set, and a private bathroom, which Ismail would later discover was styled just like the room. His heart had raced with the excitement and uncertainty of this new experience. His words had come out breathy when he talked, and he talked a lot as he straddled her because he was nervous. He'd asked her for her name, Shoma. His groin moving slowly up and down, he told her she was pretty, that he had chosen her because she stood out. He asked how many minutes was considered too long. 10 minutes, she'd said. He told her it was his first time doing it with a. He'd reconsidered his statement, rephrased it. It was his first time visiting a brothel. Although a little awkward, the exchange had been good, and when it was done, he'd taken her phone number. Okay, I'm going to be reading from page 63 again. All right. 3 years since that deliverance at Holy Ghost Fire Ministries, Hawa still suffered her pain. It made her wonder sometimes if the entire thing was a spiritual attack, one with a relentless witch behind it who needed to die for her to regain her health. If this was correct, then the culprit had to be from her mother's family. As a matter of fact, she suspected someone, Alhaji Adamu, a shriveled 90-something-year-old elder brother of her late mother. He had a wicked face with a mouth that was forever twisted to the side. His hands were wrinkled and diaphanous. And his eyes, she had never seen them light up, always dark, like she was convinced his soul was. Why else had he made it past 90? Every one of his siblings had cashed in their chips before 65, including her mother. The luckiest of his cousins had barely made it to 73 before the man mysteriously coughed up blood and died. Hawa had seen enough to know that those people were diabolic. She couldn't put anything past them. They buried relatives as frequently as they drank fura. They were cunning too. They smiled at you, but behind that smile was a dagger waiting to stab you once your back was turned. One time, while growing up, she had heard a story about Alhaji Adamu. The story held that once, in the wee hours of the morning, when the sun still slept and the crickets still chirped, someone had seen him naked as a newborn outside the home of her parents, suckling his head 3 times with an effigy and speaking into it in the darkness. No one knew who had seen him or what this person too had been doing out so early. For all anyone knew, this purported witness might have just been the perpetrator, desperate to throw any suspicion off their own trail. But a part of Hawa rationalized that there had to be some truth to the story. The man was, after all, a traditionalist and kept a shrine at the back of his house. Scarcely did she ever visit Lafia, and it was courtesy of all these fiendish events. Scarcely did she ever visit Lafia, and it was courtesy of all these fiendish events. She needed to keep her distance, to stay far away in Lagos, where all that witchcraft wouldn't find her. But with this affliction that she suffered, perhaps all of her precaution was only as good as her last excrement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for sharing those words with us.
Thank you, Innocent.
Sun Shower is an intricately told story, basically about everything. I'm going to be as generic as possible in my conversations with Alex so that I don't give out spoilers for potential readers so that you can walk out during the break time to purchase the book and read it and have a full experience of the book. But it follows the lead character, Ismail, and then, forgive my pronunciation of the names, and then it branches off to Danladi, Hawa, Habib, Hassana, and the rest of it. Then Sun Shower, it's like, what's it called? A primus inter pares. It was selected among hundreds of manuscripts that entered for last year's Kwarama Writers' Prize. So it comes recommended, not just by me, but by other writers, Igoni Barrett and Tony Khan. So let's move into the book chat proper. So Alex, tell us, you know, there's this mystery about literary prizes, when writers who haven't won one, how they view winning literary prizes. So can you tell us, what is the most mundane thing you did when you received the news that you won the 2020 Kwarama Writers' Prize?
The most mundane thing I did
Yes.
when I received that news. Let me think for a bit. I mean, I wasn't really expecting to win, to be honest.
Okay.
Because I think earlier in 2017, I'd entered for the prize, and I didn't get it that year. So in 2020, when I entered for the prize again, and then the announcement came that I'd won it. I mean, just before the announcer made that announcement,
Yeah.
I think I already knew, based on the way, based on the notes she had, the notes she read from, I already had a sense that, okay, it seems like your story is going to be the winner of this prize. So once the announcement came, I think all I did was just smile. You said the most mundane thing I did. I think all I did was just smile and stand up, and that was it.
Okay, because you know, when people win prizes, people automatically think that they just get catapulted, but sometimes normalcy returns to you.
Yeah.
Yes, and you think, yes, it has happened. What's the next step? And it doesn't get easier, does it?
I didn't get that question. Can you?
It doesn't get easier. Like, you think that winning a literary prize will sort of give you a break, but it's also a call for you to work harder and more expectations, because you are no longer writing as Alex Kadiri. You're now writing as Alex Kadiri,
The
author and winner of 2020
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
prize.
Yeah, actually, it does put some pressure on you, you know. So for instance, working with my editor after after Sunshower won the prize, there were things I got to learn about. There were things I got to learn about writing that I did not even know before. So, recently I started working on my second novel, and working on that novel, this pressure you talked about, I sort of felt it then because I was now a bit more knowledgeable. I was now a bit more careful about the way I went about writing this particular story. So yeah.
Okay, so let's dive into a bit about the storytelling process.
Okay.
So for some, I think I've said it so many times that there are some stories that we choose to write, and then there are some stories that choose us to write them. So for Sun Shower, did you choose to write Sun Shower, or did Sun Shower choose you?
Okay, I think Sun Shower chose me, and I say this because I wrote Sun Shower at a time when I was in a bad place. I was going through a rough patch, and that was because I had just lost my job. So I was feeling all these negative emotions at that time, and because of this, because of all that negativity, I just felt at some point like, why not channel all these negative feelings into something positive? Why not channel it into something creative instead of just bottling up everything inside? And so I did that, and it became Sun Shower.
Okay, I think earlier when we were at the back, I was telling you about the main character, Ismael, who, like, when you wrote the book, lost his job in the novel, and then he also lost his money to a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
And I told you that the description was so apt that I was laughing, and it was describing something that is very painful, but I couldn't help but to laugh because I've seen stories like this, and I know how utterly hopeless it is to be in that kind of situation.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that literature was a way for you to, channel this. Yeah, because I always tell people that the best way to write is to, for me, not just because of maybe you are going through a rough patch, but out of spite of that situation, of that person.
Yeah.
And so we are grateful for literature for doing that for you.
Okay.
So let's move over to literary influences, because I don't want to make conclusions, because while reading Sun Shower, I was making notes. Okay, he kind of sounds like this person, sounds like this person. Okay, this person would have done this person would have done this. So
can you tell me one of those people that you thought I sounded like?
I said I don't want to be presumptuous. So who are your literary influences, and how do they seep into your work, if at all they do? Because sometimes not all our influences affect the way we write. We just love them because we love them, but we never want to recreate what they've written. We never want to write like them, but we love their work. So who are your literary influences, and how do they seep into your writing, if they do?
Okay, I think my top three would be Chimamanda, obviously, and then secondly it would be Mbolo Mbue.
Mbolo Mbue.
Yeah, Behold the Dreamers. I read Behold the Dreamers, and I really loved that book. The third person is Jennifer Nansubuga Makumbi. And that's just because I really love the way she weaves words. Like, there's something about the way she weaves words that's just so beautiful and almost poetic. And so I just love those three people. As for how their work has influenced my own work, I can't really say, to be honest. Okay. I can't really say, because I don't know. Okay, so when I read these writers, there are sentences I see sometimes, or paragraphs I read sometimes, and I feel like, okay, I would like to do something as good as this in my own work. But then I don't know if I ever consciously create that kind of thing in my own work. I don't know if it actually affects my work, but yes, those three people are people that have actually influenced my work.
Okay. I think of the three people that you've mentioned, I think one remarkable thing about their work is the organicness of their characters. The fact that their characters are not far-fetched. Yeah. The fact that you open a book writing a novel and it's killing me. So I just want to know.
Okay,
So-
yeah. Yes, there's a very big difference between the short story form and the novel form. And I say this because I think in 2015, that was when that was the first time when I ever attempted to write a novel. And when I did, it was a disaster. It was it was a complete disaster. And so I decided to just take a step back, perfect my writing through short stories. That was actually the reason why I decided to start writing short stories, to actually perfect my writing. Okay, so now I got used to writing short stories, and then at some point in 2019, I decided, okay, that was after I'd already been shortlisted for, longlisted, sorry, for the Writivism's Kofi Addo Prize for Nonfiction. I decided, okay, at this point, I feel like I'm good enough to actually attempt a novel. So, Sun Shower. I started writing Sun Shower, and yes, there were differences. There were very major differences, but to be honest, I did not really notice them until when I began to work with my editor, and I noticed that, okay, yeah, when you're writing a short story, you have to be instantaneous. Like everything you have to bring the, what's it called? You have to bring the main action forward. Mm-hmm. You don't delay things. You bring the main action forward. But then when it gets to novel writing, you have room to actually take your time. And apart from that, when you're working on a short story, you don't have to think about the story arc or the character arc. You don't have to think of all of those things. But then with a novel, you're thinking of so many things at the same time. You're thinking of the story arc, you're thinking of the character arc, you're thinking of themes, you're thinking of what else? There's just a lot that you're thinking of at the same time. And some of these things, this Sun Shower that you see today is not like, the Sun Shower that won the prize is I think to some extent, is a different Sun Shower from the Sun Shower that's here today in book form. Because after working with my editor, my eyes was kind of open to a lot of things that I did not know before, because I wrote it with the mentality of a short story writer. So yes, there's a very big difference between the short story form and the long prose form.
So like Alex said, the short story form and the novel form are very distinct and different styles of fiction. I think I asked this question to everybody. I think I asked the same question to T.J. Benson. Okay. You know T.J. Benson?
Yeah, I do.
We know T.J. Benson from short stories, and then all of a sudden he left us, and he's writing novels. And we said, did you find it difficult? And he said that yes, that one thing that when he started working for him like you was when he stopped seeing the novel as an extension of a short story and started viewing them as different forms of art. Very different. That. Okay, so then moving on now, there's this shade for Nigerian writers that is very popular in the African literary scene, where people say you are reading a Nigerian novel, and then in the middle of the Nigerian novel, the writer goes off on a political rant, and I noticed that in Sun Shower, and I go off on political rants a lot in my works as well. So Sun Shower, I think it revolves around the protectionist international trade policies of the present administration.
Border closure.
Yeah, border closure. So that is what it dwells on. Not that it's not an economic paper, and that's one of the beautiful things about.
Actually, that's not the main theme. For me, I like to think that the main theme of Sun Shower is unemployment. First of all, unemployment before the issue of the border closure.
Okay. Yes. So I think even when literature is discussing very topical issues, unlike policy papers that just give us data and statistics, literature puts faces, names, people, and stories behind statistics, and you start seeing people beyond numbers. So I think that's one of the wonderful things Sun Shower did. So my question is it possible for Nigerian writers especially to divest from talking about politics in their work? Is it even possible?
Okay, well, for me, I feel like it depends on the genre of fiction that you're writing. Okay, for me, personally, I do literary fiction. Yeah. And anybody that knows literary fiction knows that literary fiction has to talk about things, like good literary fiction has to talk about things that actually affect
Yeah.
society. Okay, so yeah, if you're working on a literary fiction novel or literary fiction story, I feel like there's no room for you to, leave out topical issues. You just have to. That's what I feel. But if you choose to, it's still very possible with other genres. But with literary fiction, you just have to.
Okay. I think personally for me, I don't think it's possible.
You don't think it's possible to
I
do
don't
what?
think it's possible. I think
In other
all
genres?
art is political.
Well,
I think so. I think so.
okay, what if you're writing romance?
I think love is even the most political thing. Love is very political. How we choose to love, who we choose to love, how we can love, who we are allowed to love, they are all very political issues. So I don't even think, because, okay, let me cut you off a bit. In Lagos, and it's not just me, you might be sitting in the bus, and then all of a sudden, a casual conversation
Springs up, yeah.
expands into you people talking about inflation and how bags of rice are now like 50,000 and the rest of it. So I don't think, so when those conversations come up on social media, and I'm like, have you been to Nigeria? Sort of like, politics affects us from how we wake up, when we wake up, to how we sleep, and when we sleep.
Yeah, it definitely does. But I'm just saying, like, it's a personal choice. Like, you could, as a writer, you could choose not to talk about it at all. Like,
do we even
because
choose?
I feel like there are readers.
happens?
Sorry, I feel like there are readers that don't even want to see politics in their stories at all. So yes, as a writer, if you're working on a story, you can just choose not to even bring up politics at all. That's what I feel.
Okay. Okay. I wonder how it will be, because it won't seem realistic. It won't seem realistic to remove, because can we even remove politics from the art? But that's a different conversation that is way beyond us and the book. So let's move. Let's move ahead. Okay, one thing that struck me is the hypocrisy and the self-unawareness of Dan Ladi, the father figure in our book, who, when he started experiencing some financial issues, he was very scared, because his abuse and violence to his wife, and by extension, his children, was hinged solely on his ability to provide for them. So when the ability to provide was threatened by the border control, he became scared, because he felt that now that he's no longer with the reins of power, the person with the reins of power will reciprocate his terrible behavior to him. So, yes, and I also loved what you did with Dan Ladi's character. There is this brilliant essay by Nino Capari. Nino Capari is published on Uncanny Magazine, and the essay talked about how literature always creates redemption arcs for abusive and violent father figures. So, on most of literature, we just want to redeem these people, to explain their terrible behavior. But I was so glad that you are not interested in doing that to Dan Ladi. Dan Ladi was bad. And you are not interested in making the readers feel sorry for him. With each new layer of the book, I was disgusted and repulsed. I was like, this man is not changing. Just set him on fire so that he can go to hell and burn to ashes. So I don't even know if it's a deliberate choice for you not to have wanted to redeem Dan Ladi as the abusive father that he was in the book.
Well, yeah, I feel like when I was writing this story, I wanted Dan Ladi to be a certain kind of person, like all the way from the beginning to the end. I wanted him to be a certain kind of person, because if I had made Dan Ladi a different person than he was from the beginning, then by the end of the book, Ismail would not have had any reason to estrange himself from his family. Do you understand? So, yeah.
And I also love the fact, not just Dan Ladi, your characters are complex. They are not flat characters. They're not good and they're not bad characters. They are like human beings. They exhibit a very wide range of emotions and the rest of it. So even Hawa, I told you that Hawa is my
favorite, yeah.
my favorite character in the book, and I loved how they just came together. Do you understand? To create a very cohesive story, what telling and what reading and what listening to. So kudos to you on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's flash back to Chigozie Obioma's controversial opinion on The Guardian about audience. In his essay where he said he writes for a global audience. I don't know what a global audience is.
He doesn't what?
That he writes for a global audience, and then gave some form of advice to African writers to sort of like explain their prose. Explain their prose because you don't know who is going to read your book or something like that. The question is, when you Sun Shower, did you ever think, will people get my book? Will people not understand it? Did it ever cross your mind, or you are just focused on writing a good story?
Do you say this in respect to maybe the use of vernacular in the story?
Probably yes. That's yes.
Yeah, definitely. Like as a writer, whenever you're working on any story at all, like you're always thinking about your audience. You're always thinking about your audience. So yeah, definitely. When I was working on the story, I was thinking about who was going to read this, and would they be able to get every single line that I've written in this story? Would they be able to understand? And you told me something. You said that you were not really comfortable with the kind of pidgin that I used in the story. Yeah. And to answer this your question now, I feel like that's one of the reasons why, apart from the fact that there are people that actually speak that way, that was one of the reasons why I wrote that kind of pidgin English, kind of pidgin that anyone that doesn't even have a background in pidgin would read and understand. So yeah.
So you actively think of audience?
Yes,
so
definitely.
How do you know your intended audience?
For me, I don't have any particular or specific set of people in mind when I write. I just know I'm writing literary fiction, and if you're a lover of literary fiction, then fine.
So is that it's specific and it's universal?
Yeah.
It's for someone, it's for everybody, and it's for no one at the same time. Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, okay. What struck me about Sun Shower is how you were able to recreate the ordinariness of the human condition. As I was talking to you when we were at the back, we were talking about how Nigerians, and not just Nigerian writers, Nigerians are obsessed with Lagos. And then it seeps into our literary culture. Everybody wants to write a story set in Lagos. And when I picked up Sun Shower, I was like, oh, another story set in Lagos. What is going to be new this time? But because Nigerian writers are Nigerian writers, and Lagos is a city that never runs out of stories. So any new book that you pick up about Lagos offers a fresher perspective of the city, a newer terrain, unexplored, and somehow it keeps stories of Lagos fresh, and that's what Sun Shower replicated. But however, you were very kind in your description with Lagos. I don't think I'll be kind ever if I'm describing Lagos, because I don't like the city.
Can I ask, how was I kind?
What?
How was I kind in my descriptions of
Lagos? Yes. For me, I would have been very, you extended a form of grace to Lagos. Someone can't conclude if you like or hate the city from your description of Lagos. But I think if I want to write about Lagos, from the first sentence, you will know that I hate the city. There will be bile. You will know I'm not interested in nuance. I don't just
okay, like... I don't hate Lagos, so yeah, I don't hate Lagos. Maybe that was why you didn't feel my perspective there, because I don't really hate Lagos.
Yeah. So do you think focusing on Lagos, we ever create a problem on hegemony of stories, how we focus on one narrative about Nigeria? Everybody's writing about Lagos stories. Well,
you said something before. You said, despite the fact that a lot of people have written stories about Lagos, that each new writer has always has like a fresh perspective to offer.
Yeah.
So for me, I feel like if you're offering a fresh perspective, then it doesn't really create any hegemony or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, we've been one. So
Okay.
I'll round up. I have just like one more question before we conclude. So, when I was talking to you at the back, I'll always reference the interview before the interview. Okay. I was raving about Hawa, the character Hawa. And then we had this conversation about whose stories should center. And that sometimes when writers write stories, we pick the main characters. And sometimes it's not even the main characters that will end up resonating with a reader. It's now a side character that the writer just created, like, okay, even as a filler or something like that. So okay, let me not be presumptuous. How did you feel about Hawa? Making her compelling, was it a deliberate choice or something that you did offhandedly?
Okay, yeah, so if you noticed, in the book, I had three major characters.
Mm-hmm.
Three major characters. So my intention actually was to make all three of them, memorable. I intended to make all three of them, interesting. But then, for some reason, you decided that that Ismail wasn't the most interesting character.
No,
but
Hawa, not Ismail. Hawa was
no, you said Ismail wasn't the most interesting
Ismail
character.
wasn't
But for me, I don't know. I feel like Ismail was. I feel like he was good enough. I feel like he was the most interesting character. And so, to answer your question, not really. It wasn't intentional, because my intention was to make all three of them memorable.
Okay. So, last words, please. What is your advice to writers who are in the audience? I don't want to say young writers, because writing careers start at any age. So writers in the audience who have their manuscript somewhere locked up in their phone and who are scared of either completing it or sending it out to the world, what is your advice to them?
I mean, just take that leap of faith now. Because for me, I mentioned earlier that I submitted my winning Quram Writers Prize in 2020. That wasn't my first time submitting to the prize. I had submitted earlier in 2017. And I mean, if I'd gotten discouraged by not winning that year, then I don't think I would have entered again in 2020. But I did. And so I feel like just always take that leap of faith. Okay. That's it.
Okay, it's a leap of faith. So Alex will still be here with us. So during the break, you can purchase it. The copies are available.
Yeah, they're there at the bookstore.
The copies are available at the bookstore, and you can meet him to sign and then have a quick chat with him. I don't think if we are expecting any questions from the audience. I don't.
If there are, no problem. Yeah.
Are there questions, observations, comments, clarifications? So, in the absence of that, thank you so much for being gracious with your presence. We love and appreciate you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you, Innocent.
Thank you so much. I'm sure people will have questions once they get a chance to read the book today. Thank you so much. Thank you. How did you guys find that? Who's looking forward to having their first book chat when they publish their book? I know I am. Okay. On to what's next? Okay. So, a quick brief on the author that you just saw speaking here. Alex is an award-winning writer who seesaws between fiction and nonfiction. Most of his work is garnished with relatable characters and intriguing plots. His stories have been long listed in Kofi Ado's Prize of Nonfiction, Awele Creative Trust, and STNOC. He was the winner of the Kuramos Writers Prize 2020. And of course, he's the author of Sunshower. How did you guys feel about the story in itself? I'm a bit excited. I actually can't wait to get the book. I was listening to some conversations earlier, and I just heard that based on the marketing research they have done, that the book itself is actually supposed to fly off the shelves. So you guys should be one of the first to get your copies. You can get them here at the pop-up bookstore. Go to the actual Karamo's bookstore, which is in VI at the Karamo Publishing building. The office is 13 Sinari Dajo Street. So you guys should, definitely get your copy. See how that goes. Let us know what you think. Speak to the author, tweet about it, tell your friends, you know the works, you know what's up. But okay, now I wanna, sorry? Oh, okay, sorry, 1 minute, guys. Okay. Now I wanna call up two very special people to present the book, because you guys all heard when Alex came up that was his first time actually physically touching the book. The book itself has not been presented to him. So I want to call two very special people up to present it. The first person I'm calling up is one of the 3 judges of the Karamo's Writers' Prize last year. His name is Igoni Barrett. He has been published in 14 countries. His second short story, Collation Love is Power, or something like that, was chosen as the best book of the 2013 by NPR. In 2014, he was named on the Africa's 39 list of writers aged under 40 with potential and talent to define future trends in African literature. His first novel, Black House, published in 2015, was nominated for the PEN Open Book Award, the Hudson Wright Legacy Award, the FT Open Herner Prize. Okay, I'm going to help you with that. Emerging Voice Awards. And yeah, so can we please all give him a round of applause as he comes up? This way. Woohoo! Okay. Thank you so much for coming. He was one of the 3 judges that picked Alex's work. So if you have any books you're submitting, he could be, be nice to him. All right, the next person I am calling up is the convener of the Qfest and the CEO of Karamo, Mrs. Bemi Shashere herself. Please give her a round of applause. How exciting, how exciting. Oh, somebody's mask. Oh, this is not healthy. Am I allowed to do that? Alex, this is your mask. Yeah, stay safe. Okay. Your mics?
Okay. Before I prepared a short speech to deliver today in presenting Alex's book. But sitting down and listening to Mr. Ilo and Mr. Kadiri speak, I felt I needed to respond in a good way, not in a challenging way, to some of the things you said. And specifically one thing. I was really inspired by the question, by the fact that Mr. Ilo had the presence of mind to ask a question about inspiration for your writing, but also not to be presumptuous, as he kept saying, and mention names and let you do the talking. I was also quite inspired by the fact that of all the 3 writers you did mention, and there are probably others that you've forgotten and others that you're not even quite aware of have inspired your work. But of the 3 writers you mentioned today, all 3 were women. And that's a huge plus for you, being a man in a society that's very patriarchal. But also, they were all African. They were all people of African descent in one way or the other. The middle person, Mbolo Mbui, is American, but of Cameroonian descent. At the time I started writing, I started coming out as a writer in the early 2000s. A lot of my contemporaries, when we would sit down in beer parlors and discuss influences, we usually found that our influences tended to be far away. People, there were very few from this continent. They were the usual suspects. You will always drop Mr. Shoyinka's name. You will always drop Mr. Achebe's name, but we quickly went on to, Stephen King in some cases, or Gabriel Garcia Marquez in other cases, but there were always people far away, people who probably never meet. And so 15 years later, 20 years later, to sit down and watch two young writers at the top of the game talking about influences and everyone in the room, African, is a move. It's an inspiration, but it's a move forward. It's a step forward for African literature. And and I want to applaud both the writers, but also the readers, because one of the reasons that we have these writers' books being spoken about today is because readers are demanding those books. Readers are buying those books, and readers make writers exist. So in much the same way that Mr. Kadiri, has been making his writers, giving his writers a reason to write, I hope that some of the readers in the room will engage with his book and give him a reason to continue writing. Thank you.
Yes, welcome again, everybody. Thank you very much, Alex, for this wonderful piece of work. I know that we are extremely proud at Kuramo. But it wouldn't have happened without Igoni Barrett, who sits beside me, and Tony Khan and Molara Wood. They were the three judges that worked tirelessly for almost a year, sifting through the various manuscripts that we saw fit to carry the prize. But even through that, the long list, the short list, they thought that yours was the one fit to be called the Kurama Writers Prize winner 2020. And so we thumbed through and looked through and wondered why, went back to them, why this one? And they stated very many reasons: your style, your imagery, if I recall, and just everything that we found popping out at us when we took a meticulous look whilst crafting what you have before you today. So a lot of people may not have heard in the literary space about Alex Kadiri, but I know that you are a force to be reckoned with, and we look forward to receiving your second manuscript. And I know that without a doubt, that this is a book that the world is waiting for. And I'm not saying it just because you have the Q on the book. I'm not saying it just because he judged and saw you fit. I'm saying it because you join the league of new voices that I crave to put together and show the world. So welcome to what you don't even know is coming for you. Congratulations. So without, you think I'm an writer or whatever, but yeah, I'm really excited about all the books and all the winners. This is our 5th year. So if you want to see who's coming next, come join us tomorrow. You'll see the next Kurama Writers Prize. Very strong. Everybody has a story to tell, is what my narrative is. And we are here to help you tell it at Kurama. With the help, we ride on the backs of people who have been doing this for years, who were born into this, such as the gentleman sitting beside me, Goni Barrett. No man is an island, and they help us actualize that which we've set out to do. So we applaud him too.
Thank you. Well, in that spirit, since we're applauding people, I would like to applaud Mrs. Shashore.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And she's obviously deserving of it, because I hadn't said why she should be applauded, but the applause has already been given.
Oh my
but
goodness.
I would say this. Alex, I hope I can call you Alex. When you have a publisher, seated on stage, speaking so passionately about your book, you want that. You want that. Look, I'm published in many parts of the world, but I've always said, and this is a piece of advice for you going forward. It doesn't matter how big the publishing house is. What matters is how big the passion they have for you is. And so you find that a lot of the books that manage to engage with readers and push boundaries these days are coming from small publishing houses, are coming from independents, because big publishing houses in many ways have become factories. And so the same way you go for a special design of shoe from an artisanal shoemaker by the roadside, and you can give them your details and get a nice shoe. When you go to the big ones, they're just, 100 million people in the world are wearing the same shoe. It might be a nice shoe, but everybody has it. It's cut to everybody's size. And so in that sense, when you have in Nigeria a publisher who's passionate about you and, speaking about your book that way, be grateful for it. And for that reason, I'd like to say thank you, Mrs. Shashere, for the work.
I'm going to cut it now and call Lolade Alaka to the stage. She's probably not expecting this, and she's probably got 1,003 butterflies in her stomach, but please come on stage, Lolade. Lolade is my boss editor. I call her boss editor, boss lady at Kuramo. Because when you say Kuramo, you don't have a face. It's nice for you guys to begin to know us more. Lolade worked tirelessly with Alex. I'm sure they're buddies right now. So she worked with him, and they went back and forth, and they went back and forth. And I just wanted you to see half of her face. She's got half covered in a mask. That Lolade also needs an ovation. So without much ado, I'm going to hand over to Igoni to do the needful so that we can move on.
I'll use the lectern to quickly deliver a very short speech. Last year's judges were Tony Khan, Molara Wood, and yours truly. Our winning manuscript, Sun Shower, was the story of a young man's coming of age in the shadow of his mother's illness and his troubled relationship with his father. I can now reveal that the judges were unanimous in our choice of Mr. Kadiri's entry as the overall winner. Thank you, Alex, for making our task easier. I'll make an aside here. The previous year, 2019, we three have also been judges. So Tony Khan, Molara Wood, and I had been judges in 2019 and then in 2020. And it was easier to pick a winner in 2020. And so that's the point I'm trying to make. Speaking for myself, one of the reasons I'm here today to present this book is because I've been looking forward to reading the published version. This time, as a faceless reader, rather than as a judge. And I made a point to buy my copy. So I have it, and I'm coming to you to sign it. And so, dearly beloved readers gathered in this hall, it is with some trepidation and much fondness I present this latest salvo in the battleground of letters, the novel Sun Shower by Alex Kadiri. To you, Alex, our new minted author, I'll just say, keep your head up and plant your feet down as you embark on this rocky career path. Sticks and stones would pay your bills, and reviewers' words may indeed hurt you. But you can place your own novel on your bookshelf beside your favorite authors and know you deserve to be in their company. That's it. My task is done. You may now buy your copies of Sun Shower by Alex Kadiri, our latest scribe of Nigerian Wahalas. Thank you. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, man. You wanted to see something? Okay. Hey. I hope you guys all go out and buy a copy and have it signed. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Fantastic. Give Alex another round of applause. Woo! We're all excited to see who wins this year. Okay. All right. Who's in the mood for more literally festive energy? Okay. Now, we're going into the next activity for the day. What we're having now is a panel discussion titled Transcendence. Words rise, words defy, words restore. It will be moderated by Socrates Mbamalu. Socrates is a writer and a journalist with publications across Vice, Al Jazeera, Adam, This is Africa, and other literary platforms. At the Foundation of Investigative Journalism, FIJ, he covered the aftermath of the NSAS protest in Nigeria and tracked down victims, mostly from low-income areas, who were shot down by the Nigerian police. His viral story on the Nigerian presidency meeting with the Chinese authorities to build an internet wall brought to the fore the length of the Nigerian government was going to censor social media. Could we all please give him a round of applause as he comes up to the stage? Fantastic, fantastic body of work. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much for coming. Okay. We have 5 people on our panel today. Hey, thank you. Take the first seat. That's for you. Okay. Does he have his mic? Okay. Fantastic. All right, so we have 5 people coming up today. The first being Choma Onyewe. Choma Onyewe is the founder of Recounter Productions, which has released over 20 films, documentaries, web series, podcasts, and theater. She has also collaborated with the Ford Foundation, British Council, US Mission, UNDP, Lagos State Government, and the European Union. Can we please give her a round of applause as she comes up? Wow, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. Your dress is beautiful. Hello. Okay. Next person on our panel is Pelu Awofesayo. Pelu Awofesayo is a culture and travel writer and winner of the CNN Multi-Choice African Journalist Award in Tourism Reporting in late 2019. He was named the best travel journalist in Nigeria by the Nigerian Travel Week. Could we please give him a round of applause as he comes up? Looking very stylish yourself. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. The next person we have on our panel is Niran Adeokun. Niran Adeokun is a public relations practitioner, lawyer, and writer who has experience in the private and public sector. He is the author of Ladies Calling the Shots, a profile of 17 top females in film and television directors in Nigeria, released in 2017. I need to read that book. Wow. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Thank you. The next person we have on our panel, who I don't believe is here yet, but she will be joining us, is Kemi Lala Akindoju. Kemi Lala holds a master's degree in media and communications from the Pan Atlantic University. She's an award-winning actor, casting director, and producer. She runs the Make It Happen Productions and produces and directs some of the most talked about plays in Nigeria, including the V Monologue. Oh, we'll clap her still, and so she comes. The last, but definitely not least panel on the panel today is Fragile Dogumbo. Hannah Fragile Dogumbo is an absolute daredevil. In stage performance is a multiple poetry slam competition with an incredible appetite for life. This Malaysian Deltanian poet is passionate about body positivity and demystification of mental health and other health-related concerns. Could we all please give her a round of applause as she comes up? Fantastic. An absolute daredevil. Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. All right, so we'll give them some time to take the stage. Over to you, moderator. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet all of you on the stage and off stage. I hope I'll do a good work. I think the only person I really know here is Pelu, yes. Anyway, so, I mean, when this came, the transcendence of words, I kept thinking, you know, what are we going to discuss about? Because I think many times things happen and we turn to words, but is there really a point in time when words fail us? You know, let me start with you, Chioma.
I feel like I should break into spoken word. Thank you. But yeah, I think a lot of times words fail us. And I guess at those times we have different expressions, which is where we take to music, we take to even silence, we take to film. I mean, they all have words, but in terms of, yeah, like I guess a lot of times, like there's nothing to say. You know, when you have a bereaved one, you have nothing to say, you know, and so you feel them with your presence. You know that you're just there, that you're there to just drink, and you're there, and that is something, even though you can't put into words, I guess, and with different, like, I guess, outside of literature, with different expressions, with film, with music, then we're able to express what we can without having to put them in words. Yeah?
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, incidentally, you are a writer, you are a journalist in Modisam, and then we deal in words on a daily basis. You will also agree with me that at times you sit before your system or a laptop, and you want to crank out this story, and that story is just not flowing. It's not something unique to journalists. I mean, writers in the room who will have experienced different times. I know we try to call writer's block in the general sense, but there are also specific moments when it's either you are shocked by something, you are too excited about something, you can't just seem to get the word out. I mean, I'll give you a very good example. I had an experience recently on a train, and I don't know how many people have been to Ibadan. I took it recently. And in the course of that journey, I was so excited about all the things that I experienced, all the high points and the low points, and I was fired up to do a story, you know, for my blog. And all the words were here in my mind. But when I got back to Lagos, I couldn't write it. Why? It could be different things, partly the environment. I just didn't have the right environment to to compose writing. So yes, words do fail us sometimes. And we'll get into more detail as well along the conversation.
Yeah, Nero.
Well, instances where word failed us, I think, happens almost, you encounter such situations almost every day. Possibly, especially as a writer, I literally have to write something almost on a daily basis. And so quite often you get to a place where you just can't find the appropriate words, to express what you feel. And so I find myself in a lot of situations where I have to walk away from, writing at that particular point. And then you are able to put a word down, but something tells you that this is not exactly what you want to express, and so at that point I stop. And even in conversations, you are shocked sometimes, you are too excited, like Welu said. Sometimes you are hungry and you just don't know exactly what to say. So so you possibly will just walk away from the situation. That's what I do a lot of times, so that you don't utter the words that you will regret, because that happens quite often. I mean, I experienced that a couple of days back where I said something to a friend. I felt what I said was correct. My friend was doing something that I felt was foolish, and I probably should have kept quiet, and just walked away. But I said, do you realize this is very foolish? And the person flipped. I'm still convinced even as I speak now that it was a foolish thing, but but I think the appropriate words just didn't come out to express it at that time, but I probably walked away, but I stayed there and I said the words, and that possibly would have ruined a friendship of so many years now, so, yeah.
Fragile.
If I had encountered this question, say, some 2-3 years ago, I'd say no. There isn't any situation where words fail. The worst we could encounter, what we call a writer's block, and then we get over it. I have had experiences pretty recently, and that has experiences that have taught me otherwise. There are times where words are not just enough. I wrote a piece recently, and a line of the piece says, there are gatherings where poetry has no place. And I see that happen quite often these days, where you assess a situation and you know how you feel about the situation, you know how people feel about the situation, but you do not have the words. You do not have the words to express them. And then you realize that the English language is not all-encompassing, not even your native dialects, So in those instances, silence even speaks a lot louder than whatever thing you have to say, you think you could say. So,
yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, for me, where I'll be leading with this conversation basically would be towards what we have experienced in terms of a nation, in terms of, in this month of October, the Lekki Massacre. And I mean, I was reading part of Yakaminski's Deaf Republic, and I wonder whether that comes into play, when we as a nation experience maybe such live-streamed massacre. Do you think that has a way, the shock has it just us in such a way that we are all looking for therapists in that sense of it?
What was the question?
So the question really is, that shock, as a nation that we have silenced, can words really nation in that sense of it, to overcome the situation, in that sense of it that we are facing? Can words really push us out to maybe demand more, or do we, as you say, maybe at a point we just become quiet? Okay. Can words do anything at this point?
Okay, well, maybe I can quickly
Yeah, maybe Pelu should start because I know the field on
yes,
that
I
day.
was. And
Yes.
it's good to know that you were also on the field. So this is the backstory. I was on the field, but on the Alausa end of the protest. And I was there every day for 14 days. You know, sorry, my mic. I was there every day for 14 days, you know. It was the first time in my life, in my career as a journalist. I'm known more as a travel journalist and a cultural reporter. But I was at the meeting on the island when I got to hear that there were people gathering at the Alausa end, you know, and then, of course, that happened at the Lekki end. And I got to know that there was one at Alausa. And I'm like, I don't live too far from that place. It would be unthinkable and it would be insensitive of me to be in an environment like that, and the youths are protesting for something that has the potential to change all of our lives. And I, as a journalist, am not present to record, to document it. That was the motivation I had. And I got there late that day, 7 p.m. on a Thursday, I remember, you know, October 8th, I think. And I saw these young people, maybe many of them undergraduates or young graduates, there with the mobiles and whatever, surrounding them with guns and stuff. They were kneeling down right in front of the House of Assembly in Lagos. And I was encouraged by their bravery, by the boldness that they had to actually confront the military people and not back down. They wanted them to leave, but they were not ready to leave. And you could just see them staring at the men at gunpoint. All they kept on saying is, shoot us, shoot us. We are not going to live here. We are here till tomorrow. Those were words in defiance of legality, and I also approached. I was encouraged by that. How could young people like this be facing these guys? And I was just there. I also approached, and I was like, look, I went to meet one of the two people. I didn't get approval. Look, I'm here as a journalist. They told me no. Can you see any journalists here? I said, if you didn't record whatever, I can't document what I want to record. Maybe they don't know, but I'm here. But of course, they forced me away, and I had to leave. But I made up my mind that, look, people are there, standing strong with their words. I allowed words in a way I couldn't stay. But the next day I came back, and every day afterwards, I felt like the only way I could pay back my being chased away the other present for as long as the protest continued. And that's why I was there every day. And I felt so fulfilled that I was recording on a daily basis. I was my mobile phone and my monopod. I was recording. I was following everybody everywhere, to the airports, you know, to highway. So the thing is, even though we've been largely silenced, they have not stopped flowing. Even though Twitter has been, in a sense, continue to speak. As a matter of fact, I did ban, because I feel it's wrong for you to gag my freedom of speech, and I continue to use it. It is my right to express myself freely. I haven't really been tweeting about any political, but I like that I'm seeing Nigerians still on the social media platform and speaking against the sort of environment that we found ourselves. We may have been shaken, but we are not stopping. You know, talking about how that thing affected on the day the thing happened, I was at the Arden roundabout. I had finished my presentation for the day. People were dancing, you know, to DJ and all of that. And just before 7, to hear news of that thing, I got home and I was asleep. I was almost shedding tears. You know, so I can say at that point it was the same thing everybody was feeling. But over time, we got over it. We are not completely out of it yet. And there's a reason why that thing is not going to stop. The words will continue to flow. Maybe a bit reduced now compared to a year ago, but it's our responsibility as readers, as Nigerians, not to let the words stop. We must continue to defy this sort of environment that we found ourselves. At the end of the day, the people are going to win. The Nigerian feels more or less like what the Yoruba will say. A child who does let his mother sleep will also not be able to sleep. So our parents, the Nigerian father, does not want the children to sleep. They too are not going to sleep. So we'll continue to face up to them, so that the right things are done.
Does anyone want to pick up from there? Nobody. Fragile?
The question is, if words... I'm waiting to...
Yeah. Okay. So basically
just joined us. Mrs. Kenny, can kindly join us?
Yeah, so I think that one of the mistakes that leaders make is to imagine that they can ever stop people from speaking. I think it's one of the, innate deposits, some of the things that people have in them, you are created to speak, no matter what it is. And unfortunately, those who lead, not just in Nigeria, but a lot of places do not understand that the more you allow the people to speak their mind, the more peace you have in your society. Reducing the civic space, the ability of people to communicate, to associate, to express themselves, is one of the reasons why we have all the troubles that we have in Nigeria today. And the manifestations, all the things that government are fighting, the government is fighting in Nigeria, secessionist sentiments, banditry, insurgencies, and all of that, are a function of the fact that you are trying to stifle the people. So the moment you do not allow people to speak, they will find an alternative means. And then it might be violent, and unfortunately, to the detriment of the country. So I really don't think it is possible to stop people from speaking. If they cannot face you, if they cannot say it in the newspapers, if they cannot use Twitter, if they cannot use WhatsApp, they will find an alternative way. It's a natural thing to them. And so the people who are in the forests of the Northwest, they are saying something to us. They are saying something to government. Boko Haram is saying something to government. They may be confused because of the level of education that Nigeria has exposed them to, so maybe they are confused in their minds, but there's something in their minds that they want to express. So no matter how it is, it's going, no matter what government does, no matter how, dictatorial people become, it's going to be impossible to stop people from speaking. People will defy, any attempt to stifle them.
Kemi, welcome. And let me just come over straight to you. Do you think across generations, the meaning of words changes, the importance of speaking? Do you think it changes, especially considering that maybe older people would be like, what you're saying is too much, reduce, keep quiet, you don't talk about these kind of things. In our generation or in this generation, what do you see or what do you think is different with how we use words?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm so sorry I was late. Had to run some things. And please call me Lala.
Oh, sorry, Lala.
That's
Apologies.
Fine. So, do I think the way we use words have changed?
Yeah, over time.
Over time.
Across generations.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I definitely think the way we use words have changed because, first of all, the times have changed. The tools have changed. The generations, the people have changed. And in a place where, in a time where, like in Nigeria, we've known that there's a culture of silence, or we grew up knowing a culture of silence. So you're at home, you're being raised, oh, that's how we met it, or don't ask questions, or don't, all of that. But now we are actually asking questions. And we are saying, okay, you might have been doing it like this for X number of years, but why can't we do it this other way? So the way we use words have definitely changed. The way we sort of address structures, it has changed. Also, the world is a global village now. So it is why every tool that the government is trying to use to stifle us is only making us speak louder. For example, I'm certain that between another 6 to 12 months, there are going to be many films, for example, talking about police brutality, talking about the NSAS movement, because we must speak. So we might not be able to say it as directly, but that's the beautiful thing with words. We can imply. We can create a fictional world. We can reinterpret. We can just play around words. So it has changed. We're speaking and we're using words to our advantage.
Great. Chioma, come to you as a filmmaker. What has been your experience with words? You have traveled at a point in time, trying to, before COVID kicked in, of course, trying to write a book and, cover things. For you, how do words, or how do you use words when it comes to your own filmmaking, or in your podcast when it comes to investigating maybe cases? I've done a bit of research on all of you, so.
How do I use words?
Because I'm saying this also as a journalist who, at a point in time, you're like, you either have to quote, or because of the way things are in our country, you have to, as Lala said, imply. So for you, how do you want to go directly, or what also do you want your words to do in filmmaking for you?
I think, well, for me, it starts with what do I want to say, So it always starts with the story, and then the story kind of lends itself to the medium. So with August meeting, for instance, I had this play about the Aba Women's Riots, and it was my first time doing stage. But because it had like such a presence call to action that you couldn't be subtle. Like you couldn't make it as a film. For me, I couldn't make it as a film. So by having it on stage and taking it to the East, there was that, there was anger, there was like questions, there was like, this happened, and you needed to solicit that emotion. So there are different ways to kind of express what it is you want to say. And then the mediums now start to help. Like how do we move forward? Like how do we tell the story? Like Lala said, you could imply it in a film. Even with NSARS, I started to write a comic book about NSARS, just because I couldn't believe it that it was something that happened in real life. So in my mind, seeing it as a cartoon made it even more like, are we here? So they're different, and that's the beauty of of having everything being global now, that you can make a short, you can make a stage, you can make a documentary, you can make a film, you can imply it, you can make it a dystopian future and talk about it in 100 years from now and how it affected maybe the baby that was born. There's so many ways to come at it. And that's basically how to use words, is to try and tell the story and to also try and find an audience.
Let me come to I'm trying not to call you by your surname, sorry. Fragile, yes, I'm so sorry. You're a spoken word poet, and you had mentioned earlier that, 3 years ago, if you were probably asked, do words feel, you would probably have given a different answer, but based on your experiences, you want to give that kind of answer. And I'm not even just talking of, I'm not talking of writer's block in this case. I'm talking of maybe, like what we have seen. And I'll still come back to all of us when we're talking about the Lekki massacre, because obviously the Lekki massacre is not the only massacre that has taken place in this country. And why is it that massacre seems to have all of a sudden kind of hit us? Of course, there were debates on Twitter about, is it an issue of class? And I'll come to all of us, is it also an issue of class in the way we use words, when we are expressing, certain things, or things we decide not to even talk about? The Odi massacre, the Baramatu massacre, all the massacres that take place. Are we also class conscious when using words? And how important does that play even in shaping history, in shaping narratives? So let me start with you, Fragile, then Lala, then we come this way.
Okay. I like to think about words like a hydra. You cannot successfully silence people. When you cut off a head in its place, two comes up, right? And referencing the Lekki massacre. Personally, I went through a range of emotions. First, there was the shock. Then there was denial, like this didn't happen. It couldn't have happened. Like you said, it's not the only massacre that has occurred in this country, but then this was on a grand scale, especially in my generation. We have read stories, we have read history. It has always been history, and we've thought about it that way. Personally, I realized I'd been living in some form of bubble. You know, these things happened back then, they can't happen now. You know, like Lala said, it's a global village now, you know. So no one in their right minds, you know, would want to pull this off. And then that happened. And it made me question a lot of things as a writer, as a poet. It made me look back on my work. If I wrote about violence prior to this time, I wrote about violence from an historical point of view. But now, it's like I'm in the role of a reporter. The bubble has popped. My reality now is I am a 20-plus, year old individual that could be gunned down either by an overzealous police officer or a stray bullet, whatever, and it's either my existence is in question or my death will be chalked up to, statistics. So I always say something amongst my friends. I said, isn't it weird that when they talk about death, statistics of death, you hear things like 89.3%. Who is the 0.3? It made me stop to think about it. And so during that period, my writing was greatly affected. I couldn't write for a while. Like you mentioned earlier, a lot of us needed therapy. A lot of writers I knew needed therapy because I got to a point where I realized poetry was not enough. People are not getting the metaphors. They don't understand. So drop the poetry, put the poetry aside, and speak plainly. And I'd get messages like, Fragile, you are not saying enough. You're not being vocal enough. Your poetry is not out there enough. You are not telling this story. And I just felt very handicapped. That is why when you asked the first question, I said there are instances or situations where words are not enough. You don't necessarily choose to be silent. It's just silence is all that you have at the moment. And so how that has affected me personally, or my generation of writers, is that you are desensitized, oversensitized. In fact, I can't even talk about desensitization. But something inside you breaks and changes and morphs. And there is some identity loss. Because at that point, you don't know what kind of writer am I. Am I the... I was listening to the previous session with Alex, and a question was asked talking about love and how love can be political. In that instant, even if you want to claim, oh, I only write romance, poetry, how can you write romance poetry when there is blood in your head? I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks so much. Lala, over to you.
Right. So over the years, I'll go back to what I said about the culture of silence. For example, when I was writing my thesis for my master's and my topic was the reconstruction of history through film, the reason I picked that topic was because I realized that I knew more about the World War than I knew about Biafra or Nigeria or the Civil War, and I knew what I knew from films. And I could see how people had reconstructed history. Again, the power of words. One of my favorite all-time films is Inglourious Basterds. In that film, the way Hitler is killed, like it's a satire. It's not the way it happened, but it's the way the filmmaker wanted to tell it. Maybe in his own world, this is the way the Nazis and all of those people should have been dealt with. And that's the power that the filmmaker had. But then I found out that over here, there was almost nothing. And when I started to write my thesis and do my research and speak to one or two film professors, one of the things they said was one of the reasons we cannot tell the stories as we should here is because many of the people are still alive. And so it's like we're all playing safe and we don't want to say it as it is. But then I'm like, well, we can reconstruct. Why aren't we reconstructing? Why aren't we saying it, using our art, embedding elements of drama, but making sure that we use words to capture history and capture moments and tell stories that will outlive us, so that these things are not rewritten. Because, for example, what the Nigerian government has tried to do is rewrite what happened last year, is to tell all of us that we are mad and we imagined it, is to say that people didn't die and it was a fictional thing. You know, I had the most ridiculous things, like somebody's Insta live was doctored. You know, just things that, you know, that are mad. You know, so, but I dare say that we cannot be silent, because somebody, you know, silence means consent. And when you are silent, you're saying it's okay. So even though there is the fear of, if I say this, I may be picked up, I might be arrested. And I mean, I'm going to say this publicly for the first time, because my friend and I worked on it. We made a film last year on police brutality. And like she said, the consciousness, the film was meant to be a different film. But as the events were happening, shoot days kept shifting because of the protests. And then you know, there was a lot about the humanity, the police brutality across the nation, parents losing children. A lot of fathers were crying online about their sons that were shot, just like that. And my friend was like, Lala, this thing I'm writing is no longer going the way it was meant to go. And I said to her, flow, just write as you are feeling. Go where the story is leading you. You know, and we made a film. Now, truth is, I don't even know that we were that film we know is never going to be censored. It's never going to show in Nigerian cinemas. But we made it. We don't even understand how we're going to make money from the film. But we made it, put all our money inside, risked our lives. We made that film. And I don't even think the film is bold enough, because what we did was, we were true to the story we're telling, but more about people and the effects of police brutality. And it's almost like whatever you deduce, you deduce. We created our own world, used words to, for lack of a better word, stay safe, because we don't want to die. Nigeria can kill you and write you away. And they will tell you that you didn't exist. And if we die, how will we use these words to continue fighting? And I always say, what will I tell my children that I did with what I have and with the words that I have? So now we are forced to be creative, but we will keep speaking.
Great. Neuron.
Okay, so like I said earlier, it's impossible to stop people from speaking. They may not be speaking, you know, they may be forced to be creative, you know, to find alternative ways, you know, to express themselves. But to imagine that you can stop people from speaking is to delude yourself, you know, as a leader. And it's actually to write the history of your leadership, you know, in black. I mean, if you would. Especially when you say you are in a democracy, the more you give the people the ability to speak, the more you find it easier the easier it becomes for you to govern. The more you restrain people from expressing themselves, the more the environment becomes choked up for you. And you will get from one trouble. It's exactly what we are seeing in Nigeria. It's playing out, you know, now. The government may not realize that they are in trouble, but the trouble increases every day. So last year, it was NSAS. That was what they had to deal with. It was mismanaged. This time last year, banditry wasn't as bad as it is now in Nigeria. So the manifestation will continue to increase. After NSAS, the guys in the Niger Delta came up again. Sorry?
And the FCC. I said and EFCC, but continue, sorry.
So the guys in the Niger Delta came up to start threatening again. So, you know, one of the reasons we need to keep speaking as writers, you know, as poets, as whatever we are, is also that if we dream for the liberation, for the emancipation of the people of Nigeria, we need to speak to them. The leaders of Nigeria are able to do what they are able to, attempt to manipulate, just like Lala said. You are trying to rewrite the history. I mean, look at it. The first thing the army said after NSAS was that they were not there. And then you keep changing your story. The only reason you will do this is because you imagine that you are talking to people who are daft, who cannot ask you questions. And they know that the majority of the Nigerian people are actually uneducated and poor. So they think that they can capitalize on that. So we owe it to Nigerians, to speak and to make them realize that this poverty will not go away until you fight your way out of it. And you fight your way out of it by speaking. So one of the things that I am passionate about in my writings is that Nigerians must realize that as long as we say we are democratic, the people have the power. It may not be so now, we may not realize it, but we need to continue to educate ourselves to realize that the power to take Nigeria back from these people is in our hands. And it is by speaking to them, it is by talking to them, we can't just get tired of speaking. It has to, and we have to go everywhere, talk to everybody, and as time goes on, more Nigerians will join the speaking brigade, and government, whoever is leading Nigeria, will realize that they are just in the minority. So speaking is something that we must continue to do, whether we write, whether we speak, whether it's in films, whether it's in drama. People must continue to speak towards taking back their destinies from those who are holding it, in bondage.
I have a quick question.
Yep.
Because you mentioned banditry, so that's about the word as well. So when did it change from terrorism to bandits?
Actually, I mean, okay, so I do a column, I do a newspaper column, and I've made it since the day the guys in Kaduna were said to have attacked a plane, the fighter jet. I said to myself that, look, we're just deceiving ourselves by calling these people bandits. These guys are terrorists. So as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I just use that banditry now because it's the popular word that everybody uses. But as far as I'm concerned, these guys are terrorists. There is no difference between them and the Boko Haram people. In fact, Boko Haram has never, as far as we know, never actually tried to shoot at a jet. The time we thought it happened, government denied it that it didn't happen. But, so they are terrorists as far as I'm concerned. And I think it's part of the attempt. Government, when we talk about words, it's a two-way thing. I look at it, for instance, and I say the NSAS movement wouldn't have gone, as, it wouldn't have gone as far, it wouldn't have gone so long if we had leaders who knew the importance of words, who chose the words that they speak to people carefully. But you just talk at Nigerians. And so you are talking to a group of people who are educated, who understand the importance of words, who can read into the meaning of words. And all they are asking of you are very simple things. So what a father would do, I mean, one of the things I imagined a leader of Nigeria would do then is to behave like a father. If your child is angry in the house, if your child wants something, will you tell him to go to hell?
Sorry, let me just cut in here, because that is also one of the language or words they used in addressing citizens. They said, we are our children. And of course, I mean, also the Lagos State governor is a youth. And basically, if we are using this kind of language or this kind of words in interacting with citizens, when we say, because then it becomes, as a father, I can deny you certain rights because a father knows what is good for you. So, I mean, in this way in which we talk about words and the way the government also uses words, and it also permeates also in the civil service when we talk about take me like your son, take me like your daughter, would you treat your daughter this way? It has also broken, in some sense, what should be an institutional way of talking. I'm a citizen, I have my rights, I'm demanding this of you. Yeah. And you are not a father, you are voted, I did not donate anything to you, that kind of thing. So, I mean, in these interactions, I'm just coming back to, you using that word, yes.
I get your point, and I was just using that as a metaphor.
Yes,
you see, there is, whether we like it or not, there is this patriarchal thing about Nigerians. We take it into leadership. Yeah, it's there, you know. But the point is that before you become a leader, you are a human being. You are a human being. So you go into leadership with the personality that you have built. Yeah? So I am the leader of a small group. The reflection of who I am, you know, what I do with that group is going to be a reflection of the personality that I have built. Whether I am at home, whether I am at the office, whether I am a leader in the country. So there are some sentiments that you must have as a leader. It is not about, you know, subjecting the citizenry to your place as a father in your home. But it is about understanding the compassion, you know, because leadership is essentially about compassion. It's about know-how. It's about feeling for the people, you know. So the point I'm trying to make is that you must understand that communicating with your people is the most important thing. And what I see as the lacuna that I see most in leadership in Nigeria is that our leaders don't communicate. And when they communicate amiss. They can't find the right words to use. They don't know the time to say the words that they say, you know, and so they miss it. And of course, the people, so essentially that's what happened with the HENSAs. It was just a mismanagement of the opportunities that a leader has to rewrite his performance in office, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Lala, you seem to have some. Sorry, I'll come back to you. Pedro.
Yeah, I'm uneasy because I think that the point made is part of is something we need to drive home in Nigeria. The fact that you are not my father. If I'm 18 plus and I exercise my duty to vote, I elected you in office. If I'm working and I'm paying my tax is being used to pay your salary. You work for me. You are accountable to me. I can demand of you whatsoever. It is your job to pay attention to me. Because the challenge with how we're careful, and even I have been a culprit and I'm relearning because there's patriarchy, like you said, and that word is what's made my face change. Because look, somebody would sexually harass me, and instead of me to call the person an idiot and say, stop it, I'll say, sir, please, look at me like your daughter. Nonsense. But you know, but it's part of the plan. It is clear what this person is doing. It is wrong that the person is doing this. But because of the culture, the patriarchy, he's my father, will I talk to a 60? The person in your body will say, Tita Bodai, like you sold your right to respect. But I wouldn't use the words that I should use because of culture or because of patriarchy. So I dare say that even with the NSAS movement, because after a while, after the first few weeks or the first run of it, the government responded with words, and you know there was a response to the agenda that the young people had put out as this is what we require. Even because I would identify with the citizens protesting, that even that agenda was put out in a hurry, wasn't well articulated, and those words were wrong, so that the government trapped us, for lack of a better word. When they responded, the challenge was not even the word. The challenge was in enforcing the things that were said. Get this youth the road. Let them stop killing us. Stop coming out and sending representatives to speak to us. We don't want to hear you tell us that we are your children. Just do your job. We don't want to die again. It is simple. It is clear what the people were saying. We don't want to die. But I actually think that the leadership of Nigeria, they were using words to turn us around like Baba's chair. And just say this today, this tomorrow, this the following day. And we were still seeing no tangible change. And I was of the opinion that what our leaders should have done was show strength. Show that you can put this police units in check. Show that you care about the lives of Nigerians, because right now the life of a Nigerian is nothing. When now, she spoke about being oversensitized and desensitized. There was a time when every time there was a headline about a bombing or a killing, we would all even mourn. Even me, I wouldn't be able to post on social media. But now, it's so normal. Those words, we are so sensitized, we don't anymore. But we needed and still need action. There's who we can speak. That's what we have. But they need to act. Patriarchy over respect. Respect is not, I'm not an advocate for disrespect. But I believe that in Nigeria we have over, emphasized age, respect, culture, fatherhood, and there's a lot of nonsense and oppression.
May I speak to something? Adding to what she said, it just crossed my mind. We have been speaking about words, and we know the power that words hold. But it seems of recent that words are not as powerful as they should be anymore. Prior to this time, when you have a writer on your case, let me put it that way, when you have a writer on your case, you shouldn't be comfortable. But there is no sense of accountability. Everybody, there's this feeling that you could get away with practically anything. And so a writer is considered just a ranter. And if this writer is irritating enough to catch my attention, I can just get rid of the writer just like that. And so even writers that are willing to speak up these days are a bit hesitant, because then I write, this is the truth, this is my truth, this is the truth of the people I put out there. But what comes out of it? And so you see people speaking, not really speaking anymore. Because, okay, I write about this. We all know that what I'm writing about is true. You talked about, you mentioned, or I think it was Lala that did that, the soldiers, or the Nigerian army rather, denying their presence at the Lekki toll gate that day. Nowadays, I feel they do not, if you have to lie to a people, respect them enough to put in some effort. Nowadays, there is a carelessness to it because everybody gets away with anything, And as a writer, you just find yourself wondering, to what end? Supposed to be. But then, if I put out my words, I might end up this way. I just wanted to add that.
Great. Thank you. A lot has been said already, and I'm just trying to find the best way of coming to the conversation again. But again, I'm trying not to lose track of your question. Yeah. I worry what set of words will outlive us. You get it? Because I look at the Nigerian situation on a daily basis as a journalist who monitors the media, and I see that we are engaged in an endless war of words. A war of words between the government and the people. The government continues to represent the facts. It continues to lie, bold-faced, and the people continues to be alert and keep them in check. And I think it's a plus for the Nigerian population, Nigerian people. We are now more aware and are now more enlightened to be able to tell government to its face that you are wrong. We know what we are saying. You can't just, put a cloth over our eyes and everything. So when I also look at that reality, I worry why we have a media that is seemingly impotent, seemingly unaware of its role in society, its role in documenting history, and its responsibility for the future. We continue to see publishers and owners of news media cower to government. You do only what the government tells you to do. Maybe because they paid you to, news has become commercial. So I look at all of this and I keep on worrying. We're talking about words here. What words are going to survive us? We consume things about the Nigeria Civil War 40-something years after the fact. We are consuming what people of that time recorded. And even at that, there's still a lot of misrepresentation of facts. Back in the Civil War times, the government was always lying. So it's not as if what they are doing now is unique. It continues to happen. And it's because we have a media that is unable to keep the people in authority in check. Because if we were to have a strong media and writers are taken more seriously, you will respect the words of a writer because he's doing it from passion, from a sense of responsibility. We don't seem to have that. Your question was, how do we react to massacres? I think by default, massacres don't move us because they happen far from where we are. You get it? In the previous administration, mentioned the Baramatu killings, the OD massacre.
Massacre.
Sorry?
Even the Shiite massacre, we didn't get this kind of
Which
reaction.
one?
The Shiite massacre. Shiite.
The Shiite. It happens, it has continued to become a part of our existence. And because those things happen, we're in Lagos, it happens in all of those places, we feel too affected and attached to it a lot, you know. I experienced the just crisis in 2001. And because I saw it, every time there is a breaking news about killings in some parts of Plateau State, I can imagine what I saw in 2001, 2002. If I had not lived in just at that time, I would just be seeing those things as numbers, as news, and I'll keep on moving on. It is what we have done with all the previous massacres. But the reason why this particular one is different is because we're all united behind a single cause. We're fighting for a certain thing that is affecting all of us, and we're all right. Nationally, everybody was saying the same thing, we're speaking the same language. So when that massacre happened, we all felt it. It's the reason why it will not stop, because the majority of the people experienced the brutality and the brutality of the government. So our reaction to that is what will make it continue to, you know, live longer. It's just that we need the right people documenting those things in the right way, the right perspective, you know, without any bias. We need that to happen. Without any bias, we need that to happen. Talking about films and books, I mean, I can almost imagine Alex Kadiri taking everything in and writing a novel about this particular crisis, maybe in the next 5 years or something. I didn't know Chioma was the one sitting close to me. I saw the August meeting 3 times, and I was so touched by the amount of work that you put in it. I didn't know it was you. You know what happened? I saw that play, like I said, 3 times. We know the history. We know about the 1929 about women's rights. But I didn't really, I wrote reviews about it, but I didn't really feel what you were trying to tell me until I traveled to Okpobo Kingdom in May. And I saw where some of those people were killed. I saw the river Imo, where some of them jumped into. You could just feel, so because I was close to the scene of the action, I could feel the pain and the agony and the anguish of the people, the women. You know, I could see, I mean, the offices of the white people, the colonial masters are still there, you can still see it. And you can imagine the colonial officers standing there with their guns, and the women right just about 10 feet from them, being shot at. Some of them, afraid for their lives, were jumping into the river. So the closer we are to where things are happening, the more appreciation that we have of it. And I think it's our responsibility to continue to speak, to continue to document. All of us have our stories to tell. I still have my own stories about these things. I have visuals, I have records, I have everything that I've done. So my own story, by way of a film, is likely going to come out one of these days. It is my own way of documenting my own side of the story, because not much has been said about the Alausa experiences. We are focused more on the Lekki angle. There's still so much. I saw so many things at Alausa that I haven't shared with the public. I'll tell that story.
Thank you so much, Bello. Over to you, Chioma.
Thank you so much. Just to add to what he said as well, because I mean, in America, they had their, the Black Lives Matter, and there were things happening. People were dying. There was, you know, there was Sandra, there was that, but then George Floyd happened, right? And then it felt like the whole world was going to, you know, so there's something about film, there's something about seeing, and the fact that there was the video and you were literally watching that man die is everything, you know, like, and we were watching. It was live. It wasn't a story. It wasn't far away. Like, we were engaged, we were seeing, we were hearing the gunshots, we were seeing people fall, and we knew who that person was that was telling the story. So there was a credibility to even the person that was showing us what was happening. So that is different in terms of like every other thing that we've, you know, that has been reported. Lala talked about how the news has been reported and how we're desensitized, because of the numbers, because the stories are told with numbers. You know, they're not told about people. And that's where we use our words. There was the story of the boy in Anambra State, and his father was looking through the sea of bodies to look for him. You could see that, you could picture that. And I guess that's how we can use words to kind of tell us, to bring us back into feeling. Because we need to know who these people are. We need to know their names. We need to know what their story is. We need to know their dreams, their aspirations. And then we can start to empathize again. I think that's what's happening. And that's what happened last year, was we were starting to all empathize again. So it's not just about, I mean, the issue of class is, I guess, the closeness. And Lagos is, you know, represented online. Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, we're on Twitter, and we were present. And, you know, at every time, like he said, we were there. So you didn't have to think too much to read. Oh, I know Lekki Tollgate. I was standing there yesterday. You know, I was, you know, so it was, yeah, I guess it's in going forward is in telling the stories where we maintain the humanity of the victims, and not just, you know, the statistics.
Sorry, I just want to quickly correct something. I said Opobo Kingdom, I meant Ikodabasi. Ikodabasi was where I went and I saw all the realities of 1929 about women's protests.
Thank you, and thanks so much, Shoma. From here, we'll be moving off quickly because of time. And I mean, this is words rise, words defy, words restore. And basically, the conversations that we've been having from Fragile to everybody, it has been that, what do these words really do? You know, we come out of all these situations and we are talking. Yesterday, I was talking with the editor of Ashiri magazine. And because I attended Ife, we were talking about the student unionism in Ife and how even after, for example, the July 10, 1999 massacre, you know, of the students there, some of the students there, you know, the next morning, students had blocked the roads and they had organized and they caught the culprits, but those culprits eventually were released. So how important really are words when there's no action that follows, for example, that holds people accountable, you know, that these words that have come out from these people, you know, is credible, is important, and we are acting on it. When you have a government that doesn't care, can your words really do anything? You know, and also secondly, we're in a country where journalists, I mean, some eventually, after talking for the people, you know, everyone is following your column, everyone is in support of what you say, everyone hangs on the cliff of your words, and tomorrow you're in government, speaking for the government. What are these contributions to the issues of how we take words in this country? You know, you are talking to them, people are like, tomorrow night go, they talk for government now. How much of, what really, I mean, basically, that's the template I'm laying. Let's start from you, Chioma. Or you can't start from, okay, let's start from, okay, continue.
Okay, well, I think my simple, straightforward answer to that is what is happening is, Lala spoke about sexual abuse. If you permit me, I will say we have become a country that sexually abuses words. You get it? We just use words the way we deem. We just use it because we think we just want to talk or we just want to write something. We don't give attention to the likely repercussions or the likely consequences of those things. That is the society we have become. And I honestly think that the people still have a lot to do to ensure that our leaders don't just use words anyhow. I think it's already happening. The leaders already know that the country that they are supposedly governing over or leading does not regard them anymore. They don't regard them, or they can feel it. So it's the power of the words that we're actually throwing back at them. They are saying one thing, we're telling them 3 things. They are saying 2, we're telling them 10. So they're already very jittery. The next election cycle is coming. We may not belong to political parties as of now, but our words already are having effects. And I believe that maybe not in 2023, by the next election cycle, you will see what will happen in this country. All these words will eventually, we'll see the results of the words that we are using, that we've been using since this government came to power. That is when you recall that we had this conversation and I said the words will matter in a couple of years from now.
I mean, optimistic rather of you.
I believe so, it's going to happen.
I mean, because of the documentation that we have now, I guess that's why with social media, you know, there's this you, like when you say something today, they can't find your tweet from 10 years ago, be like, this you?
Yes.
So, is this you? So there is accountability by there's accountability, right? So it will be business as usual. I mean, and it will take time, you know, with the government now. That's why they're threatened. That's why Twitter is being banned. You know, that's why they want to silence us. But it's changing, and you know, and the younger guys, the Gen Z guys, you know, they even have less respect. It's fantastic. You know, it's you know, so it's completely being broken down, and you can't bullshit anymore. You can start as a journalist, move to government, and they will drag you. You know, they will say, you know, this is what you said. Who is this person? You know, and is that accountability? Because we need to relearn shame. As a people, we don't have, you know, from the government to, you know, we need to relearn it. So I guess that's what the accountability is going to help us to do over time.
Thank you. Niron.
Yeah. I think that it's important to match words with action. Otherwise, words will be powerless. And that's where, you know, in spite of whatever those who live Nigeria think, they're actually very powerless because people don't take them seriously. People think they are jokers, you know. But I think what is most important for Nigeria particularly is that the people realize that they have the power and that when they speak, they must match it, follow it up with action. You see, politicians are the same everywhere in the world. They are just about the next election. They're about the next, you know, they're about power. They are about making names for themselves. They are not interested in the people. It was Charles de Gaulle who said that politics is too important a business to live in the hands of politicians. Which means that the people must participate. Unless you ask questions, you know, like Lala was, I mean, I vote for you. So I look like people like Femi Adesina and all of them that you inferred to the other time. And I'm saying that these guys don't even understand what they are doing, because whether you are a minister, you are a special advisor, you serve the president, you are appointed at the instance of the president, but you are responsible to the Nigerian. Your principal himself was voted by Nigerians. He is a servant. So people must realize this. But Nigerians don't understand. I mean, people get to power and they don't understand this important fact that the president is just a mere servant of the Nigerians. So you just go on here and say anything to them, not to now speak of his appointee. So I look at it, I'm like, these guys don't get it. So Nigerians must understand, we own this country. And that's why when I see people drag, you know, former journalists and all of that, like Choma said, Nigerians don't take it easy with them. They drag them. They go back on social media, bring out with a post. This was what you wrote when you were, when you were this, when you were that. So we need to keep doing this. People, I'm sure that, you know, like Belu said, if we don't relent, if we don't get tired, you know, they say there is no glory without a story. Nigerians will get there, but it's important for me, from my own standpoint, that the people of Nigeria must continue to speak, must continue to act. We should not let them say anything and go away, anything that is wrong or that is untrue, and let them go away, you know, get away with it. We must tell them, no, this one you said. Look at it, for instance. When you were campaigning in 2014, there were things that you told. You told us about restructuring, you told us, and then you came in maybe 1 or 2 years later and you said, never even said that. You know, but Nigerians have been saying to them that, no, you said this and you have failed at it. You said this and you have failed at it. So that's what I think we need to do. We need to match our words with action so that we can put power. 10 minutes, that's what we should.
I thought this ends. So should we continue? I thought this ends by 1. Anyway, let's continue. Yes.
I think it has been said, or it has been said already. We are coming into a consciousness that silence can be interpreted as consent, and we are no longer consenting. So we know the power of social media now.
how they have tried to clamp down social media. They've come to the realization that it is not just possible anymore. The people are fed up. The people will keep on talking. It might not seem like a lot is happening or a lot is coming from our continual conversations, but these conversations are unending. Prior to this time, there was the idea that, oh, they would talk and it's going to just buzz over. They will get exhausted and move on to the next interesting thing. No, this is the interesting thing. Other things might come and go, but this conversation is unending. We keep on talking. This right now is defiance. This is the defiance that we are talking about, that our words carry. And so it is impossible for you to, it's impossible for you to stay resilient in the face of constant battery of words. And so generations are coming up. They are coming into awareness. Unlike, I would say, my generation and the generation before mine, you were just not necessarily spoon-fed. You're told this is how things are. But now the generations coming up, they are seeing that this is what is actually obtainable. This is what is going on. They are aware. There is no ignorance here. And so we are going to continually speak till we see the change that we deserve. That's it for me.
Great.
So for me, I think that one of the things that needs to happen fast, which Chioma pointed out, was we need to also give our words, let our words have motion, let them move, let's merge, let there be a convergence where these words are with images. So I think there needs to be, we need to work together. And I think a lot of it rests in the hands of storytellers. Because when, also, and it's just something about the times, when people see something on stage, on camera, they see a video, there's a way that it moves them. They have images in their minds that they cannot remove. They are disturbed, and those images are put together with words. So we need the words to rise up from just print. We need to take the words from print and put them into motion. But the other thing we need to do as Nigerians in this time is also to empower people and to give, because at the end of the day, the bottom line is people are still hungry and people are still afraid. And when people are hungry and afraid, they can be silenced. Look, and we don't even know how high these things go. Look, during the answers, case in point, I tweeted to the deputy governor after the first protest over the bridge, where he said that, oh, he has no problem with people protesting, but they should have considered the traffic of people that want to move around and all. And I replied the tweet saying, sir, I remember your birthday. When you celebrated your birthday, it was at the deputy governor's apartment, whatever, in Ikoyi. But the challenge was that it was a wrong venue for that party because the guests spilled over and there was traffic all the way down to Awolowo Road. And I was in that traffic for hours, 4 or 5 hours. I couldn't have an production meeting because he was celebrating his birthday. And whilst he didn't have his party on the road, the party was not well planned. So I replied and I said, sir, let's keep up the same energy, because when you were doing your birthday, you blocked the road. Now we're asking that we don't want to be killed. But guess what? Because of that and because of there were times when Governor Sanwo-Olu would, and I would tweet, of course, respectfully, sir, greet him and say my mind. Guess what? I got calls. I got calls with people warning me that, Lala, your name is now in government. You've been marked. Be careful. Think of then I was pregnant. Now you are pregnant, too, and your husband, they won't give you work. I'm not joking. I got called and I got warned. And I was just like, what? And so if me, I'm calling you, you can imagine what they are now saying in their office. And it's because of your tweets and all. And I don't even consider myself as, when they are talking about activists, I don't consider myself that high, So imagine if I was hungry, or if I didn't feel like, if government doesn't give me work or my husband work, we're still going to eat. So if this dispensation has said they would not come near me or my family, it's fine. Do you understand? So if I wasn't that person, because I'm empowered, and I'm empowered unto myself, it's not Nigeria that empowered me, then I would be coward. So the challenge also is that if people are hungry, and it's a reality, if people cannot afford to eat or whatever, how are they going to use words to speak up? Because they will think of their children now. They will think of, so I also think that we need to start to educate and empower ourselves in a way that, irrespective of threats, people can still function. People can still say, okay, I have daily bread, I have a source of income because I want to continue speaking. There are things that even we joke as filmmakers that if I'm going to release this film, I'll make sure I'm abroad. So by the time they look for me, I would have been abroad for 2 years before they'll find me. What if I can't travel abroad? If I don't have the money to travel abroad, that means I can't make that film as beautiful as it is, and that film can cause change. Do you understand? But until maybe I get some asylum, or maybe I'm studying somewhere abroad, then I'll release the film. So it's stifling the Nigeria problem. But we need to, so I said there needs to be a convergence. Yeah. We all need to come together, use these words, put the words in motion, but start to empower each other. Part of it to be education. People should find scholarships. People should get educated. People should get trained. People should get empowered so that they are not hungry and they don't shut you down with money.
Thank you so much, Lola. And from there, we're coming to the audience. I don't know if you have any questions. Questions from the audience?
Sorry, just to, Lala, what I find is the people who have more to lose are the people who are often silent. So even though we talk about the people who are hungry, but when we kind of break it down, the people who are the most hungry in the society, they have the loudest voice. So, but it's the middle class with more to lose, with the access, the loss of access, that we package these words in order to convince the people who have been speaking to keep quiet.
Okay, so we have 12 minutes, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. This discussion had been very wonderful. And of course, since yesterday, Emmanuel Abimbola, I'm the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Publishers Association. Now, I like the fact that we are discussing about words. Now, this issue of war of words, when I say I mean, the reaction you get from the government when the populace, speak about certain issues, maybe about the bad things the government is doing. Now, it does not only affect the government, but in every organization, even business organizations, probably the union or the employees, speak certain things against the organization, you understand? Yeah. Trying to bring out what they are doing that is not probably admissible to the staff, the employees. Even in social organizations, religious organizations, all these things happen. Now, my question is this. Now we have said so many things, now we keep talking, whether in writing or in verbal words, just keep saying it. And of course, we are saying that, okay, the government is also aware, but the government is aware, but they will always want to find a way to shut the populace up. Now, the hate speech, the law against hate speech, what is it about? What is the government trying to do by promulgating a law against hate speech? Because it's all these things that we say that they call hate. And actually, they are not hate speech. But we are saying the fact, we are saying the truth. And the same thing in business organizations. If you say certain things, then they tag you. And the next thing, you ask that employee to go away. Why? Because probably they are fighting for their right. They are saying, oh, this thing is not done this way. This should have been done in this manner. Even in religious organizations, reverends, they do the same thing. And so you see people in the church, they want to keep quiet. And then because of the society, people will tell you, say, keep your mouth shut. Are you the only one here? Don't say anything. So what should we do? Should we keep quiet? So if you are in that organization, or you are in that church, or you are in that place, or family, they say, look, there is no job there. You have to retain your job, keep your mouth shut. Just follow them. So should we continue? Okay. So that's my question.
Okay, and I think that question was partly answered by...
Simple, we can't stop.
Yeah, I mean,
we
over
can't stop. We can't stop, we'll keep on.
People are actually speaking. Do you know the number of bills that Nigerians have stopped in the past couple of years? Number of, satanic bills that people have initiated. But there are people Nigerians have spoken against and have stopped them. So we just need to keep speaking.
And even organizations, they started to set up sexual abuse panels. People have been losing their jobs, and it's because people talk. Yeah. So we can't leave it we can't leave it to somebody else to speak up on our behalf. I remember, just funny, this is completely random, but just I think, what's the name of this actress that sued Disney for Scarlett Johansson. And, everyone's like, you have so much money. Like, why are you suing Disney? Like, Disney is a big guy. But now she's been settled. And somebody always has to bail the cat, right? Somebody in every organization, in church, and then processes will start to set up as a result.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay, just to come back here, okay.
And I think it's also just to encourage us, because we will meet force, right? But we have to continue. Again, I find myself in all these situations, and as you mentioned the church, I remember there was another case of somebody who had sexually harassed somebody that I knew, and the person was a leader in their church, and I called out the church on social media. They called me. The pastor of the church called me to say sorry to me. I now said, I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. That platform that you have, what you said was you played it safe. Again, words, you can use them anyhow. So because I had called them out and I said, this person is a leader in this church, they now addressed it, but addressed it safely, saying, oh, the person has been removed, but let us pray for the victim. Let us not talk about it. I now spoke again. And as a practicing Christian, if I spoke harder, I said, you cannot say, let us pray for the victims. You can go and visit those girls. You can find them. If I can find them, you can find them. You can find, and really, they're real people. They're young people that this leader in your church has done XYZ too. So even though you are not taking the position of a court or whatever, these things are true, because girls cannot be lying. And you cannot come on a platform to say, so you see, there is the fear of, like you said, if you speak up in church or whatever. Yes, in my mind, I'm like, church people, they will not talk to me. I do not care, because who do I answer to? But they called again. They still did a shoddy job by my standards, but they knew there was power in my Instagram. And I did what, do you understand? So we have to, it didn't produce the end result that I desired, but guess what? There was a shaking. There was something that showed that, we can't hide. I don't even know how they found my number. I tell you, the leadership of that ministry, they found me and they called me. So we can't stop. Even me, this is also me speaking to myself, because at the point, I went away, I was just, Nigeria had broken my heart too many times. And I said I needed to heal from everything that Nigeria has done to me, because I feel like, I'm committed to Nigeria, and I felt Nigeria was just beating me left, right, and center. So I started saying, you know what, I'm going to just tweet about my work, my family, my God, my faith, and just be flowery, just focus. And maybe what I'm really trying to do is gather strength, so that when I come again, if they want to target me, I can run. But that's just an aside. But I'm just saying, we cannot stop. We won't always get the results we desire, but not stopping is going to give us zero. So let's continue talking.
We have 5 minutes. So in those 5 minutes, can words really restore? And let me take it from this perspective of the courts would give a ruling and would say, oh, the police has to pay this. Or the court gives a ruling and the president flouts such rulings. And those rulings, really, in some ways, they should restore either some sanity to the system or restore some sort of things to the individuals. Or in the case of police brutality, should restore some amount of money, to those that have been victimized. And that doesn't seem to be the case. But we're being positive, we're being optimistic that all these words we are saying are not for naught. They're not for nothing. Starting from Lala down here, can words really restore, especially in the context of Nigeria and the reality of Nigeria? Or are we really on a wild goose chase? Your mic was vocal.
Words can restore. We're not in a wild goose chase. Words can tear down, but they can also restore. And what we need to do is to stay committed to making sure that they restore. Simple example, when people were killed anyhow in Lagos, for example, we expected, and I think that was the kind of example he was trying to give when he said father to children. We expected our governor to show up and provide some soothing words, because you might not be able to bring back these lives, but you can say something. In another state, another governor went to visit the fathers and the parents, it made a difference to those people. That's the power of words. So what can actually restore? We need to just be committed to making sure that every time we're also putting out words based on the power that we have, writers, storytellers, publishers, filmmakers, are these words going to restore? What are these words going to do? Even like there's all things are lawful, other things are expedient. So these words I'm using, are they expedient? Are they expedient? Let them restore. My husband.
Great. In 1 minute, Fadra.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to even use up to a minute. I think we've already established that this is not a wild good chase. Words do restore, in fact. And there are different aspects of restoration, you know. There's also the aspect of healing. I always tell my folks that as a writer, you have a responsibility, you know, to heal people. A lot of writers don't really like that, but it is our responsibility that we cannot run away from. And so Lala has spoken on one aspect of it. I'm going to talk about healing. Because sometimes, you know, bills are passed, laws are passed, you know, and we on this side, we say, okay, yes, this is what we're fighting for. But people were affected. They were victims to it. In that point, at that moment, they're hurting. They're hurting, and whatever bills were passed, probably in their favor, in quotes, at that moment, they really do not care. And that is, you mentioned, you know, fathers, in quotes, having to speak to people, offer soothing words. A lot of times, they do not happen. They do not take up these responsibilities. I know people, especially during the NSAS protests that were physically injured, that lost people. I know people that went online that were actually searching for words that would make sense to them, that could break through, you know, the haze they were in. And that is where we as writers come in.
And I'm happy that you spoke about healing. It's one of the things that I think these words, like the example you gave about, you know, giving awards in court, even if the person had died, you know, it helps the family, you know, to find closure. And they at least have a sense that their person has not died in vain, you know, for the country. So, yeah, there is a sense in which the words, you know, restore, you know, hope to the people, you know. I mean, one of the things that pains most, that hurts most about Nigeria now, is that you can't even find hope. Nobody's giving you any words of hope. So you don't even know what anybody is doing to make tomorrow better. So it brings a lot of desperation. So yeah, we can't just stop talking. Nigerians will need to realize that they hold the power, and they must continue to speak and match whatever they say with action.
Okay, well, in rounding off, I would like to read just these few lines from the very first interview that I had on the first day that I covered the protest. And it was me following Small Doctor and his crew on the march from Alaosa to Agege. So at the end, we got to Agege, and I began to do the interviews, and this was the first response that I got, and these words have actually stayed with me, and I think it was the motivation that I had to keep on, you know, documenting the protest for 2 weeks. Having a tattoo is not a crime. Piercing your hair is not a crime. Having a laptop is not a crime. To wear a Rolex watch or dress is not a crime. To buy a Benz is not a crime. To afford a Versace dress is never a crime. To look good, is it a crime? We are tired of saying RIP. I'm tired of coming to Twitter to see that another young Nigerian has been killed by SARS. And towards the end of the protest, I did this interview, and unfortunately, it was a day after, in Alaosa, in the course of the protest, some boys came and they began to cut people, you know, their head and whatever. So this happened in the morning. In the evening was when we did the memorial, the candlelight procession, with people with marks on their heads. And even at that, even with that violence that people had gone through, there was still no champion of violence. And what the coordinator said was this: if they come with war, we'll meet them with peace. We'll now see who will win. By what the government did, whoever did was responsible for the shooting, they won for that period, but Nigerians continue to win to date a year later. and then the victory continues. And I think it's also the power of words, the power of the belief in the cause that we are fighting for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pelu.
You should have gone last. But yes, I think for the funny story. When I was writing, when we finished August meeting, so the premise of August meeting was that August meeting itself is something that happens in the East every year. That the very first August meeting kicked off after the Aba Women's War of 1929. This was a fictional premise. But then I think a couple of years after, I was in a room and somebody was having an argument about how August meeting started. And they said that August meeting started like the year after the Aba Women's War in 1930. I mean, to me, I made it up completely. But now it has become real, in a sense. It's giving people, it's giving kind of like a definition, or it's giving kind of like, it's giving a definition to people, something that was initially fiction. And I guess that's what words do, like even in the words that we create, the words that, so I guess it's the way that words restore and how we can create a new world even from the words that we write is more than just complaining. So there's the first part where we're defiant and where we're saying this is what we want and we're going back to that. But beyond that, we need to start to create the world that we want to live in and the Nigeria, and we need to start to write that down. And in time, it would become real. So yes, thank you very much.
Great, Chioma. There's a question from Igoni Barrett.
Sorry, I meant to ask a question earlier, but I think in a sense you might have answered it with your summation. But let me just quickly say that I really enjoyed this panel. And one of the things I was waiting to hear from you was about the followership, because you kept talking about the leadership. But in a sense, for me, the leadership comes from the followers. And one of the sort of problems I continuously engage with in Nigerian society is problems of followership. You get in traffic, someone hits you from the back, and they come out, and you expect that that's a clear-cut, infraction of your driving, rights, and yet someone is bullying you for not using your side mirror. And then the rest of the followers, the rest of the Nigerians on the streets that you expect to be your supporters come out and say, oh, get out of my way, I have to get to work. We meet all the time, and in many ways, I think some of that gets reflected in answers. The fact that it was other people coming to cut people, people who should have joined in that protest for their own sakes. And so I wanted, in a sense, to hear that, but I think it was kind of addressed. And so, but thank you for the,
I mean, we can still talk on it just very briefly, if people don't mind.
You see, there's a lot that the average Nigerian needs to do if he wants this country to work. But my opinion is that it still goes to leadership. I'll give you a typical example. When President Buhari became president in 2015, the first 5 or 6 months, everything in Nigeria was working very well. People were talking about body language and all of that. So Nigerians expected leadership. But, I mean, when they saw that it was just, there was nothing happening. Everything went on as usual. So people went back to their old ways. So my point, and the truth is that this chaos can happen anywhere in the world. We've seen it in the US lately. We've seen, a couple of days ago, I saw a video of a guy, a Nigerian guy that was complaining that people came to, because of the fuel scarcity, that they came to, they drained fuel from his car over the night in London. So there is a tendency for every human being to be evil if you don't have law and order and leadership guiding you. So for me, Nigerians will behave themselves properly and well when they see people leading from example. It doesn't mean, there's an essay that I wrote a couple of years back, which I called the downfall driver in all of us. That says that every one of us has something that they can do to make Nigeria better. But ultimately, it goes to the leader. When you show examples, Nigerians will fall in line, and that's my.
And I will just support. I have the same answer as yours. It goes back to leadership. The reason why anyone would drive against traffic The reason why a young man will stand on the roadside and pee in the drainage, the reason why people will continue to sell when you see a sign, no, what about it, is because they see that the society that we live in doesn't have no consequences, and nobody will enforce the law. Do you remember that at some point in this state, motorists respected the agency in charge of that thing? Because you knew that if you did the wrong thing, you are going to pay for it. You are going to be towed away, or you're going to be penalized. But now, years later, you know that the people who were supposed to be checking those infractions don't even care. They don't even have the respect that they used to command in the past. So people will play with the law. And so the leadership gets it right. The people are also going to fall in line. It's just what I think the problem is.
I think what he's also trying to point out is the leaders didn't come from the sky.
Yes. Okay.
The leaders, it's followers that become leaders. Yes. So I think, which is why I would like to say we addressed it, because we talked about us continuing, holding ourselves to the right standards, using our words, not keeping quiet, because the leaders are going to come from people like us. The people who are leaders today were once followers who, when they got there, we couldn't recognize anymore. And it's just the vicious cycle of, when I get there, let me first of all sort out myself and my family. Let me give contract to this and that, you know. So we need to make that mindset extinct. We need to kill it. We need to start to recycle the right people who get there and want to uphold the law, who get there and want to use the right words, who get there and know that maybe I'm not good with words, but I would hire somebody who's competent and not colored and, you know, but I don't mean skin, I mean mentally, like not biased, and can give, because sometimes I'm like, who writes these speeches for these guys? Who advises them on what to say? Who are their social media handlers? And sometimes you'll be like, these people are even young people like you and I. So I think that's what you're saying, that it's, even from the followers, we need to, it's like you just get there and then everybody just changes. And it's almost like, wow. And when they come out, you know that when they come out, they will go back to the way they were before.
I wanted to say that before Adesina, there was Ruben Abati. But, Adesina gets there and becomes Ruben Abati. So, and
Ruben Abati now, he's now great. He's now speaking.
Excuse me.
Yes, now he's...
You see, two things, and I'm going to say that because I am a journalist. And I have, I'm a journalist and I also practice public relations. When I see these guys,
that's quite dangerous.
Two things that I think about them is that I think, one, they don't even know the job. That's number one. Public relations is not, speaking for the Nigerian's president, is not defending every bad thing that he does. You are actually supposed to make the people understand. It's creating mutual understanding between the president and the people. That is your major function. It is not to assault them, it's not to insult them, it's not to lie for the president. That's number one. The second thing is what you said, Lala. Nigerians are poor. Journalists are poor. We need to be very, to tell ourselves the truth about this thing. So when you get into government, and unfortunately, I've also been in government. I was in government for a while. So I know that you are exposed to, things, and you feel like you don't want to go back to that place where you have to go and queue for envelopes. No, it's the truth. So you want to do whatever you need to do to remain. That's why, I think one of the things we need to get ourselves to understand in Nigeria, even those of us that, young people, everybody who aspires to public office is not a place where you go and make money. Public office is a place where you go to serve. So the thing is that everyone wants to go to public office in Nigeria. My family, my village, when they appoint me, everybody comes, everybody thinks that, it's time for them to eat. We must change that orientation about what public office is. It's a very fundamental, and I take your point, you are very correct. The leaders come from the people. So that is the reason why we must continue to educate ourselves, empower ourselves, understand the reasons why we are going into public office before we even attempt it at all.
So on a final note, if any of you, if any of you gets to public office, do you accept that what Tolu Ogunlesi is doing now is unacceptable? Because he was an artist, he came from us. And Tolu Ogunlesi is someone I used to consider a friend. Tolu Ogunlesi. And I'm saying this clearly because we're also talking, I'm saying this clearly because we're also talking about holding people to their words. And I'm saying everyone seated on this panel, because you talk like people who are going somewhere. And that somewhere might be leadership. Will we one day come and use your words to say you said this on, these things on on this panel, and that if you go and become a Tulogun Leslie or Reuben Abati tomorrow, we can hold you and say, you are the followers who became the leaders we didn't want. That's the point I'm making.
Me, I'm even scared of getting into government now, so.
The table has been shaking. Oh, yeah, Chioma, start.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. I mean, there's video evidence, so yes, I can say that for sure.
Yes, I believe. Yes, I will uphold my stand today when I find myself in government.
Yeah, and absolutely. I was in government for about 8 years. I worked with Bukola Saraki when he was governor in Kwara State. It was okay, and Auntie Bemi can testify to that. And it was I deliberately took myself out of the system because I just felt like, look, if I'm going to be the person that I want to be, I cannot live here. So my point is that for me, if I get anywhere and I see that this is not what I want to do, I'd rather just get out. Thank you.
I think everybody seated here, everybody seated here knows that they're going to be held accountable, not just on the panel, everybody in this hall. I believe that we have come to a place of understanding, and we know the responsibilities that we have as individuals, as citizens, before we become leaders. So, needless to say, if you go there and become something, you will be dragged. This is the age of, accountability. So I believe everybody knows that they are going to be held accountable. It's not just about lip service. It's not just about us saying, oh, we are going to do right by you when we get into government. It's the fact that we know now that people have power. They have come into awareness of the power that they hold, and they can hold us accountable.
To be very honest, years ago, I used to say that, by this time in my life, I would be a card-carrying member of a political party because I believe in engaging. And I was mentally preparing myself to serve Nigeria in some capacity or the other. But because of some of the things I've seen, even people that I know, when they get to these places, and it's almost like, what's going on? And sometimes I'm like, in the period when they're there, you don't have as much access to them, and they cannot discuss as much as they would when they are not there. In the case you mentioned, I plan to have conversations after with the person. No, because sometimes people are like, you don't really know what they're going through inside there. You don't know and sometimes I'm like, if the kitchen is too hot, leave now. And then somebody else will now say, oh, it's easy to say you're not in there. Because I know that in the last 1 year, there are people, and I've called out people online, and I'm just like, if this is who you are, I've lost respect for you, and all of that. So because of that, I have even told myself, I said, even though people say, oh, you're lying, that I'm not serving, I'm not going to take up any office, I'm not going to do it because I just want to be able to be free to speak to, but I don't know what will happen in another 5 years from now. So it's really tough what you said. It's really tough. If I do find myself, of course, it's very easy to say, I'll be accountable. It's so sweet to say it now. I just think that if we are committed to what we have said here, where we continue to use our words right, we continue to build systems that are bigger than individuals, it doesn't even matter how we feel. The structure will be so good that the only way would be to be accountable. The only way would be not to steal. If we are committed to starting to build from now, that's the way I would answer that question.
Great. Thank you so much. And this brings us to the end of this session. And hope you enjoyed it. Thanks to the panelists.
Thank you so much. Pictures. Aloy?
We no go forget 2020. We no go forget 2020. For Lekki massacre.
Can we give them another round of applause? That was fantastic. Thank you so much. I, for one, didn't want that conversation to end. So engaging. Thank you so, so much. How are you guys enjoying it so far? I'm having the time of my life, honestly. Okay. Yeah. All right, all right. Time for some more wordy goodness. What we have next is a book chat for two authors. The first book is A Particular Kind of Black Man by Tope Folarin. Then secondly, we have The Madhouse by T.J. Benson. We will be moderating this session with Jerry Chiemeke. Jerry is an editor, entertainment journalist, author, and lawyer. His works have been published in the likes of the Johannesburg's Review of Books, The Republic, Inlandiana Journal, and NetNG, The Guardian, Agbowo, and others. Could we all please give him a round of applause as he comes up to the stage? Jerry, thank you so much. Tope Folarin will be joining us via Zoom today. He's the author of the book, A Particular Kind of Black Man. His bio. Tope Folarin is a Nigerian-American writer based in Washington, D.C. He serves as Executive Director of the Institute for Policy Studies, Lannan Visiting Lecturer in Creative Writing at Georgetown University. Can we please give him a round of applause as he joins us via Zoom? Fantastic, fantastic. Next, we have T.J. Benson, who is here, the author of The Madhouse. T.J. Benson is a Nigerian writer and visual artist whose work explores the body in the context of memory, African spirituality, African futurism, mythology, migration utopia, and the unconscious self. Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Over to you, moderator. You have your mic? Okay, great. Yeah, just flish it. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here, and I want to thank everyone for being able to show up in spite of the heavy traffic around Lagos Island. I don't know what's happening this weekend. It's in Lagos anyway, so lots of weddings and funerals and all the other Saturday stuff that make Lagos Lagos. I think I'll start by saying I'm very privileged to discuss these two books because they touch on topics that really, affect us personally and also appeal to me as a creative and as a man. I enjoyed reading both books, and I particularly recommend them. Tope Folarin did a very great job on a particular kind of black man. Wherever you are, I think you should get that book. It addresses memory, masculinity, mental health, which has become a very, very strong topic in today's interactions. Also addresses, is a very nuanced read. It handles the topics of immigration and sense of place quite well. And I like the fact it was rendered in first person. It also just explores the complexity of family, and if you, like me, grew up without a mother for a while, the book will slap you hard, that sort of thing. And I also particularly enjoyed T.J. Benson's The Madhouse. You should get this. You should totally get this. Not just because it's a contemporary and, we've been following each other's art for the past couple of years, but the book is as haunting as it's beautiful. It also explores mental health, memory, a sense of place, religion, just dwells on living how life was in the 90s. If you were a 90s kid, if you grew up on Daddy Shoki, Junior and Pretty, if you used that Abacha stove back then, if you, like me, if you had to listen to Atlanta 96 on the radio because you didn't have light for 6 months, you will actually relate to this thing. So it's a book you should totally get, and I'm really glad I'm not only able to engage the book, but also have conversations with the authors. I wish Tokwe Folarin could be here. I wish there could be like a flying horse that could bring him down, but we'll have to manage via Zoom. So yeah, I'll just start with Tokwe Folarin is a particular kind of black man. He's a Nigerian American now, although I'm not really pleased because I Googled him and I saw American writer. It's almost like they're stealing him from us. I don't like that. It's not cool. They need to fix that. So, Tokwe, I'm just really curious, just what's really informed the writing process behind this novel? What were there personal circumstances that triggered a couple of things? Were you trying to document something in particular? Because there's a lot. It's not just the fact that it's written in first person. It's also there's certain points that are just, if you have a keen eye, you're like, okay, maybe there's a bit of himself in here. So what informed the process? What were those things?
First of all, Jerry, it's such a pleasure to be here virtually. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Jerry, can you hear me? Hello? I can hear myself.
Oh yes, I can hear you now. It's a lot better.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
As I was saying, first of all, thank you so much for your kind words about my book. I really wish I could be there with you. I am so sad I can't be there with you. TJ, what's up? I admire your work and your art as well. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with you. I'd say about the book, I started the book in the autobiographical phase, which is to say when I started writing the book around, 10 years ago now.
10 years ago?
I wasn't sure what I was writing. I wasn't sure if I was writing a memoir or a work of fiction. I'd never taken a creative writing class. I was just an avid reader, somebody who really appreciated literature, really appreciated language. And so I sat down and I started to write. And I was the kind of reader who was like really obsessed with writers. So one of the things I used to do is that I would go on YouTube and I would sit and watch writers talk about the process of writing. And one thing that virtually all the writers that I saw on YouTube said was that when they were writing, they noticed that the characters they were writing about began to take on a life of their own on the page. And I thought this was a jumbo that it didn't make sense. But what I discovered is that when I started writing my book, which again started from a pretty explicitly autobiographical place, that the character I was writing about started having his own ambitions and ideas, perspectives. And so as I continued the writing process, it came to me that I was actually writing a novel. So that's a long way of saying that the book started from my life, I guess. But then as the book progresses, Tunde begins to go on his own path. And I learned a lot about literature and writing from writing a book. And I learned about the fact that if you want to create a book that's compelling and lives apart from it, then you have to accept the idea, too, that there are lies contained within the book that might not match your own. Right? That's the point of literature. It's the reason why somebody can sit down and write something on a page, and then somebody else who's never met the writer, the author, and pick up that book and relate to it. It's the power of literature. And if you don't infuse the characters with life, if you don't infuse them with some element of yourself, some element, powerful element of your imagination, I don't think it's possible for readers to derive pleasure and joy from reading.
Thank you very much. It's a really insightful thing, especially the way I like I noted the part where you said you didn't really take any writing classes. You were an avid reader and just picks up, and sometimes I noticed that there was a rawness, a grittiness to your work. It wasn't too technical. It was just something you could hold and feel and run along with it. And that's what, actually I got your book, so I got his, and then it was so fluid and so relatable, such that I digested it in a short while, and I'm grateful for that. Providing us with something really readable. One thing I also wanted to ask was, the book really explored the concept of race, and you were documenting life growing up as a kid in the 80s and 90s, maybe be the only black kid in a class of 50 people, maybe being the only black family in the long row of flats in Texas or Utah or somewhere in Brooklyn, that sort of thing. And I mean, from a perspective, because I'm going to ask if like growing up then, and because it's especially considering right now, all of us want to jackpot. I mean, if you check Twitter, everybody with the photo of Shola Shobowale with the wine glass, and then uninstalling VPN. Especially considering the fact that people have always wanted to move, but there's this craze now. So, what was it like growing up then? And it's going to be a three-pronged question. What was it like growing up then? And the issues, the systemic, racial disparities, the racially charged statements, the institutionalized racism, is this something that has been done away with, or are there still large pockets of it today? Do you think a lot has been done, or do you think all the progressiveness is just a smoke screen, that those underlying issues are still there? And I also liked how you explored the fact that, as much as everybody wants to migrate, but it's not really rosy. So how would you sort of connect what happened to Tunde's father's character back then to how it plays out for modern day immigrants? I think you'll be in the best position to answer that. I hope the sound is better so everyone can hear you out.
Okay. I can still hear myself, so I hope everyone else can hear me as well. And I hope that I'm able to answer every part of your question as well. I would say to the first part, I want to say before I answer your question that, yes, I didn't take any creative writing classes, but I was obsessed with craft. And to all the aspiring writers out there, I would say that it's incredibly important to learn about craft before you start sort of sending your work around, or you start, thinking of yourself as a writer. And I'm speaking somewhat carefully here, because I think before you start writing, you need to have the confidence that you can do it. But you also need to understand that it's incredibly important to sit down and learn how to construct a paragraph, how to construct a page, how to get a character from one to the next. And you can tell when a writer can do this. I mean, if you read TJ's book, it's obvious that he spent a lot of time thinking about craft and examining craft. And all the writers I admired, I spent a lot of time figuring out how it is that they created sets and paragraphs and books. So I just want to emphasize that before stepping into the answer. With respect to the first prong of your question, I would say that the difficult part of growing up, at least for me, growing up in America, is that I didn't grow up with a sense of identity. My parents were born and raised in Nigeria. They came to America, and they basically told me, "You're a Nigerian." And so I accepted that first 5 years of my life without any question. And then the minute I went to school, I was told, "No, you're a black American." And I thought, okay, I'm not quite sure what that is. I was the only black person for miles around. And then if I, was walking around with my friends, I was told, "No, you're an American." So I had this intense identity confusion when I was growing up. Was I an American, which in many ways means that it's an American, and you're not thinking about race? Are you a black American, which is a completely different category? Are you a Nigerian? I had no idea there was nobody told me about Nigerian Americans. That wasn't a thing that I heard when I was growing up. So I just had to spend a lot of my childhood going from one perspective to the next. And whenever I talk to my parents and I say, "I'm not sure how to feel, I don't know what to do, I don't know how to be," my parents would say, "You're a Nigerian now." Be quiet. That wasn't really helpful for me. And so I think part of the reason I wanted to write the book is because I wanted to write about the process of constructing an identity, and how difficult that is, especially when you're growing up. And most people, when they're growing up, they just want to be like, other people. You want to be part of the crowd. You want going to be popular. It's incredibly difficult to kind of reckon with yourself in that moment. And so that's the journey that Sunda takes, is takes a journey to discovering who he actually is. And it's an incredibly difficult journey. But I think it's instructive, too, for those of us who are citizens of the 21st century, because I think we're all constructing identities right now. I think social media is a really key part of this. One of the great things about going on the internet is that you're able to instantly find people who are like you, who might not live next to you, who might live in some other country, hundreds or thousands of miles away. And so we all have the option now of creating identities in a way that our parents and grandparents didn't have. And so I wanted to write directly to that experience and say that for those of us who were born, abroad and were separated from the land of our parents' birth, we had to engage in that process 30 years ago. And I'll answer your last question briefly. I understand why people see the West, continue to see the West, as a kind of, if not promised land. I'm not sure if anyone sees the West now as a promised land anymore. I think social media has shown
demystified. Yeah, social media has kind of demystified that to an extent. America is not just it's not the streets of gold we think it is.
Exactly.
It's not sane. It's not the saner climes we think it is.
Yeah, but I think there's still a stand though that even if things are rough in Nigeria or some other part of Africa, that you have a better chance of making it in the UK or Canada or the US, right? I think people still have that sense. And one thing I would say is that as a Black person in America, race filters into everything that I do. I think before people evaluate me or look at my credentials or whatever else, I'm a Black person. That's why I call my book a particular kind of Black man. Because when I was growing up, my dad told me all the time that if you want to be successful in America, you have to be a particular kind of Black man. And part of what he was saying was that you cannot be the kind of Black person, I should say, that most people think about when they think about Black people. And there's even something kind of racist in that notion. But he was saying that you have to be a kind of, elevated, refined. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Respectable, kind of man.
Exactly. And in writing this book, I'm trying to repudiate that. I'm trying to say that we are okay wherever we're coming from, however we comport ourselves. And we shouldn't have to fit ourselves into this tiny kind of way of being in order to satisfy white people, basically, right? That we can't base our identities and our sense of self on some external vision of who we're supposed to be.
Yes.
That's the journey that Tuna takes over the course of the book, and that's the journey that I've taken in my life, where I was able to arrive at a sense of self, fit who I am.
All right. Thank you very much. I think at this point, there's something you mentioned that's now going to blend in. I'm going to come back to that, the respectability part. I think it's a very integral part of this conversation. But I just want to, roll out an angle to both books that concern two of you. So now TJ will enter the conversation and hopefully you guys address. One thing I noticed about both books, A Particular Kind of Man and Madhouse, was it explored the depths of, fraternal relationship, that bond between brothers. It's something that, again, it hit me personally because I have one elder brother. So yes, that our relationship has kind of undergone some sort of evolution. And for Madhouse, there was that duty on Max to always protect his brother, look out for him no matter what, going as far as having the same dreams and going to save Andre from a bad dream before he dies in real life, or jumping a school fence just to stop his younger brother from cutting himself, that sort of thing. Again, trigger warning, Madhouse is beautiful, but it's haunting. Not to be read at night. But but yes, it's that both books really explore that. And even for A Particular Kind of Black Man, there was that relationship between Tunde and Tayo, and then juxtaposing that with his relationship with Femi and Ade. So my question to both of you was that, do you think that angle of relationships is really explored that much in literature? Like we see stories about romantic relationships or relationship between father and son, but I'm of the view, I might be wrong, but I'm of the view that fraternal relationships are often overlooked. That there's more to a relationship between the brother than just, we have the same mother and father. There's a lot that's not explored. And even in our real life. Sometimes our brothers may not necessarily be our friends. And, it's important that we explore that sort of bond and how this relationship evolves. There was a part in a particular kind of black man where Tunde was resenting Tayo because the stepmother seemed to love him more. And then there was a part in Madhouse where Max was close to finding the love of his life, but then bolted out on a woman who loved him just because he saw his brother dying. So I would, like to hear from both authors about how much fraternal relationship needs to be explored more in literature and what influenced the process behind infusing depth into those characters, especially with the way the story went. I'll start with you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, it was getting cold. I think stories on brotherhood are some of the oldest stories ever told. We have Cain and Abel in the Bible.
David and Jonathan.
I think for me, what I was interested in is the perspective with which I was telling it, because oftentimes it's often from the perspective of, that I had seen more of the duties that gender performance required of brothers, even as they, upheld the family structure or assisted their fathers and all of that, or, those expectations. But I was interested in intimacy, what intimacy between men generally, even father, son, and then between brothers. I think that was a focus point for me when I was writing The Madhouse. I feel one of the more popular stereotypes that are being held about men is that we are incapable of emotion,
or being vulnerable,
or having the range for said emotions. But what I found was we do a lot of suppressing because of gender performance. You say, yeah. So I wanted to have a book that would fully explore, those limits, both the joys that could come out of brotherhood, which was uncontrolled, or, the parents try to control or, shape things, but also the resentments and the fighting and potential violence that could come out of that. So it was just looking at it away from the traditional perspective that many stories look at brotherhood.
Yeah, that's it. You've made very, very valid points. Many times, you hear man up and, men can't feel, and you can't even cry because you're a man. When in secondary school, you couldn't cry when they flogged you 70 strokes of the cane because, you had to impress your crush and hold it in, and then, of course, when your mom died, I still reel from the fact that I didn't cry enough when my mom died because I had to be a man, and then I had to carry over the processing to the next decade because I didn't cry when I should. So talk about, about the relationship between brothers and how you explore that. I think yours was more, it was really touching, exploring the fact that, this is a broken home and they're being moved here. They literally lived out of their suitcases and then still had to navigate their own personal relationships while figuring out their own lives. So,
yeah, exactly. I think within my book, the brothers are trying to figure out, and I love what TJ said about masculinity as well, because I think both brothers are trying to figure out how to be men, right? That's part of when you're a young boy, you understand that's kind of the objective of growing up is to figure out how to become a man. And so they have different ways of performing, malehood, if you will. And it's I think for Tunde in my book, it's probably the most important relationship he has with his younger brother. He loves his younger brother desperately. His younger brother has been with him throughout this really difficult sort of life. They are fundamentally different people. And so it's a really interesting thing, and I think many of us have experienced this, to grow up with someone, to be so close with someone, you know every aspect of this person, and this person is different. And this person grew up in similar circumstances, the exact same circumstances, and this person is so different. And so Tunde, again, is trying to figure out how to become a person in a place that's rejecting him all the time. He looks at his brother, who's supposed to have an easier time at it. His brother is better socially, his brother gets on with his stepbrother better. His brother seems more comfortable in these spaces. Tunde is more awkward, he's a bit more of a nerd, a bit more difficult for him to relate to people. And so he's trying to take lessons from his brother who seems to move more easily in the world. And for out Jerry, he comes to kind of, in a certain way, not dislike him, but regret the fact that he can't be he can't inhabit the world easily as his brother does.
Literally,
So
he can't be as cool as his brother.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Yeah. And so I think, again, it's something that a lot of people who have siblings relate to. You know, you have the sibling that just moves through the world really easily, or the sibling who perhaps is more retiring, subtle, the sibling who's in between. And as we're growing up and trying to figure out how to be people, you know, I think part of what we do is that we gain lessons from those who are closest to us. And sometimes we accept lessons and sometimes we reject those lessons. Sometimes we're happy and excited to be around these people. Sometimes we dismiss these people as well. And so I think that it's just in the context of a really close relationship, just trying to figure out how to love this person and how to accept the fact too that this person moves through the world easier than he does.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tokbe. The next, I won't say question, but yes, the next question is for TG. So, yes, I'm a 90s kid, so this speaks to me. Early 90s kid, by the way. What really inspired you to, now this is not a cliche question, what, made you say, okay, I want to write a love letter to the 90s. This is growing up with Baba Frayo. This is growing up in the Abacha years. This is growing up when the military was everywhere. This is what I want to do. I want to capture this thing. And, somehow you managed, a kid growing up in Warrior and a kid growing up in Kaduna will relate to some of the things that were here, from the fairy tales of Lady Koi Koi and, being flogged in church to cast out demons, or clapping songs, even the assembly ground songs like, Rain, Rain, Go Away, and, Sha Sha, We March Together. Depending on the school you went to anyway. I didn't go to a Tush school. So what just, like, how did that flow? How did that come to you? And somewhere, a bird told me it took you about 6 years to write, or if not more.
9 years.
9 years to write. So,
I'll try to answer your question as specifically as possible. But first of all, are you the elder brother or younger brother?
I'm the younger one.
Okay. Okay. If you read Bad House, you know what I'm asking. I find that brothers often find there's a way they, depending on the position in the family, some brothers, I think there's someone here who accosted me. He felt like I had written about his relationship with his brother. And when, with Topper's book, of course, I felt that connection to the relationship with brothers had. But of course, I stayed away from his book until I was done with mine. But how I came about the matter is a very, very long story. I think a very short version is, I thought I was writing a short story. It started as a short story. So I was just, if I knew I was writing a novel, I would have chickened out and thrown it away like other novels that I tried to write when I was 16.
You're still owing us, so you're still owing us all the novels. We know.
I retire every year, so we'll see. But if I had, I think it was for my NECO exam. We write WAEC before NECO.
Yes.
I know in English writing, though, your teachers will advise you to use letters to write instead of, it's easier to mark. So I had already seen my WAEC results by NECO, so I felt
no need.
I could risk it. Let me just start writing a story on the spot. And I ended up enchanting myself instead, because when I left the exam hall and went back home, I was still thinking about that family. I think I had read too much Harley Quinn romance books as of then, and it occurred to me that these romance books were starting when the lovers finally find each other.
Yes.
I feel like the amount of suffering those lovers had to find each other in the book was not equal to the happiness they had.
Yes.
So it almost felt like these writers were assuming that happiness was not interesting enough to write about.
To explore.
So to explore. So I wanted to start from okay, what happens when you finally find the love,
Love
of
of
your
your
life?
life.
What, and then you guys are living this a lifestyle that is very different from the rest of, your neighbors or the country. So I think this, where the book was set and, the timing, that came much later when I was beginning to realize I was working on a novel. That was when I started thinking, okay, where is this book set? What time? And I felt that I had not read much about my experience growing up in the 90s. A lot of what I had seen was like, the 60s, 70s, even the 70s. I've not read much about it, the oil boom era, all of that. But like, and then of course, world literature. So I really wanted to do a book that, had our storytelling from my perspective growing up in Abuja in the 90s, and then the neighborhood, the way, people who hawk things like the malams who hawk perfume and rings and all of that.
Sociorobia, yeah,
So
yeah.
I tried to fill that up so that anybody who was from that era and would read it would feel that connection. That was just the timing and the location was just one layer of the things
Story.
that I tried to do. But that came much later in the writing of the book.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Once again, I want to thank everyone for showing up here. As some sort of interlude, I would love the acclaimed TJ Benson to read one excerpt from his mad book called The Madhouse, a part I like very much. I think we discussed it before we came up here. So I like the sequence of the way it runs. So per this book, it will be from page 71 to 73. I don't know which part it is on his own, but you know the part I'm talking about. The night party doesn't start. So yes, he's a pretty good reader, so I'm sure you enjoy this excerpt. You can have mine, actually. Thank you. Yeah, the night party doesn't start. Yeah.
Yes, mine is. The night party doesn't start until the earliest hours of the morning in Amsterdam, when the day is still young. They are young right now. The DJ is driving them crazy right now. They are going to party like the world is about to end right now. Now is all they have, and nobody is going to stop them. In Nigeria, bodies obey instructions yelled out of loudspeakers to the electronic beat of drums. Wind your waist, shake your back up, put it on me. It's TGIF. How dare you bring your headphones or a novel or the wife to TGIF? The people here mean business. They know what they want and won't stop dancing until they get it. So grab any waist, shake it like there's no tomorrow, and grind until mama calls. The cold winds from the ocean can do nothing to those partying on the beaches of Florida. By now, they have lost themselves and become heroines and ecstasy, or both, or people they've never met before. Foreign substances guide the music in their blood, due north to their brains, so that they become gods and goddesses of the Atlantic Ocean, crashing in reverence before their dancing feet. In the heat of Nairobi, alcohol takes control. The party grows beyond the confines of the pubs and bars so that everyone dances in the nakedness of night. Rain might fall, but who cares? If you are still sober by now, go home. You were not made for the party. You were not made for the night. A trance rages across Europe like wildfire. The young do not belong to themselves anymore. They belong to Stromae or whoever the DJ thinks is better. In the malleability of hypnosis, Stromae teaches them the catechism of revolution to a beat. All eyes closed in the sanctity of prayer as their arms flail above their heads to the recaps of corruption, ills of racism, and inevitable uprising, lubricated with the electronic dance music. Progressive house, they call it. Brazilians are partying in Spain. No one can understand this mystery. The men have come because Spanish women are lighter and reflect more neon colors in the night. They are here because Spanish is passed from tongue to tongue without strings attached. They are drawn here by the similarity of tongues, and the women cannot resist. By this time, folks in New Orleans have inadvertently slipped back to the African spiritual dance of their ancestors, shipped here centuries ago, even though it's rap music playing. Dazed with sleep and alcohol and power and rage older than their bodies, They clap hands as they find in hip hop the age old rhythm, dancing in circles, vessels to the eternal dance of pain, triumph, and longing. You cannot come to the party alone in Rio. Are you crazy? Get your shots, rip open your shirt. It's hot anyway. And remember to shake or be shaken. You don't have to be a man or woman tonight. Unleash your inner child. You don't need to understand Portuguese. Just let the melody guide you, or the beer, or the hands. Don't just stand there. Shake. Clouds of smoke fill the air, so the party people in Jamaica believe they are flying, but it's the weed. They are not yet high, God no, but you should see the smoke and the colors flashing in the blur of dance. Bob Marley is not dead in the dance halls of Jamaica. Maybe dreads are going, but not Bob, sweet Jesus, no. So drop your reservations and clothes. They'll wear you down in Jamaica.
Yes, please give on a round of applause. Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. I love that because it takes you to Lagos and it transports you to Jamaica at the same time. And you're in Madrid and you're in Ibiza and you are in Amsterdam at the same damn time. If you're just joining us, we're discussing Tope Folari's A Particular Kind of Black Man and TJ Benson's The Madhouse. I think the next angle of the conversation I want to explore is making a reference to what Tope mentioned earlier about respectability, and I want to narrow it down to everything. Now, when it comes to minorities, whether it's gender minorities or sexual minorities or ethnic minorities, we usually like to see a model kind of person. We like our model kind of black man who has a suit, who works in an LLC, who is not a gangster, who doesn't wear earrings, who wears suits and, has one boring Instagram page. And we also have our model kind of woman, the one who may be called, I don't want to use the word pick me, but yes, the woman who doesn't talk much, who agrees with the men, who is loud but not too loud. That kind of woman that many men will find problematic. We even have our model kind of gay person who, yes, is gay, but is not, in quote, shoving it down everyone's throat, who's not outlandish or flamboyant. So, and these things it was explored at your end and a little bit in Madhouse. So I would like to hear what your respective takes are on respectability politics. How do you unlearn these things? Why do we have to have a kind of respectable black man or woman or gay person? Why? What does it even mean to be respectable? Why should there be a model kind of person? Why? What's the need for that kind of thing in the 21st century? And how do you unlearn that? When do we realize that anybody can be themselves? They don't have to subscribe to any textbook or whatever. Starting with you, Tope.
Yeah, it's such a great question. I would say that the first thing to do is to think about who that model is supposed to benefit, right? The respectable black man or woman or gay person, who is that benefiting? It's usually not the person you're describing. It's usually some person who is uncomfortable with difference.
Who's laying
and
the rules.
says, okay, I accept the fact that you're different. But if you're going to be different, you have to be like me, right? And so this is the kind of crippling identity that can really prevent you from achieving a sense of self-actualization, from recognizing who you're meant to be in the world. And so in terms of learning that, for me it was incredibly difficult. When I was growing up, as I said before, my dad and culture in general, American culture, said if you want to be successful as a black person, this is the kind of black person you have to be. And I accepted that model for a very long time. And then when I finally left home and I went to college and then later I went to grad school, I began to, it was a really interesting thing because I was successful academically and one could even argue I was successful socially, but I felt completely empty inside. I had no idea who I was. One of the things that served as a salvation for me was that I began to engage with art. I began to watch lots of movies. I began to go to museums. And I began to read even more than I'd ever read before. And in engaging with art, I began to discover, things that made me laugh that I didn't know, things that made me cry that I'd never experienced before. And it was in that way that I began to compose myself. I began to create a version of myself that actually was an expression of who I am inside, who I am spiritually, if you will. And so I think it's the most important thing. We live in a society that, let's be perfectly frank, was developed to ensure that, white men feel most comfortable, right? Yes. It's the kind of book that says, okay, this is the Africa that I know about based on the little I've engaged with Africa, or this is a book about black people that I understand. It's not a coincidence that a number of, the books by black people that tend to do well in the West are books that are about strife and crime in Africa, or books about slavery or Jim Crow in America, right? Because those are the topics that white people in publishing houses in the West are used to engaging with. But the moment you say, okay, let me write a book that's about, it's about a madhouse, right? It's about the process of like sort of navigating life in Nigeria in the 90s, or let me write a book that's about a black person trying to reckon with themselves. Again, if it's not directly related to the experience of blackness that white people are accustomed to, it's possible that you might run into an issue. And I only mention that because, I've had this really interesting experience where after my book came out, people have, and I'm really grateful for this. People like the book, people have celebrated the book, but it took me 2 years to get the book into print. And part of the reason that happened is because I wasn't telling the typical story that white people who control the levers of power are accustomed to, and that relates directly to their idea and experience of black identity.
Yeah.
So again, to the writers in the audience, and I suspect there are many of you, I would say that you want to create compelling art that really grabs people right from the deepest part of yourself. So often that means that you're repudiating images and ideas about blackness or about being a Nigerian or about being on the continent that people in the West have ingested over many years. So I think the most vibrant art will emerge from people who reject all of that entirely. Say, okay, who am I and what am I trying to convey on the page? I think the moment you begin to do that is the moment you create incredibly important and compelling art.
Yeah, thank you. TJ?
Yeah,
responsibility.
I feel, when it comes to respectability, look at me.
You have a nose ring.
I have nose ring, I feel, and this came from my writing. I guess these are the ways that my writing has sort of shaped the kind of person that I am. One of my favorite stories to tell, or when I'm talking about respectability, I think my first reading that I was to have in Lagos, on the plane, this lady, I was trying to check corrections on the first, the galleys, the first print. And so the lady saw me, a lady, and maybe like in her 50s, 60s. She saw the first line of the Madhouse, and she was so excited, and wow, that she really loves this author and what this writer is trying to say. And then she had her own interpretation of the quotes on the front page, and then she was like, oh, have I met, no, I forgot how she phrased the question, but along the line, she found out that I was the author. And she was so proud, that she has a secondary school, she has some secondary schools across the country, so she really wants me to, she wants to get copies of the book for her secondary school.
Become a recommended text.
Yeah, to become a recommended text, all of that. And then she asked me to give her the copy to, go, because she felt very hooked by the opening line. And middle of the flight, she was reading, sometimes she will chuckle, sometimes she will laugh. And then mid-flight, her face started changing. And when because she was trying to get her business card for me, but her luggage was,
there.
So when we landed, she just quickly dropped the book back in my lap and was like, God bless you, and started.
Yikes.
And I was like, my son should get a number. She said, oh yeah. She told me, I think she told me a fake name of a secondary school that I should check, and
her loss, really.
Yeah, so,
her
and that was how I realized I had done what the book was, I wanted to do with the book.
You have unsettled her, you did.
So it's a thing of what lives matter. I love the question that he asked, who does this respectability service? And on the other side of that question can be, who do we think is important enough? Even when I was realizing that this was going to become a book, I was like, okay, what do these people do for a living? And I realized that my default was, oh, maybe he's a doctor or a teacher, and I was wondering why. And I realized that it's because the Nigerian movies that I watch, where the closest place I could get to Nigerian representation was the only kind of man that deserves to fall in love in a Nigerian film, is that doctor or teacher or, they can't, an irresponsible, an in quotes irresponsible man can for a mechanic being a lead
or a plumber
or a plumber being the lead of a Nigerian film.
How?
In an American film, maybe it's romantic, but in a Nigerian film, who wastes budget on?
Even now, you can't see a plumber in a lead, even in New Nollywood, even till now.
Anyway, I mean, I'm not going to throw shade. I know there are some Nollywood people here, but it became sort of like a deliberate point of call to decide that these other lives had value, and respectability is something that every character battles with in the novel, even as a family unit, because they have an alternative structure to the society. They became outcasts, and they became the madhouse.
Yes.
The neighbors on the streets,
Mark the house, or that blast house on the right. Nobody
so nobody wanted to, the only people who had any interest in them were the people who were trying to
include Matt too, the guy who committed suicide, and yes.
Yeah. And also people who wanted to change them, I think it's people, someone said every family, and I think every family sitting here, our families, there's something quirky or unusual about us. But when we come in public, there's a way we present to everyone, because the society decides that this is what the standard, if I'm going to give you value, if you don't, there are job applications, forms to tick. You have to, you are either a Christian or a Muslim. In Nigeria, at least, there are certain things, there are certain requirements for you to fulfill to be an in quote respectable Nigerian.
You can't have been convicted, amongst other things.
Or you can't, all these other things. I think as a convict, the only job you have is SARS. So it's something I was very, very interested and deliberate about. Every male character in the book, one of my main characters, Max, is something that he struggles with, because he absorbs what the society says about respectability, and it becomes a thing where he feels his father is irresponsible, and that becomes a source of strife between both of them. Where he tries to, in quotes, be the responsible person. But I feel I want to see more inclusivity, because in real life we have all these people, all kinds of people falling in love. We are all the main character in our own story. So I wanted to, shift that center, to borrow Toni Morrison's quote, to the things that, interest me, or my own representation. Let me even say here, I guess it can be irresponsibility, but I don't know how to drive a car, and I'm 29 years old. So yeah,
trust me, you're not alone. Trust me.
It can be a thing of seen as irresponsibility.
Yes.
So
I mean, there's someone. I mean, someone once went as far as saying, if your boyfriend drives automatic, you have a girlfriend. Like, it's not even about driving. Like, you have to drive manual. It's that deep.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, it's a matter of finding space to include, and I like, that's why I love this particular kind of Bergman, because it's about, I don't want to use the word soft men now, but like, you have men with interior lives that are very complicated and are feeling, and this kind of man, as opposed to the representation we see in media, is often the violence. We have to perform violence to be respectable in the society. You have, especially here in Lagos.
In Lagos, you have to show a bit of,
So yeah, I love that. Like, with literature and media, there are representation for other ways to be. I think it's a gradual process. Yes. Even with your writing, I know you really portray the lover boy who
I used to before
until I think in Nollywood, the lover boy is either Tony Umez was being jazzed by, so they put him inside a bottle. But you decide that somebody can be in love in that extreme way.
Love can be broken
man,
and shattered and sad, and love can be
even for men. So
yes, it can be. Which our teacher just scored like a really mad point, because the next, you're flowing to the next question now. So you talked about love and the kind of man. So masculinity, and I think it's something that at least you and I, on a personal level, can relate to the way it's written and the way it's treated in modern literature, and even how we interact on Twitter. And I've always had an interest in how guys tend to express their vulnerability or lack thereof. There are more conversations about now, but how well is it received? How are we writing about these stable men? I mean, a lot of us may have stories where we opened up and ended up getting friend zone, or a young poet friend of mine once told me how a girl he liked turned him down because he liked listening to Taylor Swift. It's that sort of thing. It's actually a thing. If you hear guys tell their stories where it's almost, if you show any bit of emotion, you're like a soy boy, to sound very offensive now. So I like that both books address that. Tokwe mentioned that earlier on, but he was talking about the angle of respectability and fraternal relationships. So now we're into the deep now. I like the fact that in the madhouse, Max had a habit of kissing his brother in the mouth. Now, you won't hear of that in a Nigerian setting. Here, if I tell my guy, I love you.
When they were children.
When they were children, to be fair. Yeah, see, you even have to clarify that. I mean, I'm chatting with my guys, and, but I think until I had to unlearn the whole, oh, I love you, no homo. I actually had to unlearn that. So if I'm telling you I love you, if you like, go on, if you like vex, I love my guys, you understand? So how do we really address masculinity? How is it treated in literature? And how do we apply that? How does it play out? I know there's a lot of necessary noise on social media, but are we really expressing that? Are we really learning to express ourselves? Do we have enough safe spaces to be really vulnerable, whether with our fellow men or with the women in our lives? Can we really talk? Have some of us, and I'm a bit of personal experience, I've been boxed into a corner because I've tried to be vulnerable, that sort of thing. He gets it, you understand? So I will start with him, and then we go to talk about that. We hit the next part. I think that this is the most interesting part of this conversation.
I mean, okay, so the first thing I would say, especially for every man here, is that if you choose to embark on the journey of emotional intelligence or vulnerability, it should be for yourself first of all. I know that there's often that problem with, when you try to be it because of another person or a partner, and then it always ends in tears. So I feel, first of all, if you are going to be emotionally intelligent or, set on that path, it should be for your own self so that you can fully occupy yourself more. And, I don't want to go back to your work because you have written extensively on this aspect. But I think social media can be a bubble.
A huge bubble.
It can be. I think the conditioning is very tough.
Yes.
I have been in relationships with very, let me use that word, woke, in quotes. And in relationship, we find that I'm slipping back into, those, in quotes, patriarchal. And I'll be like, if your followers know that you are
like
this way, but it goes back to conditioning. The thing is that we have been conditioned, and no matter how healthy or equal you want to be in your home or in your relationships, the world will always remind you that it has its own agenda. So it's a very large structural thing, and it's something that we are going to have to work towards. What kind of stories are we telling? Anytime somebody wants to have this kind of conversation, I'm always like, okay, so the young boys in your family, you don't even need to have a child yet. The young boys in your family, how are you training them? What do they know about themselves? Because it's always the girls. You have to be doing this, you have to be doing that, you have to be doing this, you have to be doing that. I had, even the way I was growing up, I have a younger sister. And we were raised we live with different families, but we were raised very strictly. But the way I was raised was very different from the way she was raised. And when in recent times, she almost had, I think she narrowly escaped an assault situation. Wow. And she was able to open up to me. And when I was complaining to the person who was supposed to be, taking care of her, the first thing the person started saying was, but I've told your sister that anytime a man, that's not what we're talking about here. How this person, who is this person? This person came in through you, right? So we have to go back to how we are raising boys. We like to say, let's put protection on the girls and everything.
Rather than focus
on the boys. But the in quotes, the rapists or the killers or whatever, they also have parents too. They were also, we like saying it like putting them like random occurrences.
They didn't fall from the sky.
They didn't fall from the sky. It's until you find yourself as that, you keep on doing the whole, until you find yourself about to raise your hand on a woman, then you now realize that, So I feel like this work of vulnerability is something you should undertake for your own self first before anyone, and you are going to definitely lose a lot of friends.
Before?
You are going to lose. It's not something that is, supported structurally. There's a kind of, even there are economic implications, because where business deals are being discussed or, negotiated, it's not in places that most of the time, somebody who you might be irritated. If you get like 4 or 10 random men anywhere in the world and sit them down to have, after like 3-4 conversations, you can imagine what they'll start talking about. So it's a very, very lonely path, and that is why many of us end up in the creative sector, which is a bit unregulated to a degree. But like, I feel like you have to, first of all, and now I've connected to so many people across the world. I know I remember if a friend of mine was having issues and with his lover, and she said something that hurt him, and he was crying to me, and I was like, he was like, upset. And in my mind, I was impressed that he could cry about this.
It's
like
progress.
to me,
It's
I felt like I was
progress.
like,
It's actually progress.
this
It's
is actually
progress.
progress. So I feel we are just going to have to undertake this journey, but first of all, for yourself. Yes. And you are going to lose a lot of friends and situations and opportunities, but you will occupy yourself more. Your life would be richer. You get to enjoy things that you enjoy. I enjoy wearing jewelry. I didn't know, because, I thought it was something, wantonness or evil or spirit possession or whatever.
Do you like anklets? Do you usually wear anklets?
I used to.
What happened?
Actually, I got over it. But yeah, so at least I had the room to get over it, to know that, okay, maybe it's not really my thing.
And it extends to even things like wish lists, for example.
There was the wish list where they were dragging you. It's okay to want to ask for things, but I know with the way this society is set up now, people might tell you, it's okay to cry, but when you go to
really, when you go out,
it can
try,
be
like now,
problem.
try being a guy and put out, on my 25th birthday, I want this, and then give me one of them. Check how the reactions are. Ideally, in quotes, a man is not supposed to want those things. A man is supposed to be the one providing those things. So there's a lot of unlearning.
Yeah, but it takes time, because that was probably my first initial, feedback. But now, if I put a wish list,
your friends will go there.
Yeah, my friends will try to, make moves in that direction. I remember 2 years ago, my birthday was horrid, and then sometime in March, I was like, you know what? Today I feel excited. I'm making today my birthday. People should celebrate me. And people, they said that they
came
did
through.
that. So, but it took time. I had to first of all lose all my, and
then get a new tribe.
Started getting a new, over time. So yeah, it takes time.
Sorry, I know Talkback have been waiting to chip in. We got carried away. So yes, Talkback, masculinity, please. I know you've been listening.
I was enjoying that exchange, and TJ, I celebrate you today. It's find something off your wish list. TJ spoke beautifully. I'll just say a couple things. I think that masculinity is a performance, right? And I think it's a mask that a lot of men, for whatever reason, are forced to wear. It's a way of being that's unnatural. And I think a lot of men recognize this internally, even if they've never had this conversation with themselves.
You say unnatural.
Right? And the thing that's most toxic about the current version of masculinity is that it's basically asking you not to be a full human being, right? It's depriving you of basic aspects of the human experience. If you tell a little boy that he can't cry if something bad happens to him, you're basically telling him you can't be a human being, because crying is an intrinsic part of the human experience, right? If you tell a young boy that he shouldn't feel vulnerable, that he can't feel moments of sadness, that he always has to be hard, that he always has to be domineering, you are creating somebody who isn't quite human. So it's not surprising that that little boy could grow up into someone who becomes a really patriarchal, in some ways hateful person, because you deprive this human being of the experience of being human.
That is
And so
true.
I have two small children now, two daughters. One is 4 and one is 1. And so I'm thinking about this all the time.
Congratulations, by
Not
the way.
sleeping at all. I know, exactly. But I'm thinking all the time about the kind of grand responsibility of shaping a human being. And that means I think part of that process is recognizing the ways in which perhaps, and I want to give all the credit in the world to my parents. I think my parents, my dad in particular, um, I think he raised me in a way to kind of recognize my humanity, and I'm always going to be grateful to him for that. But at the same time, in many ways, he was a Nigerian man. You know, he was very, he wasn't the most vulnerable person in the world. The one thing that he did that benefited immensely was that my dad was afraid to say, I love you. He told me he loved me all the time.
You're
If my
lucky.
dad
You're
made a
lucky.
mistake,
Many people
yeah,
didn't get
he
that
made a
chance.
mistake. I remember vividly one time my dad, he got mad at me for getting a bad grade at school. And I told him I didn't get the grade. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. And then he called the teacher, and the teacher said, oh, I made a mistake. He actually got this grade. And my dad got down on my level, and he looked me in the eye, and he said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I apologize.
Whoa.
And so I think my dad did certain things when I was growing up that like really impacted me. And because I looked up to him and I admired him, and I really moved by the fact that the person I admired and looked up to admitted that he made a mistake, and he got on my level to say that. So I think about that all the time when I'm raising my kids, because what my dad made me recognize was that he was still a human being, and part of the human experience is making mistakes. No matter how sophisticated or old you are, you will still make mistakes. And so I try to model that for my kids as well. Like, what does it mean to be a full human being, apart from the nonsense that society tells us? You know, how can we embrace the full human experience? Because if you don't, I think, embrace that, then patterns of nonsense and abuse and all kinds of things will enter your life in a way that prevent you from becoming the kind of person you want to be.
I just want to add to underline what he's saying
Yeah.
about how, boys are raised and how it's crucial, because I have a very similar father story.
Oh, yeah.
So the only time in my memory of my father beating me was because he felt like I had stolen his money.
Oh.
And eventually he found it under his shoe. And he also knelt before me and
Said
asked,
sorry.
yeah, and told me sorry. And there were tears in his eyes. So I thought that that was how men were.
Yeah. Yeah.
Until I lost him. So, but I found that was a very strong baseline for me to sort of like live from. Yeah, because even though I lived, it's very interesting. They say parents, children behave, do what they see you doing, not what you tell them to do. So that became a baseline because as over the years, I lost my parents and I started living with different families, but because that was my first encounter with what it was like to be a man in quotes. I was always referring, I felt like they were the ones who were, wrong. And the moment I got the freedom to return to that softness, I started working towards going back there. So I feel, yeah, going back into myself. So I feel it goes back to how we raise boys in our families. You don't have to have a child, but that boy, your nephew or whatever, if you can just get into their inner life or befriend them and, uplift them and pay attention to them, it will really make the world of a difference. When I meet people who are so rounded and healthy, even in this capitalist pandemic world, whatever, when I get to meet their parents, I realize how they are that way because they always have that, or at least memories of their parents. It ends up producing a more rounded human being. So I think it goes back to, I think there's no hope for everybody here, but at least for children, we can still, we can still look at the teenagers now. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like the battery is going down. Thank you very much, Tokbaya and TJ. I have been told I have 10 minutes left. And to be fair, when it comes to these two books, there's still a lot to discuss, but they are both rich. So I will just roll out one more line of conversation with the authors before I then open things to the audience. I'm sure we have a question or two. So, amongst other things, one of the focal points in the writing of both books is the subject of mental health. In particular, for a particular kind of black man, Tunde's mother struggled with addiction, amongst other things, had to be wheeled away in Madhouse. Mark's mother had the thing, and then Andrea, of course, had this experience. Even, I mean, imagine being troubled to the point of wanting to have a suicide pact. Again, trigger warning. So, I mean, much has been made about mental health in the past 4 or 5 years when it comes to our writing, when it comes to national conversations. Even though I still have problems with terms like say no to suicide, I hate it, you know, because suicide is not a crime, even though it's being criminalized in the country. If you attempt suicide, you go to jail for a year. It's a shame, but yes. So, I mean, how do you feel we're having more conversations, whether it's in public space or it's our writing? I know there's a lot of it in our poetry. Every other poem now dwells on mental health. And it's a good thing, it's not a shade, you know, but how has it translated to our prose? Is it pushing more conversations? I know there's been a lot of Instagram lives, everybody talking about mental health. The direction, the approach could be better, like I said, but I think we're seeing a lot more things. And what do you think can be done? And I like the fact that in both books, they didn't focus on depression or maybe anxiety. It was, you know, some of the more or less talked about illnesses like schizophrenia and, you know, the other stuff. So what can we do? Again, I know I can acknowledge, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I can acknowledge that progress is being made, whether it's writing short stories or, you know, creating nonfiction. Once upon a time, some Nigerian writers were harangued and berated for writing trauma porn. Once upon a time, you know, that means we're seeing a lot of things. And, you know, how did it feel having to incorporate these into your work? And what more can be done? What is the state of things now? Are we having more conversations? So I'll start with TJ, since it's here.
Okay, I feel we should have more, how do I put it? I would say, first of all, I would say we should just behave ourselves. I respect ourselves. No, okay, because, yeah. Okay, for example, when, you know, his work, even from his short story, you know, Tope's short stories came out, a lot of critics or reviewers were more interested in if he was writing from his real life. And that was not even important. Like, for me, what was more interesting should have been like, okay, these things, he's talking about young men or a boy, you know, dealing or having this very complex interior life. How do we, you know, adapt this? So I really had this, you know, protective rage anytime those conversations came up around his work. So I feel we should just allow more room for these kind of stories to flourish. That's just what I feel. So people are complaining that, okay, more and more words like depression and
we need it.
They say that it's being overused on social media, and or they might make people, you know, take out the power out of those words. But on the other hand, I feel like, but lots of people are depressed and working.
Yes.
The average Nigerian is working undiagnosed. Like,
yes. Actually, the stat is 1 in 5.
That's the statistics here.
Yeah, 1 in 5.
Because when you finally, you know, break up all the stigma or, you know, the self-hate and whatever, and decide to go for mental care, you now start having to talk to your therapist. You start realizing that several other family members are having, you know, issues too.
I think I have a strong feeling that a lot of our parents may have been depressed growing up, especially with the trauma from the war and everything. But of course, they may have held it in because
the culture of silence. So I think we need to embrace these terms more, and we need to take mental health as seriously as we take malaria or as we take fever, or as we take you know, like other physical diseases.
Yes.
Because the mental issues can be as deep, if not more,
actually,
in some cases.
actually, like they're actually more debilitating.
Yeah, so but the problem is that in our society, there's the problem with there's also the stigma. I mean, if you're filling job application forms or all of that, some will ask, you know, for you to tick or for you to admit, and also you see, like,
of course,
yeah, and there's also the thing with this madman, the way we use language here, and how mentally ill people are depicted in some of the Nigerian films.
Nigerian films
That's
and
still
music and
another
everything.
large problem that
For
needs to
another
be,
day.
yeah, that needs to have for another day. So representation in media is one thing
It needs to
that needs to,
change.
be changed, and then we have to be able to allow more room to be able to say, I have malaria, I have fever, I have, or I have, and in doing that, I'm going to say it now. I am depressive and I have anxiety, and I'm on medication for that now. And medication is amazing. If you can't get good care, which is next to impossible in this country, but I really advise that you should. I spent up to 3-4 years helping other people trying to get mental care and then just writing it from a distance in my own book, but refusing to admit that I had those issues. I just needed to just cover everything with the blood of Jesus and keep moving.
See, that
Or
Christianity thing,
if
eh?
I move, or if I tell, family members, they'll just say, oh, just be praying. You need to keep,
You need to be closer to God.
be praying. Or, or they'll tell me to stop thinking. You're too young to be thinking. Why are you
That's the most annoying
But
part.
the problem is that you can't stop. But that's not, if you could. it's basically it's brain chemistry a lot of the time. So I feel like we need to normalize conversations around it. We need to, and it's a very terribly late conversation we are having.
Like we're like 30 years too late.
Because mental health issues, people have not been talking about. I think it's just within the last 10 years.
Actually, it's the last 5 after that guy jumped off Ted Milland.
Okay, yeah, it's not been here for, like, the conversation around it hasn't been here for a very long time. And when I started writing this book, I was 17 years old. So I didn't even know about mental health. I only knew about multiple personality disorder, and that was because of Sidney Sheldon. Please tell me your dreams.
And a bit of Fight Club. Did you watch Fight Club growing up?
I didn't.
You should.
Okay.
Brad Pitt, you should. Totally.
So, yeah, Fight Club.
Yes, please.
Yeah, of course. That was amazing. That was amazing. So those were the cool diseases. Because, the way they're depicted in media, until I started seeing what depression and insomnia and other stuff was like.
It's not fun.
So it's not fun. And anxiety too. But it's a very recent conversation, so we need more representations of this. I love the short films that we had here yesterday. They were amazing. I don't know if you were there. Please, who was here yesterday evening? How do you guys feel about some of those short films? Amazing, the way they were, the issues were treated, and they were so respectful, and they were so, short and everything. I know that in the past, everything will end with to God be the glory, or
the credits. Thank you to.
But now more and more people are beginning to take these things seriously, but it's not enough. We need to normalize these conversations. We need to make it okay for me to be able to say this is something that I actually have.
I need a self-care break from work for the next 7 days. Like it's.
I mean, if capitalism will allow that, I don't know.
I mean, I once know somebody who, in a certain big consulting firm in Lagos, I won't mention his name. He was, I think, 2 months into the job. He was talking with his HR, and he confided in her that he takes anxiety pills, and coincidentally, a month after, he was booted out. But anyways, it's a really sad thing.
Yeah, it happens. I've heard of people who, when they talk about open up to their bosses, and they're doing well, but the moment they open up to their bosses about their mental health becomes an issue. So I feel more conversations should be had about this. So, yeah.
I know, yes, the organizers are saying we should really round up, even though we actually started behind schedule. So I would just, allow Tokwe say 1 or 2 things and then throw it to the audience, just maybe in case they want to assess the book or ask the important questions. So Tokwe, and then the audience.
Yes, I'll keep it brief, and I think it's a great question. I think it's related also to what we were talking about before, which is respectability. There's a sense that you can't, that you have to be perfect, right? Even if you live in a society where things are going badly, or where you're a member of a group that isn't really valued, you're supposed to be able to get up in the morning, put on your suit, go to work for 8, 9, 10 hours, come back, be a perfect person in the family, and then go to sleep, right? And I think as we move into the 21st century, and most of us, we can kind of recognize, again, that we have to be full human beings. Part of that process has to be admitting the fact that we have anxiety. That's a thing that people have, and it's okay to be anxious about things, especially if you've spent the entirety of your life, kind of battling for your sense of who you are, or your identity, or people have rejected certain parts of you. Like, that's entirely okay. If you have imposter syndrome, that's a natural reaction to the way that society has treated you. If you're depressed about certain things, as TJ says, a function part of that is brain chemistry, and part of that too, again, might be a response to growing up in a society that doesn't value you. So I think part of our pathway, again, to being full, conscious human beings who are healthy and viable is admitting that we are impacted by things that happen to us. And if we need medicine for those things, we should take medicine. If we need counseling, we should get counseling. But if you're on a pathway and say, I can't be any of those things because I have to be perfect or I have to be respectable, then I think you're doing more harm to yourself in the long run.
Thank you very much, Tokbe. It's been really nice having Toby engage on this thing. Both books are very expansive, they're very nuanced, and I'm glad I had the honor of reading them for free. Yes, I didn't pay, but you should go and buy a shower. Not everybody affiliate. So before we get into the next session, I'd like to know if anyone has any questions from the audience, whether it's about the books or the subject we talked about or what could be done amongst other things. I know time is really not on our side, but if anyone from the audience has questions, I'd love us to entertain them in the absence of which, So, audience, if any. Oh yes, someone, I'll go at the back. Oh yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Innocent. Yes, I'll be fine.
My name is Innocent. So just to add to what TJ and Tope has said about conversations, using fiction to explore the concept of mental health. It's more like a cautionary tale for me because I had a conversation with your work, Madhouse, where someone wanted to argue that it is speculative fiction because of how the subject of multi-personality disorder is described in the book in a way that it's like magic. And no, this is someone's lived reality. That because this reality steps away from a reality that you are familiar with, doesn't take it away from me that it is reality. It's no fault of yours though, because you were very clear about that, no, this is not speculative fiction, even with how you interacted with the subject matter. So, but there are some writers who, in their quest to explore mental health, mental illness, over sensationalize it in a way that it loses its foot from the ground and it becomes sort of like magical. But these are real people with real lives, with real reality. So that's what I just wanted to point out. Thank you.
That's really insightful. That's really, really insightful in terms of not losing the message. Sorry, I think someone, he has a question, yes?
Hello. I've been forced into taking the mic. Hello, Tope. How are you doing, man?
Hey.
Dr. said something interesting about masculinity being unnatural, and I find that I have a different perspective about that. I think the idea of gender constructs is derived from biology, more or less, right? Because you can't say it's unnatural for a female to get pregnant and have a child, because that's a biologically defined role. And when you look at the concept of masculinity, biologically, men are different and they're better designed for certain functions, right? And if you look at this construct, it's almost universal in different places, different civilizations, that the concept of masculinity is almost similar globally, even in cultures that have never interacted with each other. And this, I think, is derived because largely they are based off of this biological design that we have. So I don't know, this question of masculinity being unnatural, I think perhaps there's more that Tope wants to say to explain what exactly he means, because I find it a bit, jarring.
Tope.
Abubakar, I knew he was going to come and cause some trouble. I just knew it. I could feel it. I'll just say briefly that I don't think it's unnatural. I don't think I said that. If I said that, I apologize. What I intended to say is that masculinity is a performance. There is a performative aspect to the way that men comport themselves in society. And I don't disagree that there are certain, sort of, I guess you can call them universal masculine traits. But my issue with the way that boys are raised in America, in Nigeria, all over the world, is that there seems, even to this day, to be a lack of emphasis on cultivating a full human being. And I think I heard a few examples, right? I think the moment you tell a boy that he can't cry, you're raising human anymore. You're raising some animal or an alien. Because again, crying is an intrinsic part of the human experience. Feeling emotion is the intrinsic part of the human experience, right? And there's a reason why sometimes, if a man is in a romantic encounter with someone, and let's say he's a woman and the woman rejects his advances, there's a reason why some men are instantly filled with murderous rage, right? Because they've been raised to believe that as a man, if you offer yourself to a woman, the woman has an obligation to accept what you're offering, right? And that is this sense that men will always have kind of dominion over women. And I think that's problematic. If you enter that kind of encounter with the belief that you're interacting with a human being who has, beliefs and ideas and perspectives that are just as valuable as yours, and if you say to this person, I like you, I would like to go out and stuff, and she says, you know what, I don't really want to. If you respect her as a human being, you're more willing to take that. And if you go into that encounter thinking, no, you have to accept it because I'm a man. And that's specifically what I'm speaking to. And I think that kind of perspective hinders that person and it hinders society. I think it directly leads to the kind of man who thinks it's okay to force himself on a woman. Because you think that all the women who are walking in the world are your possession because that's the way you've been raised.
Yeah.
And I'm saying if we want a healthier society, we want a healthier world, and perhaps more important than that, if we want healthy men, we have to embrace the idea that men are on the same position as women. We are all human beings, and yes, because of biology and various things, we might relate to the world, but we might see things differently. But difference doesn't mean superiority.
Okay.
And that's the thing that I want to emphasize.
I understand. I mean, Tokwe has made a very, very strong, made valid points there. Personally, I wish this conversation could go on. I'm sure if anyone else has any other questions, they can message. Can we, just have, this is the final question. We are way behind schedule, so we can transition into the next. Good afternoon.
Is this working?
Is the mic working?
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
My name is Zainab. I just had a question about unlearning respectability politics. So as like a black person, a man, a woman, a queer person, whatever, like when you are trying to unlearn all of those things and the world around you is like still the same way, how do you reconcile yourself and other people, like with, how do you reconcile yourself, like deal with trying to unlearn all of those things when everyone around you is still the same? Do you just avoid that like sect of society or something, or do you just like, keep going and try to say, oh, you have your own opinion and I'm just gonna have to, deal with it or whatever?
Do you want to try?
From my experience, isolation, I had to go through I had to start making peace with being alone before I started finding people. I know that for other people, some people find themselves in communities where everyone was like them, or their parents, enabled that, like my dad, or, Topper's dad too. But eventually, when you find yourself in these other spaces, you might have to endure loneliness or isolation, because every now and again, you might break and want to commune with others, but you find how very different their values are from yours. So. But you might find your own path, which is very different. It doesn't have to be like mine. So.
Thank you, TJ Benson. And yes, he's right. Hopefully you find your own tribe, and isolation is the key to learning many things. I want to thank everyone who has shown up here. I'd love us to just sit back and wait behind for more exciting sessions in this Festival of Words. Before I leave, I would say, please buy Madhouse if you haven't. Please buy a particular kind of black man if you haven't. He's going to sign my own right now, just right after this, after we take the photos. And yes, I hope we keep sitting back and enjoying ourselves. And please don't miss the play, The Movement, which airs tonight from 7:30 p.m., written by Judy Dada and starring Achalago, who is my friend. And yes, I'm campaigning for her because, yes, she's a great actress and you should see her. So yes, thank you very much here, and I hope you had a great time discussing these two great books. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much. Please stay for a picture. Camera guy would like to come up with you guys.
I might be rough around the edges, maybe yes. I keep it happy and I do what make me happy, and nobody can deny me that I'm blessed. I might be rough around the edges, maybe yes. I keep it happy and I do what make me happy, and nobody can deny me that I'm blessed. Self-preservation, self-elevation, these days deserve celebration. No hesitation, no reservation. Go for the big leagues, no relegation. Let's celebrate life, kick back and take five, and give thanks to the source that create life. To see a sunset or see a sunrise.
Thank you so much. Who enjoyed that? That was definitely fantastic, and I love how it ended. You know, isolation is the best way to unlearn a lot of things. All right, so now it's time for our next segment, which is an author's chat. For the next 15 minutes, it's going to be anchored by CM Okonkwo. CM Okonkwo is a French-speaking, award-winning Nigerian author. She writes passionately and has published more than 25 books across different categories and genres, some of which have been shortlisted for awards worldwide. Can we please give her a round of applause as she comes up to the stage? Thank you so much for coming. The author's book we'll be speaking about today. The author's book we'll be speaking about today is Dreams with Assorted Nightmares by Abubakar Adam Ibrahim. Abubakar Adam Ibrahim is an author of the short stories collection Dreams and Assorted Nightmares and the novel Seasons of Crimson Blossoms, which has won the NLNG Nigerian Prize for Literature and has been translated into several languages, including French, German, and Tamil. Can you please give him a round of applause as he comes up? Thank you. As he comes forward, could you guys please come forward as well? Let's try and fill up the space. So if you guys could just take one seat forward for the people in the middle rows in the back, just to fill out the space in the front, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamara. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I'm so honored to be here to speak with our guest author, Abubakar. I was just telling him of how I used to cross paths with him at literary events, but never got to say hi because I hadn't read any of his books. But now I've read 2 1/4, so I'm ready now for a very interesting chat with him. So welcome.
Thank you, Chioma. It's a pleasure to meet you, and it's nice to be here. Hello, Lagos.
Okay, first of all, I want to commend Abubakar for these 3 books. I mean, it's 3 to us, but to me, it's 25 books, albeit short stories and a novel, because each of the collection of short stories has 12 stories in them. And it's not easy as a writer to write short stories, 24 of them, into a collection that makes sense. Abubakar, you've been a writer, judging from your publication date, for over a decade. So what is a writer to you?
You know, we were having this conversation with a friend of mine who met Salman Rushdie at a festival. And Rushdie told him something, that a writer is someone who finishes a book. You know. And for him, that made him think. So he went back to the manuscript he had been working on and had abandoned for a while and made sure he finished it. So maybe a writer is someone who finishes a book, probably. Because it's easy for people to say, I'm a writer, and then think of this idea of being a writer and conceive this idea that this is what writers do, right? They sit down, they write, they drink beer, they smoke weed, they go to hangouts and do things, and they never actually finish a book, right? Which for me is a problem because as a writer, your value is in the work that you produce. Most times the people who read you don't care that you live a kind of bohemian lifestyle, right? They don't really care. It doesn't mean that much to them. Maybe to some people, they feel like they have to be that kind of way to be considered writers, but I just feel like, you know, to be a writer, you need to write. And to write, you need to have commitment to the crafts and to the arts, to the things that matter to you, that made you want to write in the first place. So to modify Rushdie a bit, a writer is someone who writes and makes sure he completes it as much as he can.
Okay, thank you very much. So what has your journey been like? Your journey been like from the beginning? How did you, come into writing?
Oh, I thought you meant my journey from Abuja to Lagos. That went well, without a hitch. Unlike some people I know who got their timings wrong and missed their flights. I'm not mentioning names, but yeah. My journey, I don't know, it's been really interesting because it wasn't something I deliberately set out to do. It was something I just grew into. And I found myself writing. And I realized that I was in love with storytelling in all its forms, in the visual and the written form. And eventually I settled on the written form as my preferred form of expression. And I just proceeded that way. I think for me, I'm fortunate in that sense because I realized quite early what I wanted to do with my life and what gives me the greatest pleasure. And I've been doing that, and I'm very happy, right? And I think that's the most important thing for me, being happy doing what you're doing, right? So I'm happiest when I write, and I'm also happy when I don't write because I know I'm going to go back to writing. And, maybe for me that defines my life. I don't know. But, I just know that I have this thing that I'm in love with, that I'm happy doing at the moment, that I see myself doing for a very long time to come. So that has been my journey, and that's, for me, I don't see it as a journey, I just see it as a life, right? Yeah.
All right, that's interesting, thank you. So reading your works, I noticed a certain style, genre, theme, very dark, magical. Sometimes you don't know what's real and what's not. So is this a genre or style that you just happen to come into, or have there been influences when you were writing?
Is it very dark?
Somewhat.
I don't know. I think there's the beautiful and the ugly, and the dark and the bright somehow have a way of coexisting, right? One cannot exist without the other because they give each other meaning, right? And even when the stories are dark, I suppose there's a significant element of beauty in it, right? And when they're beautiful, there's something dark about it. And for me, that is what life is, right? We can pretend that everything is going well, but then when you look beneath the shiny facade, beneath, behind the veil, behind the curtain, you see that there's something that is dark and sinister. And people learn to live with these things. People cope, sometimes we want to run away from them to avoid talking about them. We like pretending, especially when you go to social media, for instance, right? Almost everything, and I say almost everything is staged, is performed. But behind that performance, there's that element of tragedy, there's bad experiences that shaped the persons or people that we have become. And I think that's significant, that we acknowledge all of those things that contribute to who we are, to our development, to our experiences and our knowledge. And I think that's really important. So my writing may be dark a bit, you know, but it's a reflection of life for me.
Even if it was a bit dark, it was very enjoyable because sometimes I love to read stories that are different from my everyday life. Sometimes I want to travel, get away from what's happening through books. But I found myself reading each story, hoping that there wouldn't be death. There's death in every single story. But every time I start, I'm confronted with death. So I mean, I got used to it. I really enjoyed the story. So I know that in life, there's death as well. But it seems important to you to mention death in a story. And I can't remember one of the stories that, from Dreams and Assorted Nightmares, that a character, there was no death in the story, but a mention of her mother dying, So I was saying to myself that, oh, one story without death, and then I saw it. So is that like an important theme for you to mention death in every story?
I think death, birth, and rebirth are significant. Sometimes it takes the death of one person for your entire existence to have a meaning. And, sometimes it's that fear of death that motivates people to do what they do. So it's hard to write. I mean, it's not hard. I have done it before, writing without people dying. But but at the same time, for me, it's deeply philosophical that, sometimes for you as a person, it's the death of someone that shapes who you are, that makes you maybe change your perspective, change the way you live, and either become a better or worse person. And that's a significant, I remember being challenged once. I was asked to write a love story, right? And it's for this Valentine's Day anthology. And they say, oh, it has to be a love story. And I'm like, why are you asking me to write this? Right? And they say, oh, we are trying to do something different. We're trying to get authors of literary fiction to write romance stories. And I say, well, I have to kill somebody. And they say, no, no, absolutely not. Nobody is going to die. I said, well, how do you do that, right? So it was a challenge for me, and it was fun doing it. Eventually, somebody died. Yeah. Not one of the two lovers, definitely. But that death was significant to the outcome of that love story. So for me, it's always important and significant. And it's also part of reality because life revolves around death and dying. It's not an obsession I have with the fact that, oh, we're going to die, oh, we're all doomed and all of that. It's the fact that we have this gift of life that we should appreciate, and sometimes we need reminders that this gift can be taken away at any point in time.
So do you find writing short stories easier or harder than writing novels, given that at least you've tried both?
I think, we were having this conversation earlier about short stories being far more complicated than novels, and how people underestimate short stories. The thing is this, for a novel you have all the space and time to play with. You have the luxury of developing your characters at your own pace, you have the space to do all that scene setting and the background and all of that. In a short story, you have to do all of that in a very, very short space. And it's complex, and you have to do that in a way that all the significant things that you want to say in that story fit in, and then all the things that you leave out still make sense to the reader. And it's very complicated, and I think, for me, I've always been obsessed with the idea of the novel, Yeah, it's always been my primary focus, write a novel, write a novel, write a novel. And I never imagined I was going to be writing short stories. You know, what got me to write short stories was the fact that I often read short stories and I just feel this sense of dissatisfaction. You know, it doesn't do for me what I want a short story to do for me. And Toni Morrison says, if you want to read something and it's not written, then why don't you write it yourself? So that was what got me to writing short stories, and I decided to write the kind of short stories I would like to read. And you know, as I said, you know, if people like it, that's fine. At the very least, I think I like it, so I'm writing it for my personal satisfaction, which is very selfish. But you know, sometimes that's life, and that's how I got into writing short stories. And weirdly, when I wrote these stories, the first ones I wrote, they were completely independent of each other. I never imagined they'll be published in a collection until someone said, oh, why don't you put them together and publish them? And I thought that was the weirdest thing ever, because my focus was writing over, publishing over. And I never imagined a short story collection would be the first book I published. But, you know, life happens and circumstances, and someone took that off me and said, we're going to publish it, right? Whether you like it or not, somewhere. And that's how we got here.
I don't want to spoil this book for anyone. It's really amazing.
If you spoil it, my publishers will come after you.
Exactly. So, this second collection seems like a continuation of the first. Not completely though, but I noticed places, especially the last story, and I was wondering if Dreams and Assorted Nightmare is a specific setting of the first story.
There's a connection between them, and for me that connection is significant because there's a connection between everything, right? There are people you meet for the first time in your life, and then when you start talking, you realize there has always been a connection between the two of you, even though you are poles apart in terms of maybe your culture, your social status, your geography, whatever, right? There's always something that connects people and connects events to each other. And for me, that was significant, which is why this second collection is the way it is. That connection between the different people who inhabit the space, and each of them seems to have an independent life, right? In some instances, there's absolutely no connection between them, but then there's something that connects all of them. You know, and in the end, we see how that plays out.
The life tree.
Yeah, the life tree and all of that. So basically, for those who haven't read it, it's a collection of short stories set in this place. It's called Zango. And Zango is like a magical space where everybody who is born there is connected to that place. Your life and your death is determined more or less by that place, right? And then, you know, even though you're not connected to the next person, you're all connected because you all belong to this space. And for me, that idea of space has always been something that I've been fascinated with. Like, why is it that people from the same city who have never met act and speak and behave the same way, right? Like, there's a code that they have that, you know, if you're in Lagos, you behave like a Lagosian, and you've never met that person, but you kind of recognize each other. And when you meet yourselves in a place that is far away from Lagos, for instance, right, you recognize each other instantly because of that connection that you have. So that has been something that I've always been fascinated with. In terms of the connection with the first story, the first short story collection, there's this story called Cry of the Witch, right, in the Whispering Trees. And there's this village called Mazade where something significant happens that affects the life of the entire people. And that's, in a way, is the selfishness of one person determining the fate of an entire community, right? And then this place goes away because of that thing that happened. And somehow, as all things have a way of doing, it returns, right, in a different form with different people. And then it has the same control over them. And then, again, one person, right, rises up, and because of his own issues, personal sentiments, frustration, whatever, does something that affects the life of every single person in that place.
That story, Cry of the Witch, I think that's the first time I was really happy about a death in your book. That's the last character who who fell. I was really glad because
Wow. So we are celebrating that now. God in heaven.
yeah, that's the only time. So just out of curiosity, how long did it take you? What was the writing process around this story? Because I know that adding um, magic, magic realism to your stories, it's not easy as when you're writing literary fiction, for example. So what was the writing process like? How long did it take to put the stories together? Did you write them at the same time or at different times?
No, I mean, to start with magical realism, I think it's important to mention that I don't see it as strange. I don't see it as challenging because I feel it as natural, right? Natural because it's the most natural thing to this country, right? You see the most sophisticated, enlightened person you know, and he has a connection to an Babalao somewhere because he believes the Babalao has the powers to perform magic that will influence the outcome of his life and the lives of others. And then you see people who may be professors of physics or chemistry or whatever, right? And then they see a charm on the floor and it affects the way they behave completely because they believe that thing has a certain power over their lives, or it could impact their lives one way or the other. So for me, it's a natural exploration of what happens in our society. I mean, this is a society where we actually believe that birds fall from heaven and become witches, right? And there are witches who have a coven somewhere and they do funny, weird things. I mean, like, we have magic all around us. So it's just natural to weave that into the stories. But at the same time, for me, it's also significant that we don't get lost in the magical and forget what is real. So it's this marriage of the magical and the real. And for me, the balance is really, really important. In terms of the length of time it took, I don't know. It's quite different because it's a collection of short stories. It's not something that you sit down to do at one go. Sometimes it takes time. With the first collection, for instance, I wasn't deliberate about writing a collection of short stories. It was just short stories that I wrote over a period of time, and they ended up in a collection. And with the second one, because of the nature of that collection, the interconnectedness of the stories, right? And someone said, well, you shouldn't call it a short story collection. It's a novel because the story kind of progresses from one story to the next. Yeah, there's that connection. It's important. But then at the same time, it's not something I sat down and said, oh, I'm going to write the story from the beginning to the end. And I didn't write the stories in the order that they appear in the book. It's just that when I was writing, I was conscious that there's a possibility of linking all of the stories into this idea that I've always had of putting all of these characters in the same space. And yeah, I think it took years, but I don't remember how long because I don't remember exactly when I said, oh, I'm starting this collection with the intention of publishing it one day.
So what comes next after this? Because the way the story ended, something has to come next.
Why?
Something, just like Zaki,
yeah.
I'm very curious as to what comes next. But is there something in the offing?
That's the thing with me. I trust my readers. I trust their intellect, I trust their intelligence, I trust their imagination. And I've given them material to work with, and I trust them to work with it. So whatever comes next is up to you, the reader, right? Yeah, I've taken you to Zango, I've introduced you to all these characters and their situation and their circumstances. You determine the outcome, more or less.
I have ideas.
Okay.
Okay, so your stories, your writing style is very real. Even with what I call the magic, the fantasy part, it still feels real. Like sometimes I would read, I would have to stop to check around me if these monsters are around first before going back to the book. So they feel real. What percentage of these stories to you are as told and are as experienced?
All of it.
All of it as
All
experienced.
of it is experienced because this is the life that we live. All of it is told because this is what I tell you as a writer. Like I said, it's significant that we acknowledge the fact that the magical exists in us. And I've always said this everywhere I go, that for me, it's not my duty as a writer to prove to you empirically that the magical is false. That's not my job. My job is to show it to you that this thing happens, right? And it influences the way people behave, right? And that's all. That's all I'm here to do. You know, that they influence the way we behave, the way we interact with each other, right? If I believe that you have some charms or jazz or something, right? And all this time we're talking about jazz, you know, and even in love there's jazz. And all of this is going on, and we actually believe these things, you know. And you're having a normal relationship with a person, and then someone whispers to you, oh, you know, she went to see this Babala, or she put jazz. That's why you're so much in love with her. And then you actually believe that. It influences the way you behave and interact. So it's for me, it's as real as it comes, you know. But it's not only about proving that the magical influences us. It's about proving that we are humans, right? We have emotions and sentiments. Come in, please. You know, we have emotions and sentiments, and there are things that we need to acknowledge. Because for me, it's very, very important that all of these things, like some of the themes that come up in my novel, right, and my short stories, like the fact that there's a Boko Haram situation going on in the Northeast, the fact that there are soldiers who go there and don't come back the same because they've been damaged physically and emotionally, and whatever we do, somehow we kind of tend to forget that these people exist, right? We don't say, oh, you know, what happened to that soldier who was injured or whatever, right? We just forget that they're there. And we like to say, oh, you know, they're useless. What have they done? They couldn't deal with Boko Haram. And for me, it's significant that we acknowledge that these people belong to a family, and they come back damaged, and the family has to deal with the fact that these people are not going to be the same ever again. You know, so that is significant. There's also the fact that, you know, mental illness happens, right? In Nazanin, for instance, the fact that we don't have a system to deal with people who have mental illness, who have mental issues, and often the burden of dealing with these people falls to the family, right? And that's why you have a situation where a single mother who lost her husband in the war with Boko Haram has to raise the son with his mental illness, and she doesn't have a support system, right? And you see how that impacts on both her life and that of her child. So for me, it's important that we acknowledge all these things, that we talk to them, that we confront them, you know.
I think you did a fantastic job, because with each story, it was as if I was in them a spectator. So following the characters, what they're doing, how they're doing it, trying to advise them sometimes, you know, so I think you did a fantastic job. I noticed something as well in your writing, using writing from a female perspective and male perspective as well. So I'm just curious to know how, you know, easy it just comes to you to just write from a female perspective. What kind of work do you put into that?
Nothing. Like, how do you pretend that maybe 50, 51% of the population doesn't exist? It doesn't make sense, right? Depending on how you look at it, there are probably more women than men in Nigeria, right? So I don't know why people find it remarkable that someone is writing women that look real and feel real. I don't know why it's such a big deal, you know. I mean, women are women, right? They're good women, they're bad women, just as there are good men and bad men, right? And fundamentally, we are all humans. And maybe that is the magic, right? To distill everything down to the fact that we are humans, except that this human in my story happens to be a woman, right? And she has social issues that affect only her as a woman, right? But fundamentally, we're all the same, which is also very important to me, because even though my characters are distinct, they're peculiar kind of characters. Maybe you haven't encountered characters like them in a Nigerian novel before, but essentially they are humans, and you see the connection that you have. Even though socially, culturally, they may be different from you, but you see them, you see humans like you, you know. So yeah, 50% of the population, they are real, they exist, and they happen to be women, so that's it.
Because I've read some stories, not yours, obviously. I've read some stories where male writers would write a female character, and when I'm reading, I'm saying, women don't do this, or don't think this way. That's why I just find it
You know,
interesting.
I think it's also the same with men. We read stories by women and we're like, we don't do that, right? So, so I think it's normal.
That's why I found it interesting that when I was thinking if you had influences
If I had practice, I don't
No,
know. Yeah, I have practiced living with women, so that's it. Because it's not possible to live without women, right? We are surrounded by women, beautiful, mystical, energetic, brilliant, sometimes dumb blondes, to use the generic, and sometimes vicious and wicked. And sometimes women who defy this social construct of what a woman is, right? Who happen to be independent thinking, they do their own things. And all of this kind of people exist in society. So yeah, it is what it is.
Are you familiar with the term plotter, pantser? So people who plot their stories and those who just go with the flow. Which one are you in your writing?
Stories are like children. Each one has its own character, and they come differently, right? Sometimes the inspiration may be intrinsic, it comes from the inside, and sometimes it's triggered by something someone says, or maybe something you observe, or maybe something, and then you give it this whole context, right? And it builds from there. So, I don't know, like, I'm not particular about, how do my stories come to me? They come to me the way they come to me, and I interpret them the way I see fit. I mean, with short stories, it's maybe a bit different. With novels, maybe because of the length and the duration and the fact that it takes a longer time, and you need a sort of roadmap to walk through. Maybe sometimes you have to plot that and all of that, but I mean, I'm not saying that writers should write one particular way or the other. I just think that as a writer, you should go with the flow, right? Sometimes I think why we feel that it's essential to plot and do all of this is because we try to impose an agenda into the story that you're telling. So instead of being writers, we become social activists, right? And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that as a writer, your primary responsibility is to the quality of your story, right? Maybe you don't owe anybody any explanation as to why you have to explain a certain cause, or you have to champion this argument, or champion that region, or champion this and that. Your readers come to you because they want to hear a good story. If they want to read activism, they know where to go and find that, right? So for me, it's just the principal thing is the story. And if the story provides an avenue to raise a cause or talk about fundamental issues, that's very important, and I take that opportunity as often as I can. So yeah.
Your writing style, language, themes sometimes. Do you feel, as an author from the North, for example, do you feel that sometimes your writing, just style or language, sometimes very, very plain, choice of words you use? Do you feel sometimes that people from the North as well would frown when they read your work?
Why?
No, because there's always this tendency to be cautious when writing or speaking about the North or Northern characters. Like you have a Hausa woman in your story who is having, I don't know, I can't remember the name of the character, but who was married, the garbage man. She was having these thoughts of another person and already condemning herself as being unfaithful just by thoughts alone. And having friends from the North, I know most of them are reserved. So when I see characters, not just the author writing about or using this language, but their main characters are Hausa people or Northerners as well, I was just curious that you don't feel that some people will frown at it, those who want to preserve, reservation for women, for example.
And these friends of yours, do they have interest in men?
Well, I would say one of them was
Okay.
always shy. No, I would say that. She
Okay.
was always a very shy person.
Yeah.
And when because she was in Lagos, and then when she sees the rest of us, how we dress, going out, she would just speak about how she would love to dress like us, travel, meet people. But she feels limited,
Yeah.
you know?
But I assume that she ended up getting married, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So which means she has an interest in men.
No, she does have an interest in
Yeah,
men.
exactly. So, I mean, because she's Hausa or Muslim doesn't mean that she doesn't have an interest in men.
No, I'm not talking about the
It's-
interest in men, but more like they're being reserved. So if we are going out, for example,
Yeah.
she would not want to because, I'm from this place and
Yeah,
people
I
will
think
frown at it.
that's a social construct. The fact that she's reserved, and most women in the north are expected to be that way. It doesn't mean that they don't have desires, right, and needs that are physical and sometimes not, if you consider the social context, appropriate, but they still have them, right? And when you talk about this north, sometimes I think we blanket the north without looking at the nuances, right? This north you're talking about happens to have probably a larger percentage of the population of this country, right? These children come from a product of something that happens, an interaction between man and woman, right? This north that you talk about is the one that has given this country the gift of kaya mata, right? Sex enhancers, right? Which are being marketed all over the place, in the country, in the north, and even in this north. When you go to this Friday mosque, kind of that, right? And after the imam finishes and says, Assalamu alaikum, probably the first thing you hear is someone standing up to advertise sex enhancers, right? Within the premises of the mosque. So all of these things happen. And then we want to pretend that they don't. I don't understand this pretense, And the fact that I write about it because I'm not like keen to say, oh, people in the north are not the way that you think they are. I'm just writing them because they are the way they are, right? And they have desires and they have physical needs and they express them, even though they don't express them in the way that you expect, being someone outside of that culture, but they do express them in the ways that they find suitable. And, I think the issue here is this. Have I been afraid of writing about these issues? No, right? Because I feel these issues are justified. And when I write, like I said, my principal engagement, my principal loyalty is to my story, right? And if I write the story and I'm convinced that it is authentic and sincere in its portrayal of its characters, then I'm fine and good with it. And people have read this. A lot of women in the north have approached me or messaged or sent text or did something or commented at events and said, we feel seen, right? We feel that someone acknowledges the issues we have to deal with, that we're women, that we have needs, and that we express them, even though sometimes we have frustrations because the men don't understand how we are, right? So I don't feel any fear, right, in all of these things, because I feel whatever people, there have been a few people who have said, oh, but why? Why do you write about this? And I say, why not, right? And sometimes they want to be angry, right? That, oh, why are you writing about a decent northern Muslim woman having sex with someone who is 30 years younger than her? Why are you writing that? And I say, is it possible that something like this could happen in the society that you know? And yes, they say, yeah, well, And sometimes when they want to deny it, I know this community, I know the society, and I can point out things, and instantly they recognize these things, and the anger is gone. Sometimes this anger turns to like, but why do you have to write about it? But why don't I have to write about it? Why shouldn't I? For me, it's significant that we recognize each other as humans, right? And as humans, if you take away the veils and the clothes and the suits and the ties and whatever, we're basically fundamentally the same. So that's it, basically.
I think it's actually important that you write them, My own question was just from your own perspective. I think it's very important. I really enjoyed them, and it gave me a different perspective as well. So I found them really interesting. I recommended them to a couple of friends as well to read. So the best answer for the why is actually the why not. you know. And I really feel, when these women who ask you or, who thank you for writing it, I think I understand where they're coming from. I know my friend would love to read stories and feel seen as well, because, for so long she just seemed hidden even amongst her friends, even away from home. So she was actually the first person I thought about that, oh, this book, she would actually enjoy reading it. So I think the best answer is the why not, but it was not the why for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only the women that feel hidden, even the men too. I felt hidden, because I haven't seen a lot of characters like me in Nigerian novels, right, who have names like mine and who speak the way I do and who have the same kind of social background that I do, And I said, why don't I write about people like me and put them in a novel, right, in a way that we see that we are sort of all the same. So it's all of us. It's not only a gender-specific thing. It's both the men and the women. And I admit it, I felt that way, which is what drives me to write what I write.
Thank you for that, because I really enjoyed it. It was actually a pleasure reading, choice of, word description, as I said. So I don't know if you'll be able to read just a little from your book. So the audience...
Why?
Why not? So the audience might have a feel of your writing, because before you start reading these books, you never know what to expect. And to be honest, I read them almost back.
Well, I think now they know what to expect, that there'll be a lot of deaths.
And love.
And love. Okay, let us give them what they want. You decide. She loves a garbage man.
The story, not the man.
Sorry, this wasn't planned, so we have to find somewhere suitable, I think. Okay. Yeah. About what?
It's never easy to find the best part to read from.
What was that part you were talking about earlier? Yeah. Okay. So this story is called Making Monsters. It's about this phenomenal thug who found this feisty woman to marry, and he believes that they are going to have children who are going to be monstrous, because for him it's all about, he has abandonment issues, and he feels like he has to stand up for himself, and he wants to raise a family that will be in his image, right, who will be able to stand for themselves and defend all of that. So they had several children, and the one who survived, they named him Zaki. And Zaki in Hausa means lion. right? So he wants his son to be fierce and fearful and terrifying to people. But the thing with children is that they have a mind of their own. So this is an encounter between this father and his son. He had always taken a cursory look at Zaki's results. The figures didn't make much sense to him, but that year, when his son turned 15 and was going into senior secondary school, something on the result sheet caught his eye. Being a slow reader, he read it again, word for word, then looked up at his son, who was already taller than his mother. Zaki looked down between his white tennis shoes and the frazzled hem of his jeans. Wait, Corey began. Whose result is this? Mine, sir, Zaki said. His cracked voice boomed, echoing his father's. What's wrong? Memuna asked. Yours, Corey repeated. Who is this Zakaria Abdallah? Me, sir. Zakaria Abdallah? Memuna leaned across her husband to look at the sheet. Since when did you become Zakaria Abdallah? For some time. What bastard is Abdallah? Corey exploded. Is that not your name, father? It's Audu, not the short form of Abdallah. And then as slowly, he added, a corrupted short form. Ikwan Allah, Memuna exclaimed. What do you mean is that not my name? When I registered you in school, I registered you as Zaki Audu Kori. Who on earth is Abdallah? And where on earth did this Zakaria come from? I just thought it's a more meaningful name. What do you mean? Eh? What do you mean? I named you a lion, wild and vicious and strong. You name yourself after an old man with a walking stick. What kind of imbecile are you? I gave you a name so everyone will know you are my son, so they will fear you. What if I don't want to bear that name? Zaki said, and stopped just as he saw the expression on his father's face. Corey leaned back and started gasping. He clenched his feet and made to stand up. But there was a cloud before his eyes, and the room spun around him. He was falling backwards, until his wife held him and started to whisper in his ears. Thank you.
I can assure you every story is as nice, interesting to read. And I think someone once told me about readings. That's why I wanted you to read. When I read with a different voice. When you read, I enjoyed it because some of the names, I'd even mispronounced them. But when pronouncing them, those words, if they feel more alive.
I can relate to that too. Sometimes you come across names you're not familiar with, and then, when you hear them for the first time, they kind of, being pronounced by a person who knows how to pronounce it, it gives it more context, I think. But, it's interesting that you choose this part, because for me, I think it's probably the most significant part in the story, because it's a minor issue, right? It's somebody deciding that, look, I don't want to be like my father, and deciding to change his name to be different from his father in a way. And then that singular decision by this person has a greater resonance in the lives of the entire community. The life of everyone in Zango, for instance, right? Because this then leads to something far, far greater, and it's significant to me because, how the personal becomes political, right? And how the political becomes personal too, and sometimes it might just be one person being frustrated about something that is very private to him. And then he goes out and does something entirely stupid that affects the life of everyone else. So yeah, that's a significant moment that you chose.
Thank you for that. Your writing, now that you've written, short story, novel, do you do poetry as well? Or plays? Poetry, poems?
I don't call myself a poet, because these poets are troublesome people.
Equal?
Oh, sorry, not you. You are not included. You are different. You know that. Sure? They are troublesome people. Yeah, I mean, poetry is very complex, and I feel it's very intimate and relative. And sometimes you are in a space, a mental space, and you write something, and someone who is not in that same space as you maybe find it inaccessible. You know, yeah, but I do write poetry sometimes when I'm moved by certain things. A few of them have been published in anthologies, but I don't think I'm going to publish any poetry anytime soon, and I'm not going to call myself a poet at any point in time. Plays, yeah, I sort of have a background in playwriting. Yeah, I acted on stage once or twice, and some people seem to think I was a good actor. And yeah, so if there's any director from Nollywood here, hit me up. But yeah, seriously though, I had that background a bit, and the first award I won for my writing was for playwriting. Maybe many people don't know that, but that's where it started from, exactly. And some people who know me as a playwright keep asking me, so when are you going to go back to playwriting? And I say, well, I think I'm better suited to prose now. But they disagree. But that's their opinion anyway.
But even if you write poems, you don't have to be tagged a poet. You could still be a writer, writing different genres. I say that because your stories, they are very poetic.
Did you not see how Equal was trying to attack me just now?
Well, Iko has done poetry and short stories as well.
But we principally know her as a poet, right? She's principally a poet. Is that not so? So,
I think I'll call her a writer.
Iko is a fantastic poet. Everybody knows that. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I have friends who are poets, who are spoken word poets, right? And I say, teach me spoken word poetry, mentor me. And they laugh, ha, 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 And it's kind of like, like you want to come into our area. We don't want you, stay there. And I don't know, I think they're being selfish, but I don't want to lose my friends, so I'm respecting my boundaries.
Okay, speaking of poetic writing, like I called your work, Crimson Blossoms, something you've mentioned in every book you've written. Is there a story to that?
Yeah. Is this idea, it's sort of a symbolism for the beautiful becoming the terrifying, in a way, right? Why I chose that title in particular is, the flame tree. The flowers, they're beautiful, right? And when the tree blossoms, everywhere becomes like super, super beautiful to look at. And it's amazing. And interestingly, that happens around March, April, which is also coincidentally election period in Nigeria, right? And somehow, even after all these years, we seem to have lacked the capacity to conduct elections without killing people. So for me, that red of the flower symbolizes that violence that we unleash ourselves occasionally, every 4 years or thereabouts. And, it's sort of like something that resonates in the cyclical nature of that violence, sort of, for me, denotes the cyclical nature of our habitual abuse of each other, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So before we round up, I want to ask a few questions, but this will be more of an advice to aspiring writers. I was having a conversation with a writer a couple of days ago, and she was speaking about, she writes poems, so she's fixed on, we might not really know the different types of poetry, of poems, but she's fixed on a particular type of poetry and does not believe in prizes, entering prizes and awards. Is that an important part for an author or a writer, entering prizes or aspiring to win awards or prizes? What do you think about that?
That is not a fair question to ask me. Obviously, because I've won awards, you'd want me to defend that. But the truth is this, when I started writing, I never imagined winning any award. It was never a priority for me, and I maintain this. My first loyalty is to my story, and that loyalty means telling a good story. And a few years ago, someone asked me, which award would you want to win the most? And I said, to win the reader's heart. And I mean that, and I still mean that today, because for me, it's more important that people read your work and they connect to it, and it does something to their life. And I think one of the most significant moments for me was when someone read The Whispering Trees, and something had happened between him and his mother, and he was sort of like angry with his mom then. I was like, oh, he bought her a phone, she lost it, and she asked him to buy a new one. He was like, oh, no, you were careless with the last one, so I'm not going to waste money, And then when he read the story, he sort of realized the value of appreciating the people who are present in your life when they are alive before you lose them. And he said quietly he went, bought a phone, and took it to his mom. And for me that's very significant because, it's influenced him to do something good. So for me that's the biggest prize a writer could aspire for, to write something that would make people do something and rethink the decisions they've taken in their lives and do something that is, you don't have to tell them, oh, you need to do this, but they kind of tailor it to their own needs. But, for aspiring writers, I don't think there's anything wrong with winning prizes. I think writing is a very solitary occupation, right? Despite this idea that people have that there's a writing life or writer's lifestyle, the reality is that you have to actually sit down somewhere quiet and write. And sometimes you write for months, sometimes for years, and people don't understand what you're going through because they are experiencing all these emotions that your character go through. And then you finish that and someone says, well, this is worthy of a prize. We should acknowledge that. And it's sort of a validation. It's a reward for the hard work that you've put in. And I think if you want to win prizes, by all means, try to win prizes. But I think if you want to be a good writer, just focus on being a good writer. I think that's really important. The prizes will come if your work is good.
Thank you so much. I think that answers the question of advice to aspiring writers as well. So just write, be a good writer, read a lot.
A lot, very important, very, very important. And I think, when you're reading, it's important to kind of identify the kind of stories that resonate with you the most and write them. But ultimately, you have to write you. You have to develop your own style. You have to, believe in that style, that it is valid. I think most of the challenges we have is that you want to tell a particular kind of story and probably haven't seen anyone else telling a story like that. And you feel because maybe your story has to deal with something that is local to you, you feel it's not valid. Your story is valid. If you believe in it and you tell it right, then people are going to plug in and see the value in that story. So have faith in yourself, have faith in your work, essentially.
Thank you so much. We have just about 10 minutes left, so if you have any questions from the audience for Abubakar.
No question, yay. Let's go.
Yeah. No questions?
Now, see?
Oh, then maybe we could do another reading. We have 10 minutes. Please, who wants reading? See? 5 minutes. The baby has a question.
So this story is from The Whispering Trees. It's called The Whirlwind. And I'm going to start from the beginning. Kyakkyawa, she was called, but not many people could see why. Only a select few had the misfortune of being charmed by her rare moments of disarming beauty. I knew why she got that name. I was there when the morning sun had glinted madly in her innocent eyes. I had carried her in her birth shawl. Yes, I had been there at the beginning, as every father should be. And I was there too at the end. She was beautiful as a child. But as she grew, her beauty ebbed. It was consumed by her brazen attitude, which fed on her good looks, her sweetness, and her innocence. As a young woman, she was always restless, tempestuous like a seething volcano. She was, as they said, precocious, like an eagle primed to seize its quarry. Where there had been mildness in her nonage, there was fire in her prime. Her features were sharpened by her aggression. Her tender, adoring look became a terrible scowl, which she wore like a mask. Her mother, who was from the Kebbi regions, where dust storms were as inclement as my daughter, called her the whirlwind. And true, she seemed to ride on storms, this daughter of mine. Kekea's beauty emerged in those rare moments when she was sedate, when her volatility had been quelled by sleep, or when she had just had her bath and had little droplets of water running down her supple skin. In those moments, she could pass for an angel. The few who had set their eyes on her then had thought so. That was why I was always on the lookout for her. I would peek into her room, hoping to catch her sleeping peacefully, surrounded by the fluffy white of her duvet and an aura of calm. But the devil in Kekea seemed averse to sleep. She would wake up early in the morning, take her bath and dab her face with white powder. She would then draw ferocious lines on her eyebrows using an eye pencil. This made her look like the famed witch of the Meadows, who is said to have swallowed white cats alive. Kekea would then paint her lips a violent red and would resemble a vampire that was done sucking blood from the neck of a hapless victim. She would spend minutes doing this, sucking in her lips, pursing them and crushing them against one another, so the red pigments would even out. She would then wear her school uniform and pick her bag up. How many times have I told you not to paint your face like a prostitute? Her mother would snap at her. On the days when her belligerent spirits were tame, Kekea would ignore her mother, then kick a bucket, stool, or anything left out of place on her way out. When she wanted a fight, however, she would throw her bag down and rage. Often her mother would come out of her room and slap her, but the child would only laugh defiantly, daring her mother to slap her again. Her mother would end up beating her, not because she was stronger, but because Kekea wanted it that way. The girl would take the beating stoically, never crying out or running away. That often left her mother annoyed because she wanted the girl to indicate that the beating had made an impact. To her frustration, her obstinate daughter would never give her the satisfaction. The truth was that Kekea's mother was no match for her. If the girl had ever decided to fight back, she would have trounced her mother. She was ferocious in battle. She did not stop at fighting her fellow girls. She was all too glad to take on boys as well. The few who managed to give her a beating had to flee because she would never give in. That was what my daughter was like, the tigress of the rock. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. One of my most enjoyed stories as well from the book.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Kekara really sounds like a character and a half. Okay, do you guys want to take pictures as we round up? Can you guys give them another round of applause, please? Photographer? Fantastic. Another round of applause for them, please. Thank you. That was really good, wasn't it? I enjoyed the stories. I'm definitely getting the book afterwards. Okay, so now our next session is another author's chat. It's going to be moderated by Nzobe. Please forgive me if I butcher this. In Lebedim. Did I get it right? Can you please give him a round of applause as he comes up to the stage? Nzube? Yeah. Nzube is a Nigerian fiction writer, reviewer, journalist, dramatist, poet, critic, and editor. He has a radio journalism training from the Nigerian Broadcasting Academy, as well as a degree in English from the University of Lagos. Thank you so much for coming. Another round of applause for him, please. All right. This author's chat is going to be with a book called An Island, written by Karen Jennings, who will be joining us via Zoom. Karen is a South African. She has published 4 works of fiction: Finding Southbeck, Away from the Dead, Upturned Earth, and An Island, in which we'll be discussing today, which was recently longlisted for the Booker Prize. I will give her a round of applause as she comes up on Zoom. All right? Okay, let's go. Thank you so much.
Hi, Karen. Hello.
Hi. Hi.
How are you doing, Karen?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for the time today. It's an honor to be talking to you today about your book. And first of all, I must say I'm honored to have read the book, to be one of the first readers to read it in the Nigerian market since it just came in. And I'm very glad about that. So I have some questions, and yeah, I hope we're good to go. So first of all, I'm sure everyone wants to know, how did the writing start for you? When did you realize that you were meant to be a writer?
Okay, well, I know that a lot of people have a very exciting story to tell about that. I don't have a particularly exciting story. It's just something that was always there. When I was a little girl, I always used to like to write little stories or write poetry, but I do remember on one occasion when I was about 6 or 7 years old, I remember sitting outside in the garden and writing a poem about the irrigation, the water falling on the garden. And I remember I was incredibly proud of that poem, and so proud that I even went, this was in the days before people really had computers, so I went and typed it up on the typewriter and stuck it in a book, and I was very proud of that poem. And since then, that's just always been what I knew that I wanted for myself to write. I haven't always been very committed to it, but it's certainly been there in my mind.
Thank you very much, Karen. You're South African, yeah? I want to know, how would you judge the reading culture in South Africa? Is it favorable to writers? Do you think it is?
Look, I think that everywhere in the world it's quite difficult getting people to read widely. I think part of it is books are expensive. They're not easily accessible to everyone. Obviously there are libraries, but a library will curate a collection. It's not something that you necessarily are able to go out and choose, okay, this is what I want to read. You are limited by what is in a library or your access to that library. So in South Africa, I think that there are pockets of people who are very much in support of literature and of reading and of writing, but I think that there's also a lot more that can be done with literacy programs for children. Although people really are trying, I think it's just a matter of time and effort, really.
Thank you very much. And you've done something very phenomenal, which we'll get to later in the interview. But before we get to that, tell us, first of all, congratulations on your Booker Prize long list. Although you didn't make it to the short list, but the long list is quite honorable enough. I think that's a huge achievement for you. Can you tell us what inspired the book, An Island? What inspired that book? It's a phenomenal book in all regards, and I want to know what inspired the project.
Okay, well, it was quite a strange thing that happened. I was away on a writer's residency in Denmark, finishing another book, and I'm a great believer in having a nap. I always have a nap every day to rest my mind and recover. And so I was having a nap one afternoon, and it just came to me, this vision of an island and an old African man on this island and not wanting anyone to come onto that island. And then when I woke up, there were these like ghosts of ideas of what I might want to do with that. And at the time, there was a lot in the news about the Syrian refugee crisis. And it made me think a lot about the way in which refugees are treated around the world. African refugees going to Europe are despised, are really treated badly, they're sent away, they're allowed to drown. Whereas with the Syrian refugee crisis, there was a lot more sympathy and warmth in wanting to allow those refugees homes in countries in Europe. And that made me think then also about how we deal with refugees within South Africa, and how there's quite a bit of xenophobia within Africa, within nations and between nations. In South Africa, we've had terrible xenophobic riots and murders that have happened. I think that really made me want to understand what is it that makes people want to keep others out, and what makes people want to keep everything for themselves and resort to violence.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Karen. South Africa has been described as one of the most healthy nations in the world. Virtually every time we have cases of protests and all that, and riots, although bloodless, but your country has a history of that, and it shows in your work, that subversiveness, the protest theme in your work. Was that deliberate for you? Was An Island meant to be a protest novel for you?
I'm sorry, the sound isn't that great, but you're asking me about protests in South Africa and how they're prevalent and how I wanted to write about that?
Yes. Were you decisive on creating An Island as a protest book to campaign against the dictatorship in South Africa?
Okay.
Yeah. Was it deliberate for you?
Yes, I see. For me, one of the things that I wanted to look at was going back to the 1880s, when in Europe they had the scramble for Africa, and how the continent of Africa was like a cake that was sliced up, and slices were given to all the leaders of Europe without any concern for the people or the cultures or the traditions of the country. And so I've always found that was just an absolutely unacceptable part of Africa's history, that it has done so much damage. And so I wanted to explore that. What is the consequence of that, the long-term consequences of the colonialism, and then the fight for independence, and then the rise of dictators, the failure of democracy, the poor keep on being disappointed, and how those various things will influence one person. So it is, in a sense, a protest, but it's more of a trying to understand, trying to find out what the effects of this long history might be on an individual, an ordinary individual.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that, Karen. You wrote the book under the auspices of the Mouse Scholarship. How was that feeling like for you? First of all, winning the scholarship and writing under the auspices of MMF, how did you feel about that? Did it make the work easier for you to write?
I'm only laughing because no, it didn't make it easier. I don't think anything can make writing a book easier. Writing a book is torturous, and I think it should be torturous because you're trying your very best to make it as good as it possibly can, and that's not an easy process at all. If it is easy, I'm not sure if you're doing it properly. But in terms of the financial support, that really did help because it meant that I didn't have to be grubbing around looking for finances somewhere else. And so I was able within 1 year, literally 1 year, with great commitment and discipline and the support, the financial support, to write an island and write it 3 or 4 times. So I've gone through various drafts. And I do think that the work that the Miles Moreland Foundation does is incredibly valuable because there is this sense that we, as writers, we're not taken seriously. There's not enough dignity given to us. It's a hobby. It's a cute little pastime. It's not something serious. And when a foundation like the Miles Moreland Foundation shows that it takes us seriously, it allows us to take ourselves seriously and therefore take our writing seriously.
Sure, that's very true. Thank you very much, Karen, for that. Without meaning to spoil the work, because I'm sure many people haven't read it yet in Nigeria, Samuel, your character Samuel, seems to strike me as a very complex character, a very elusive one, and you know, he felt too good to be real. And so I want to ask, what was the process like crafting Samuel? How difficult was it crafting Samuel? And what's your purpose for him for the book?
Yeah, Samuel was a difficult character, very difficult, because I wanted to take someone that was genuinely flawed, who was not heroic in any way, who made terrible mistakes, who was unlikable, but I still wanted the reader to care enough to know what his story is and to follow him through and see what happens, and when things happen to feel with him. Even if they don't think that his choices are always the best, I wanted them at the very least to feel something for him that makes them want to read on. And that was a very difficult balance to try and create because he's not a villain, but he's not a hero. He's an ordinary person who's made terrible mistakes, who's just trying to exist in the world. So I hope that people could identify with him a little bit.
All right, Karen. That's good. So I'm going to ask you a long question, and I'm going to read it out from here, because it's quite long, and the question goes thus. In the book, I noticed a mirror play. To a good extent, we can say that the dictator is at discord with his people, whom he once loved and served, who reject his tyranny, simply because they don't understand him, and he in turn doesn't understand them well enough. On the island, we see Samuel, a former revolutionary against the tyrant, who welcomes, helps, and supports a man whose language he does not understand. Samuel grows paranoid soon and feels threatened by the man. In the end, Samuel misinterprets the man's seemingly innocent killing of the hen, and I'm spoiling the book right now, for danger on his own life. Is this parallel, this mirroring, is it deliberate? Samuel to the dictator, and the unnamed man, the unnamed refugee, to the people of the unnamed country in your work. Do you understand the question, Karen?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
great.
I do. So, yes, I do think so. I think that there's a lot going on in this novel. It's incredibly simple on the surface, but there are a lot of things that are connected to one another, and a lot of complexity behind the scenes. So I do think that there is something about Samuel that has taken from these experiences of the dictatorship, of the way in which the country was ruled. And this is a more comment on the way in which violence begets violence. If you are an ordinary, uneducated person with limited opportunities in the world, and you have to fight all the time for what you can get, the little bits that you can get, you are going to be more susceptible to power, ideas of power that are available to you. So what are the examples of power that are available to him? That's the dictator. And so that kind of violence and control, it can't help but poison him and become a part of him. And that's really what we see with the history of Africa, is how the violence, the terrible treatment of people, the demands, the commands, that affects individuals all the time in the way that they move forward. And it's one of the things that holds us back from moving forward more peacefully, and why there's always so much violence.
Okay, all right, Karen, thank you very much for that. Congratulations on Masobe's acquisition of an island into the Nigerian literary market. How does that make you feel coming into Nigeria? We have a beautiful reading culture here, I think. And so how does that make you feel?
Well, I am delighted. It's one of the best things that's ever happened to me, I have to tell you, because I have been very keen to be published in Africa. It has been with great difficulty that I have not been able to get my books published even in my own country of South Africa. I've always been published in the UK. There's been no interest in South Africa, and it's always been upsetting to me. And then with this novel, my publisher, Holland House Books in the UK, Robert, the publisher, he understood how much it meant to me to be published in South Africa, and so he made an arrangement with Caravan Press. And then when all of the offers started coming in for world rights and translation rights and things like that, I was very keen, pushing all the time, can we see what can be done in Africa, because it's quite a difficult market to get into. And so I was really, really delighted when they reached out to me and wanted to publish me, and I'm more happy than I can say. It means more to me. You know, we've sold rights around the world, Russia, Germany, Korea, you know, America, Australia, like all over the world. But it's so important to me to be read in Africa by Africans.
When are we expecting the release of the book in Nigeria? Any ideas yet? Any plans for that yet? Has it been arranged
sorry,
already?
I couldn't hear your question. Could you repeat it, please?
When should we be expecting to see these books in Nigeria? When is any plans for that yet? Next year? This year?
I'm not sure. I think it will be fairly soon. Either we were rushing to get everything ready, so I think it will be fairly soon.
Very soon. Probably next year, hopefully.
Yeah, I hope within the early part of next year.
All right, great. That's fantastic. I hope you hold your book there, because I think for an interlude, we might want to listen to you read a part of the book.
Oh, I don't have a copy with me.
Oh, wow, fantastic. Okay. All right, we could just move on, I guess, if you can't get anyone at the moment. Can you get anyone at the moment? Is that a possibility, or we should just move on?
I can go grab a copy if everyone doesn't mind waiting a few seconds.
What do we think? All right, great. I think they want you to do that. So,
all right, hold on a second.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
All right.
apologize for being disorganized.
You're welcome back, Jennings. That's all right.
I will just read a short section here. This is from when the refugee and Samuel are trying to communicate because they don't speak the same language. The man laughed, showing his teeth, big and white. He removed his hand from Samuel's chest, used it to point at his own, then slapped his heart with an open palm as he spoke a word. He repeated it twice, slowly, each time slapping his chest. He took care to enunciate the sounds, guttural, foreign, so that in its exaggerated way it became like a performance, someone growling for a child's amusement. Samuel exhaled. He understood. It was a name, the man's name. He tried to reproduce it. He said. The man made the first sound again. The man repeated the word, nodding for Samuel to continue. But Samuel could not adapt his mouth to it. He shook his head, waved his hand in the air as though to clear it of the noise he had made. The man lifted a finger, bent down to write with it in the sand. It won't help, Samuel said. I can't read. I could once, just a little, but that's a long time ago now. I don't remember any of it anymore. Then he pointed at himself, spoke his name, and the man smiled. Samuel, he said. Samuel. Samuel nodded. The man gripped his shoulder and smiled again. Samuel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that beautiful reading, Jennings. Now, to go into the nitty-gritty of these questions, do we have you? Okay, great. I did a review of an island that was published last week, and in the review, I noted that your book painted, in quote, I quote, a perfect allegory of a man, a people finding their path back towards a past, begging for reclamation. And I noted in this question that Samuel seems to be, like you mentioned briefly, a symbol of national honor, South African honor, if I may say, if I may assume, because since you didn't mention a country in the book, and he aims to correct the past that haunts him. What can you say about Samuel's actions during this? Trying to reclaim the past he lost or he wasn't able to fulfill decades ago.
Samuel is someone who is incredibly lost, and he's always been trying to find his place in the world. And so from a very young age, when the colonizers come and they chase his family off the land and burn their homes and kill them, he is trying to find himself. And so he is involved in various things. In some ways, he's a tired teenager. He's not interested in independence for the country. He doesn't think that the president is great. But then as he's growing older, he starts to see, okay, here's a movement to go against a dictator, to go against what's unfair in the world. But he's always behaving in a way that's not quite as honorable as others might be. He's always trying to survive, just survive, to make a place for himself in the world where he feels safe. And so later on, when he's caught up in trying to overthrow the dictator and he gets sent to jail, he becomes a snitch. And not only is he snitching on people that he was friends with and close to, but he even starts just making up anything about anyone because he is protecting himself, and he's also feeling like he's got a certain amount of safety. He's protecting himself with these guards that he builds up a relationship with. And so he's a difficult character because he's not someone, in South Africa we had Nelson Mandela, who the whole world admires, and you can't say a bad thing about Mandela. And this is not what Samuel is. Samuel is not an honorable man in that kind of way. He didn't have one clear goal and what he was fighting for and what he was believing in, and he would suffer for it no matter what. For him, it was more about trying to feel at home and feel safe somewhere. And that really is about the ordinary person. We're not all heroes. What happens to us when we are dislocated by the past, when history forces us to be cast aside? How do we react? It can't always be honorable. It's not always for everyone that way. And that's what I wanted to see with him. What is the effect? What is the long-term effect on a single individual? It's very easy. We read about heroes, but what about the people that are not heroes, that are just trying to survive? So that was really what I was trying to do with Samuel.
All right. I see Samuel as a symbol of us, of humans. We're not perfect. We're trying to make a place for ourselves in the world, in an imperfect world. And but I felt he was a character who got away with a lot of things in the book, which we can relate to anyway. Although I would have loved to see what happened to him in the end of the book, and well, it didn't show us that. But I love the character of Samuel, and I totally really dig him. My next question though goes thus. So talking about your participation in literary prizes in the African literary space, you mentioned earlier this month, that you were going to be starting a prize. If I'm correct, the Island Prize for debut African novelists, and you announced that earlier this month. Could you share with us ideas of what the project is about? Because I'm sure many people here would love to get into it too.
Okay, well, I'm really excited about this because I was speaking to my publisher and I was saying to him how it was for me to be basically ignored in South Africa as a writer, and that I felt frustrated by the book along, even though of course it is an honor. I found it frustrating that I had to wait to be recognized in Europe before I was read in South Africa. And so I said to him how it would be so great one day if I have the opportunity that I'd like to nurture African writing in some way. And then he said, well, why don't we have a prize and see how we can do that together with my South African publisher, Karina, and with Robert. And we have judges from, well, I'm a judge, and then we have Obina from Nigeria,
Yeah.
and Hilda from Uganda. And so we want to have an opportunity for writers from all over Africa to submit, and that they will know that we are not looking for perfect sentence construction. I know that in Africa, people speak, I think there's something like 2,000 languages, and many people, English is their second language, their third language, their fourth language.
Yes.
And so we're looking for potential and not for, oh, their grammar is perfect, their punctuation is perfect. We're looking for talent that we can help to nurture and help to give a platform that will be both in Europe, in the UK, and then in Africa as well.
Yes, the prize gives writers the opportunity to be published in UK, and so they can be read outside Africa. Could you tell the writers here who might be willing to get in what they need to do to get into the prize? I'm sure many of them will want to know.
Sure, okay. If you go to Holland House Books, to their website, it lays out everything you need to do, but basically the initial thing is to send a summary, a one-page summary, and either the first 3 chapters or I think it's the first 10,000 words. And then we're going to have various readers reading those sections, and then we will choose a short list to submit the entire manuscript to us. And then from that short list, we will choose the top 3, and we will give feedback, and there will be an opportunity to be published both in the UK and in South Africa, and to meet with an agent, and hopefully it can be a stepping stone in the right direction for anyone starting a career, and just be a little bit, but it is for a debut novel. I forgot to add that. So if you've published a novel before, unfortunately, you wouldn't be eligible. And it is our first year, so we're hoping to carry it on for a long time, but this is just our first step.
I think this deserves a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Karen, for that beautiful initiative. One of my thoughts for a long time has been that Africa, the African literary space, has a very insignificant number of literary prizes or workshops. Of course, Karamo is doing a great job in doing that, but I think one of the major prizes is the NLNG. And we don't have as many as we should have, because we have a huge number of writers, young writers, talented guys who are doing a whole lot. And so we need a broader literary space. So thank you very much for that initiative, and I hope it goes out well.
If
Yes,
I can
please.
just add that I think one of the things is that so often we're forced to go outside of Africa in order to be published, and then the European market or the American market, they have certain ideas of what they want our stories to be or how to mold them. And I find that terribly frustrating. One of the things when I was trying to find a publisher for an island is that people would say to me, it's too African, or then they would say, it's not African enough. Now, what does that mean? I don't know what it means.
Yes, that's true. It's sad. It's sad to get our work into the Western space. And I was discussing with someone about it. For one, the language, not just the style, the language itself. Many editors and publishers in the Western scene don't understand what we're trying to say, and that proves to be somewhat of a hindrance to many things. So thank you very much, Karen. You spoke about your frustrations with getting published in South Africa, and this brings me to a question. You did a Guardian interview earlier this year, if I'm correct, where you mentioned that, and I quote, you mentioned, okay, I've lost the quote here, but anyway, you mentioned you were frustrated and that you had been poor for a long time trying to publish your books. And so I'm sure I want to know, you also mentioned, of course, that you had a problem getting endorsement quotes or blurbs, and that you were sad and disappointed that the book didn't make as much sales as you had wanted. So how was the prestigious Booker Prize longlist for you? You were shortlisted 2 days ago for the K. Selo Duka Memorial Literary Prize 2. So these 2 nominations, very honorable nominations, how have they boosted your ego or your, to want to write more?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Around about the time when An Island was published, I had sort of decided to give up writing. It was a number of things in my life that made that there was just not much joy left in writing for me, because it began to feel like I was getting nowhere. And it's not that I was hoping for fame or fortune, it's just that it was such a disappointing experience where people don't want to publish you because you're African, where people don't want to publish you because your story is not what they expect for an African story to be. And I just began to think, well, what is the point? I sort of began to despair, and I didn't want to I want to write the stories that I want to write, and I didn't want to be forced into a situation where I had to write what I thought would sell. I didn't want to do that, and so I thought I would maybe just not write anymore. And then when the Booker long list was announced, it slowly been slowly beginning to think, okay, maybe there are ways that I can carry on writing and not feel that despair. And that what has been gifted to me is an opportunity for creating awareness around African writers and African themes and stories that can be told without needing to fit certain ideas, without having to, I don't know, be a specific genre or a specific way of telling. And so the book helped me a great deal in terms of coming back to writing. I'm not saying that the Booker Prize is the most important prize and that it's the most important thing that ever happened to me, but I am grateful for allowing me to come back to writing.
Thank you very much, Janice, for being so open. I would never have thought about that. You've written a number of books. Finding Sootback, you've also written an autobiography, if I'm correct. So far, what's been your best? Although writers say they don't have a favorite work of theirs, they're all babies of theirs. So what's your favorite? Do you have any favorite work from all your
No, I hate everything I've ever written.
You hate it? You hate?
As soon as I always, as soon as I finish writing something, I cut it out of myself side. It's gone from me. I don't want to think about it. I hate it. I'm going to move on to the next thing.
That's amazing. All right, that's interesting. An interesting perspective, I must say. So, what writers across the world inspire you the most? Across the world and in Africa in particular? What writers have inspired your work so far?
I suppose I'm quite inspired by social realism. So quite old-fashioned writers like John Steinbeck and even Dickens to a certain extent, Emile Zola. That is, I know it's quite strange because the kind of books that I like reading are more old-fashioned, more verbose, and whereas my writing is very different to that. One of my most favorite books, though, that I just think is extraordinary, and now I've forgotten the author's name, but it's by an African author, and it's called The Old Man and the Medal.
Ferdinand Oyono, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Ferdinand Oyono.
And I just think it's an extraordinary novel because it takes a small life and it takes a small moment from that life and tells it in such rich color with such rich emotion. I just adore it. It's one of my favorite books of all time. I've read it many times.
All right, thank you very much. That actually transited quite smoothly into my next question. I was just going to compare An Island to some other books that have the island or some sense of serenity as its theme. I mentioned here that An Island reminds me of Shakespeare's A Tempest and Ernest Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea. You know, although the island is much more serene, much more quiet than these books. I also saw in the unnamed character, Man Friday from Olaudah Equiano's The Interesting Narrative, there's a certain calmness and sobriety that the sea brings to the characters normally. From reading vast works of literature, you get to notice that. Does An Island owe any debt to any of these books I mentioned?
I haven't thought about it that way, but it's impossible to know because when you're writing or just existing, you're always you're gathering, and so I'm sure that little bits of text that I've read in the past have influenced me in some way, but it would be unconscious. There wasn't any text that while I was writing I was thinking, oh yes, like this, or this is writing back to that book or that author. It was all just under the surface, I suppose.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Jennings. A few more questions, yeah? I asked you earlier about the nature of an island, which seems to be subversive, you know, riotous, subtly, anyway, and quite, you know, protesting. So I'm asking here, and this spreads across your works, you know, I noticed your work has a Marxist leaning. It seems your work has a more Marxist leaning. For example, in Finding Sudbeck in 2012, it has that theme, the theme of Qfest 2. Also, we have the same case in Upturned Earth, or 2019. So how does, do you, I know that it's deliberate, actually, the sort of protestation or protesting your work, but we would love to hear your opinion of your general works. Why all of them seem to have that theme of protest, of subversion, in a sense?
Yes, that is an interesting point, and a novel that I have sort of halfway written that's somewhere is also similar. I think that one of the reasons is that I grew up in the time when we were transitioning out of apartheid in South Africa. So 1994, when we had our first free and fair election, that was the year I turned 12. And I remember in the years before that at school, we used to have to do training in how to hide from bombs if people were going to come and bomb the school, and we had to, you know, hide under our desks, and the police would come and give us lectures on how to identify a homemade bomb and how to identify terrorists and things like that. And so we grew up with being aware of violence, that it was there all the time. And then when we got to 1994, there was so much hope. It was such a beautiful moment, and I remember at school we were singing, we were dancing, we had a big celebration at school that this was going to be now, everything would be different, everything would be fair and beautiful. And it hasn't been fair and beautiful. It might be fair, no, not fair, but it has been beautiful for some people. But who are they? They're the people, they don't need anything beautiful, they have beautiful. I want to know, what about the poor people who have suffered prior to 1994 and have continued to suffer, who have been promised things by a government that is always promising, who is always pretending that things are going to change and that they've done so much. But what have they done? And this is not that I have a political alliance to any, you know, other kind of party. I don't have an alliance with any party. I think that the parties are all terrible. I don't support not a single one of them. And what I want to do is hold up a picture to a mirror to show a picture of what life is like, to try and understand it, of the forgotten, the everyday people, without giving the answers, because I don't have the answers. I'm not a politician. I'm not an economist. I can't say this is how you solve the problem, but I can say these are the problems.
Yes, okay.
And what are you going to do about it? So I suppose, yes, I love South Africa, but I get frustrated that we are so many years on from 1994 and there's still so much that needs to be done.
We do hope things get better very soon for South Africa. Please do clap. Thank you. Before we go into another reading, I think we would want that. I need to ask this question, because there was a sense to which I felt you were trying to avoid critics judging your work as a racist book, as a racist novel, in the sense that you never mentioned the color of any of the characters, both Samuel, both the refugee, and any of the other characters. They had names. Those who had names had names. Most of them didn't have names. But you seem to be shielding the color divide. Why did you do that? And that's one. And why did most of these characters have no name? Why did the refugee have no name? Why was there no name for the country? It wasn't, we could assume it was South Africa, but we could be wrong too. So why that?
Okay, well, those are two very complex questions. I will do my best to answer. Firstly, why did the refugee have no name, and why did the country have no name? So one of the things that I was aware of is that I'm white, and I can't deny the fact that I'm white and that has a very complicated history in Africa, in South Africa. Now, there are people who would probably feel that my writing a story like this is appropriation or is disrespectful, and I wanted to do my best to show that I am very aware of the difficulties of a white writer coming and writing about Black experiences. So I wanted to, as far as possible, approach it with nuance and with sensitivity. So one of the reasons why the refugee does not talk is that I did not want to be putting words into his mouth. I wanted this character to be someone who is not being told what to say, who is standing by himself without my words speaking for him. And for that reason, he also doesn't have a name, so that he is apart from me. He is not an author's creation. He can be interpreted or named or understood in multiple ways without me doing it for the reader. And then in terms of the country not being named, this was because
Were you being careful?
Hmm?
Were you being careful?
No, I didn't want to write about any one specific country. I was looking more at a history of Africa in general, because even though I have a problem with the way in which people talk about Africa as one country, that it really bothers me. But for the sake of this story and looking at the way in which colonialism has really had such a long-lasting effect on Africa, I wanted to... oh, I'm sorry, it's my dog barking.
No, it's fine. Dogs are fine. We love dogs too.
I wanted to look at how the story of Africa and the effects of colonialism and the different things that came after that, how it's a general story. There are similarities, and those similarities all stem back to that slicing of the cake of Africa. So it's like taking Africa back to that cake and making it that cake again, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. But how about their color? How do we designate them into color divides? Yes.
There, I wanted to be very, very aware that I wasn't picking out any specific, you know,
race.
People can say, oh, people from this country look a certain way or have this color skin. And I didn't want it to be specific in that way. I also wanted it to have a sense of universality, so that when people are reading it, they can say, oh yes, that's my experience as well, because I have red hair, or I have, I don't know, whatever. I speak a different language in Europe or something. So it wasn't that I was afraid. It was more that I wanted to be very sensitive and
More inclusive,
and
I guess.
yes, yes.
Okay, all right, all right. Thank you very much for that, Jennings. Yes, please do clap. Thank you. Yes, so before we go into the last trench, the last question trench, I would love to hear you read a short part. We have about 15 minutes for this, so you could read in 3-4 minutes, then we conclude.
Okay, so this is a reading from when he has been taking part in some xenophobic activities in his country. It was not a thing that Samuel cared to remember. Not even with the distance of time was it something that he could return to without shame. He had taken part in what the general called the culling. Samuel had had no problem with foreigners, but he was a young man full of anger, and when the surge came in his neighborhood, he was swept up in it. He did not like to think of it afterwards, to remember how he had picked up the axe from the woodpile and joined the tumult in the streets. He killed no one that day, though everything he smashed, everyone he chased, was in that moment to blame for his father's naivete, for his ruined body, for their lost home in the valley, and the poverty of their life in the dirty city. Shame did not come immediately, not for chasing the friends of his father out of their home, even as they begged him not to, not for smashing their baskets and leaving their bearded creatures lying around as though the products of a dreadful slaughter. He laughed as the woman tripped in the street, as the man pissed himself, as their child gabbled in a foreign tongue. And afterwards, when the culling had been subdued, when the bodies and debris had been cleared away, he examined the axe carefully. He knew he had struck nobody with it, yet even so, when he saw a spot of blood on the handle, for several days he walked with his head very high, in the manner of a hero. Samuel's parents did not guess his involvement in the massacre. If they ever found out, it was not through him. They did wonder at the increasing distance between themselves and their son. There had been difficulties ever since they had come to the city, but he had always taken care to provide for the family. Now he brought home nothing. He rose early, went out, did not return until a few hours before dawn, always empty-handed. He slept little, rising again, departing. He left the flat to walk the city, to observe the places left empty by the fleeing or the dead. Gone was the pride that he had felt, gone too the pleasure in the drop of blood. He was afraid of what he had done, of the destruction he had wrought. He chose to confront the absences, to stare them out, all the while trying to comfort himself that really he was not to blame. What had he done after all? Hardly anything, almost nothing. He had been little more than a bystander. He was innocent.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Jennings. I think we can clap harder than that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know it's quite unconventional for writers to push the ideas of their work or their characters into the mind of the readers. But permit me to ask, how would you want us, the readers, to perceive Samuel? Should we see him as guilty or innocent in what he did in the story?
Right. What I would want most of all, I don't know that there's any absolute way to look at him. I don't think that you can come away and say, yes, definitely this or definitely that. What I would like most of all is for when a reader closes the book, for them to go away and to think, how would I have acted? And to be really honest with themselves and really interrogate how they would have behaved, how they might behave in their own life in similar situations, or even if not in particularly similar situations. How do we judge people? How do we try and protect what we think is ours? I mean, just on a very limited scale, like you're in your house, you have a certain way of doing things, and your neighbor's tree, maybe it's fruit, drop into your garden. What do you do to protect your place? Are you going to go and be violent with your neighbor, or are you going to go and say to your neighbor, hey, can you cut your branch of your tree a bit? How do you engage with the world and with other people?
Thank you very much, Karen. That brings me to my earlier assertion that Simon represents humanity, represent us, our perfections and imperfections. Thank you very much for that beautiful response. I have one more question. Then after this question, we'll throw it to the audience. The audience will ask their questions, about 3 questions or 2, since we have 10 minutes more, and you could be kind to respond. How difficult or easy was it combining of course, you're very prolific, combining your very prolific writings with your family, domestic life, and of course the pandemic in Brazil at the moment? How has it been for you?
Well, that's probably the one thing in my life that has not been problematic, because in Brazil, I've been in Brazil since late in 2015, and I was really isolated. I have a husband here, a Brazilian husband, and he would go off to work every day, and I was alone. And at that time, we were living in an apartment, and later on, we moved into a house, but I didn't have friends, and I didn't have a social life, and I didn't have money to have a social life, and I didn't have transport. So I was really just stuck at home, and that was my life. It was writing. And then when the pandemic started, my husband lost his job, and so we had to move to another city and move in with his mother. So that's where we've been all this time.
Okay.
But now we are busy arranging to move back to South Africa, because he's got a job there, and I want to be there, and and that is the really big thing that the Booker longlisting has allowed me, is that because of all the sales of the book, I now finally have money to go back home.
Yes.
So that's
Congratulations to you, Jennings. We're very happy about that.
Go home.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll throw about 2 questions. We'll give the audience a chance to ask 2 questions, and
Sure.
yeah. So who has a question? We have just 2 slots. We have about 80 minutes to go. So does anyone have a question for Miss Karen Jennings? Okay, is there a hand? If you don't ask, she would ask you. So you have a question? Okay, great. Okay.
I'm enjoying this session. It's a beautiful session. Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Harry, for this beautiful interview. I would like to ask the writer how she deals with writer's block as a prolific writer. Because every writer at one point or the other usually have writer's block. So how do you deal with it, Karen?
Yeah, that is a good question, because there's writer's block and then there's writer's block. Let me say previously what I always did is, when I have writer's block is, or even if I'm just feeling a little bit lazy, I always write every day. And what I do, I don't write on a computer, I always write by hand. And so I will sit down and I will write, and even if it is absolute rubbish, I still write. I force myself to write for a certain amount of time or a certain number of words. And eventually something comes, even if you have to do it for a few days or even, longer than that, something comes and you're able to realize, that's what I need. That's what should happen. And it's only where you direct your energy that you can start having that energy flow again. Without putting effort in, you're not going to get anywhere, is my attitude. Now, when I spoke before and I said about how I had gotten to a point where I wanted to give up writing forever, that wasn't necessarily a writer's block. That was more of a sense of pointlessness. And so in that case, it wouldn't have helped me to try and get through something and force myself to write, because at that point, writing seemed meaningless to me. So that's why I haven't written that much over the last 2 years. But I am writing again, and I'm loving it. And that's not to say that it's not painful or difficult. But I think that you get into that thrill of writing, of, you know, you're struggling, and then that's the right word, or that's not too bad, or oh, I have an idea, and those are the things that you're trying to catch, and you're not going to have those every day or every week, but the point is to go on and on and on and be disciplined about writing every day, or you know, however much you're able to do, to to get that energy flowing. Yes.
Thank you very much, Karen. Let's please clap. Yes. Thank you very much. So we have one more slot for a question, just one more, and we round off for this session, actually. So do we have any other question from anyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to ask Karen, how do you advise young writers having difficulty in getting their books published?
Okay. Can you just repeat the last little bit?
So how would you advise young writers or emerging writers having difficulty in getting their book published?
Okay. Look, writing is one thing. Being published is another thing. And that's something that I've learned with great difficulty, because you write, it's a long process, and then you're finished and you think, okay, that's it, everything's going to be easy now. That's only the beginning of your worries. One of the things that you can do is, if you want to get an agent, I would say try to get an agent by writing to a variety of them, but don't let that stop you, because in my experience and the experiences of a few of my friends, getting an agent can also stall your career. So be sure that you understand that getting an agent is not necessarily going to suddenly make things different, and that you're going to get all of these offers for your book. So don't hold on to this idea of an agent. The other thing is that when you are looking for a publisher, to not be so not to be so demanding or think so highly of yourself that only the biggest publisher is going to be worthwhile for you. There are amazing small publishers all around the world who do incredible work, who are really committed, who will nurture you, who will take the time to sit with you, to market your work. And so I would say look around for small publishers, and get a good basis, and then you can move on to the bigger publishers. I mean, I'm staying with my small publisher. I've had offers from Faber and et cetera, but for me, I don't want a big publisher. I'm happy with my small publisher. Now, in terms of when you approach a publisher, make a list of the ones that you think are a good match for you, but take the time to really look at what they want and what other things they publish. So it doesn't help, let's say, for example, that you write literary fiction. It doesn't help to go to a publisher that primarily publishes picture books or crime fiction or something. So make sure that it's a good match. And also make sure that no matter how many publishers you write to, that you realize that you're going to probably have to write to more, that it's not going to be a matter of 3 publishers and then it will be fine. Maybe it'll be 20 publishers. Maybe it'll be 40 publishers. Just keep trying and holding on. Yeah. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's helpful
I'm
at
sure
all.
it does. I'm sure it does. Thank you very much, Karen. Thank you very much. It's been amazing speaking to you about these. So I think that's where we'll call it a day for this session. Thank you very much once again, Karen.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Fantastic. All right. How's everyone feeling after that session? We're going to have a bit of a giveaway afterwards. You can come. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so there's going to be a bit of a giveaway afterwards. I know that we had said that there's a play this evening that we're all quite stoked about. So after this next session, a few lucky people are going to get a chance to win free tickets to the play. So stick around, pay attention. The questions asked have been thrown around today, so let's see how attentive you've been. Sorry. Okay. Our next session is called The Seat, in conversation with Oyinka Braithwaite. We're going to have 4 panelists that are going to come up. The first panelist being Chika Sonia. Chika is a marketing communications professional with a passion for impactful technology that benefits the Nigerian youth. She's a graduate of English and a writer who employs her storytelling skills to bring brands to life. Could we please have a round of applause as she comes up on stage and the stage? Okay. Give that a few minutes for them to get this together. All right, while we're waiting for that, let me do one of the questions for one of the tickets. What edition of Qfest are we currently on? Yes? 2? No math, sorry. You? The what? Which one? You said 4th? You said what? You said 5th. It is the 5th, so you are one of the lucky winners. Congratulations to you. The other questions will come up as we get along.
Give you my last card, spend. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spend. Show you my best friend. I give you my last card, spend. Everything I do, I under. I know 50 under. You know me under. I know 50 understand. That's the way you do me, under. And the boy will love. Not in my eyes, you mama, you don't tell her. best friend, I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend, I give you my last card, spend down. Everything I do, I under 50, under. You know me, under 50, understand. That's the way you do me,
Perfecto. All right, let's go again. Okay, while we wait, I have one more question. Who knows the address for the Kuramo bookstore that has just opened? The address for the Kuramo bookstore. You can't work for the company to answer this question. Do you know? Yes? Huh? Little Road? Yaba. Ah, no. You cannot work for Kuramo if you want to answer this question. Who answered that? But you're working. Are you volunteering today? Are you sure? All right, cool. You got it. It's coming out. All right, so we have 2 winners now. A few more people are lucky enough to get it. All right, let's do this. So this next segment is called The Seat in Conversation with Oyinkan Braithwaite. I should probably give her bio before I introduce everybody else. Oyinkan Braithwaite is the author of My Sister, the Serial Killer, which won the Crime and Thriller Book of the Year British Book Award in 2020. It was shortlisted for the 2019 Women's Prize and longlisted for the 2019 Booker Prize. Can we all please give her a round of applause as she comes up to the stage? My Sister, the Serial Killer has been translated to over 30 languages and has been optioned for film. That is a huge achievement. Congratulations. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, yes, yes. So, guys, do you mind coming forward? So everybody at the back, fill up the seats in front here, please. That way we can have a bit of a fuller room, if you guys could please do that. Specifically the people at the back. If you could please come forward. Anywhere you want. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Can everybody please move? I can see all of you at the back there. Please move forward. Yes, yes, yes. Keep coming. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Forward. There's a lot of space here, so you don't have to sit at the back on that side. You could come here. Yes, please. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you. Fantabulous. Okay. All right. The first person on our panel for this discussion is Chika Sonia. Chika is a marketing communications professional with a passion for impactful technology that benefits the Nigerian youth. She's a graduate of English and a writer who employs her writing storytelling skills to bring brands to life. Could we please give her a round of applause as she comes up? Thank you so much for coming. Please take a seat anywhere. Hi, you look gorgeous. Fantastic. All right. The next person on our panel is Oladimeji Ojo. Oladimeji Ojo is a reader, a self-published author, for a young adults novella, Monitored. Readers have told Oladimeji that his book made them feel like someone was watching over them, and he considers this report the best reviews. Fantastic. Can we all give him a round of applause as he comes up? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. All right. Our next panelist is Christina Akintoye. Christina Akintoye is an alumni of Loughborough University. In 2019, she gained an opportunity to move to Lagos and work for the United Nations in the area of global communications. She released her first ebook last year, which is available on Amazon. She also hosts a podcast titled Growing and Flourishing, which is available on Apple Music, Spotify, and all podcast platforms. Could we all please give her a round of applause as she comes in? Hi, Christina. Thank you so much for coming. Hi. All right. Now we also have Sada Malamfashi. He is a writer and literary curator living in Kaduna, Nigeria. His fiction has appeared in Lowell, Transition, and New Orleans Review. His essays and creative nonfictions have appeared or are forthcoming in Africa Report, Sabara Magazine. Can we all please give him a round of applause as he comes up to the stage? Fantastic. Thank you guys for coming. We're super excited to hear what you have to say today. Oyinka, we're super excited and super proud of you. So everybody sit back, enjoy, and don't forget there's still more games afterwards and a stage play.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, that was so cold. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, fantastic. Good evening, sorry. I hope you're having a fantastic time here today. I am especially excited because I'm so passionate about young people making an impact in many different industries, and obviously today we're talking about writing. So it's such an honor and a privilege, Oyinka, to have you with us today, to talk about your writing journey, to talk about writing and the process of writing, and for us as young writers as well to discuss what we do. So thank you so much for joining us. Can we give Oyinka a round of applause, please? Okay, so we're going to, as panelists, we're also going to discuss what we do as writers as well, and hopefully that will inspire many of you here today, old or young at heart. So let's start with Sonia. So hi, Sonia. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's such an honor. This is the first time we're meeting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'd love to hear about your writing, what you do currently, and how you really got into writing.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sonia Nzekwe. How did I get into writing? I used to write a lot in secondary school. I used to think of it as an escape for me. And then it wasn't a surprise that one of my literature teachers at the time, when I would write, I think there was a contest in school to write a poem. I think that was the first time I actually owned it. There was a contest to write a poem, and then my poem was so good, they shared it with the principal, and she called me to her office and said, "You had a gift. You shouldn't misuse it." And so I think that was the first time it actually came to mind that I could actually write. And then I went on to study English in the university. And then, glaringly, you have to write your way literally through school. And in the course of my study, I've had to write literary essays, short stories. I was one of the contributors for an anthology that was published. And so yes, that's my sojourn into writing. Now, how has that panned out now in my professional life? I currently work as a digital media strategist. What this means is that I look at digital products and map out ways that these products get to the market via digital media. Now, that also involves a lot of storytelling. And so, for me, it's no longer a case of just telling literary stories as is. I now have to bring my literary skills into the corporate world to make sure that people understand the values and it's in how we communicate it to the people. I hope I didn't get so corporate-y. So yes, that's about it.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you noticed the big smile on my face, because I also do something very similar, digital communications. And I totally agree. When it comes to marketing these days, specifically right now in the times that we are in, COVID-19 made us become more personable, become more human.
Yes.
You know, so social media is now becoming a place where companies, brands are using storytelling as a powerful device of marketing. So it's so nice to hear that that one teacher that told you as a child that you had a gift was right and you're using it. So that is so powerful. So I think that's just a word of encouragement and inspiration for everybody here.
Yeah.
You know, if you see a gift in someone, whether they're young, whether they're older, you know, that person could even be 80. Don't be silent. Be encouraged to tell them, because you don't understand what you can spark in individuals when you let them know. A lot of the time, people are kind of certain that they have a gift, but it's so important for other people to encourage them so they can harness that gift for the good. So can we make a pact today, guys, everyone listening, panelists, Oyinko, that when we see a gift in someone, we will let them know. Agreed? Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay. And just quickly, can we go through, Dimeji, what you do and your journey into writing as well? Very quickly.
Right, so very, very quickly. I think like with everyone else, I started writing as a child. You know, creating the stories in your head and finally being able to put it down. I took that all the way until I self-published a book when I was, I think, 22 or 23, I forget. Now, well, these days, I do a lot of my writing professionally, not for fun. I practice as a lawyer, and a lot of the time, I'm trying to persuade one person, the judge, rather than a whole lot of readers. But I am trying to find my way back.
Thank you so much. And Sarah.
Okay. I was hoping I wouldn't be on the hot seat, but Oyinkan will be on the hot seat. But yeah, I write. I'm basically a writer and a freelance journalist. So yeah, that's basically what I do.
Thank you so much. So everyone's seats are now warm. We'll move on to the star of the moment, Oyinko. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm inspired by your work, and as an individual, being a young individual in the industry that has broken out specifically because of your book, My Sister the Serial Killer. So we'd love to hear about you, just as we've kind of spoken about one another, your writing, where it started, your journey, and what prompted you to get into writing?
Okay, so the question is, when did I start?
Where did you start, first and foremost?
So like everyone here, I started as a child. Actually, because I was asked to send in pictures. I didn't know it was going to be like this, which is it's a lot. But I was asked to send in pictures, and I don't know if you can, there's one, like, third from the bottom over there. And basically what that is in year 6 in my primary school, they had all the students passing out write down what they wanted to be when they grew up, and it's there. I posted it one day because I remember my mom found it, and it's me saying that I wanted to be an author when I grew up, and an interior designer, and also to work in Toys R Us. But I put that I wanted to be an author because by then I kind of knew that's what I wanted to do, and I was writing. I loved reading, I loved writing, I was doing it a lot. And I kind of stayed on that path because, my degree is in creative writing and law. My first job as a graduate was in a publishing house in Nigeria when I came back. So I've kind of pretty much been doing the same thing my entire life.
Nice. Great to hear. So first and foremost, can we take a question from Sada about any question that you have for Oyinka on her writing journey?
Thank you. Pleasure meeting you, Oyinkan. I think I'll just begin with that, the movement you mentioned, growing up outside of Nigeria and then, of course, coming back into Nigeria. So my question is basically around spaces and movement and location. Do you think that influences your writing, or basically does it influence a text you are working on? Does the movement back and forth, going to another place or changing locations influence your attitude towards the text you might be working on?
I suppose yes. When I remember when I started university, I took a gap year after my A-levels, and I was working for an engineering company, and then I went into uni, and I was writing all that time. I self-published a collection of poetry, and then I went on to my university, and at the time, I can't remember, but it was as if one day it just occurred to me that, and it had always been like this, but it just occurred to me that I always wrote white characters. And I hadn't seen anything wrong with it. But one day I just thought, hang on a minute, they think like me, they do what I do, I'm gonna try writing them as black. And I think the reason I was writing them as white characters is because I was reading a lot of white literature. And because I'd been reading from a very young age, that's pretty much what I knew. I mean, I had come across like Mallory Blackman and writers like that, but they were few. Most of the books I read were white characters, so I think I just imbibed that. But around the age 19 or 20, that's when I started writing black characters, but they weren't Nigerian, they were just black. And then I think it wasn't until I moved back to Nigeria that I started to write Nigerian characters. So certainly where I've been has influenced me, but I have a feeling that even wherever I am going forward, my work will always be more Nigerian than not, if that makes any sense. And just because I don't know, there's so much rich culture to mine from here, and there's so many stories that haven't been told, and it's a fascinating space to be in as far as stories anyway. So yeah, I guess, yeah, hope that answers the question. Okay.
Thank you very much for that. Dimeji, I understand that you're a lawyer as well, and Oyinka mentioned about studying law as part of one of your degrees. Do you have any questions in conjunction with studying law and writing creatively, and also in the industry for Oyinka?
The question I had nothing to do with law. I mean, but, studying law actually is a very, very tasking experience, as I'm sure you know, and I think absolutely everywhere. And I imagine it takes a lot of dedication to keep the spirits to write creatively alive when you've been pouring through books or every breathing moment. Now, how did you manage that process? And so did you pause for a bit? Did you write through the entire time you were going through law school? Wow.
No, so I didn't, you and I are not on the same level because you went through law school, I didn't. All I did was, the degree was pretty much half and half. So I had 2 different campuses. So it wasn't as if it was one after the other. Some days sometimes I would have one creative writing class and have to go to the other campus for the law class. So it wasn't, I was doing them at the same time, but I didn't go to law school, so I'm not a lawyer. So so please ask the other question you had.
Okay, so the other question I did have was something I picked up from the question that Seda had asked, and how being where you are influences what you write. And I wondered about, how do you know that the story itself is right? So you're here, you're in Nigeria. Well, when you've moved back, you have an idea for a story, but you always do want to portray the country as nicely as possible. right? There's that pressure that comes with doing that. So how do you know the story is right, even though it's there? And there are many things about the country that aren't beautiful, as it were.
Okay, as far as knowing if a story is right, for me, if I finish it, it's the right story because I have a habit of starting stories going as far as 10,000 words, 20,000 words, 30,000 words, and then dropping them. I have loads of stories that I haven't finished. So if I get to the end, for me, that's proof that it was the right story. Whether I do anything with it is another, because before My Sister the Serial Killer, I had actually written 2 novels that I didn't send out. So whether or not I send it out to anyone is a different matter, but if I finish it, then something pushed me towards the end, and I you know, I honor that. As far as portraying Nigeria, yeah, I mean, the pressure is there, but I think you have to stay true to yourself and your experiences and not concern yourself too much with what's going to happen after you've written it. Because the truth is, especially My Sister's Serial Killer taught me that after you've finished writing a book and it's out of your hands, how a person interprets what you've done is also out of your hands. There's nothing you can do about it. And worrying about what people are going to think just holds you back and makes it impossible to create, at least for me. So I think it's easier to just, again, focus on the writing. Everything else will come after that.
Thank you so much for that. So now we've warmed the panel up. We want to talk specifically about the book, My Sister the Serial Killer, which is very interesting, by the way. So panelists, do you have any specific questions about the book, any of your interpretations for Oyinko?
Hi, Oyinko. So this question is in 2 parts. I think the first one would be, why crime and thriller as a genre? Then secondly, did you at any point consider writing under a pseudonym for the kind of genre you chose?
Okay, so why crime? I didn't choose crime. To be honest, I didn't know it was, I didn't really think about where they were going to slot it until it was already being published. I wouldn't have put it in the crime genre myself, just because it wasn't an investigative story. You know, you already know who's committed the crime, and you actually focus more on the relationship between the sisters than you do on the countless murders that are taking place. But either way, it wasn't as if I don't have a problem with crime. I read a lot of crime, so it wasn't that. It's just I didn't think about genre when I was writing. That's the general. And to be honest, these days I try not to, just because I read loads of different genres, and I like to bend genres if possible, just to see what. I don't think you should let a genre like box you in. So there's that. Then the second question, what was the second question?
Did you consider writing under a pseudonym?
Yeah, I definitely consider writing under a pseudonym just because I'm slightly ashamed of it, but I'll be honest. You know, so I wanted to do not a full pseudonym. I wanted to use just my maiden surname and my initials, because I wanted to give myself as a chance. I didn't want to be, because you know how there's like an African literature section in bookstores, and you go there if you want African literature. But but I feel like if you're an African writer and you write fantasy, you should be in the fantasy section. Or if you write an African writer and you write crime, you should be in the crime section. And I didn't want to be judged based on. I didn't want the book to be judged based on its locale. I wanted it to be judged based on its content. So that's why I considered it, but I didn't go through with it, obviously. So.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to also jump in on that. Basically, I was just curious. When, I don't know, the manuscript for My Sister the Serial Killer, was it before you worked with the publishing company here in Nigeria, or was it after that you had the
Sorry,
manuscript?
say it again.
The manuscript for the novel, was it conceived before your work with the publishing company, or was it after that?
Sorry, say that one more time. Sorry, say it one more time.
So I'm saying basically, the manuscript.
Yes.
Did you have your manuscript before
Yes.
working with the publishing company here in Lagos? You had the manuscript.
Okay, no, okay. So I wasn't published in Nigeria first.
Of
I was
course.
published in the UK and the States first, and then I was published in Nigeria afterwards. So I already had my agents and my publishers before I approached a Nigerian publisher. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, the question is, I'm looking at the conception of the manuscript and how working in the publishing industry might have influenced
Oh no!
your
By the
writing.
time I got published, I wasn't working in the publishing industry anymore. I was working for myself. So it didn't. How I. Okay, so you want to know how I got the manuscripts published, or is
Not
that?
really, but also how working in the publishing industry might have influenced you writing the manuscript.
Well, I mean, I worked in publishing for just under a year. So, and you know, I mean, I did learn a lot. I was working for Farafina in Yaba, you know, and I worked there for just under a year, and I learned a lot and I enjoyed it. But I was doing a lot of editing. I don't think I focused so much on my own journey at that time. You know, there was a lot to do there. So yeah.
It might be useful if you actually did say, you know, how you what your own publishing journey was, if you want to, of course.
Yeah, sure. So I had been writing for some time, and I made the decision one day that the publishing contract wasn't going to come and meet me in my bedroom, because I don't know, you kind of you know, you're doing all this writing, but you're not, at least I wasn't sending work out, and it just occurred to me that this wasn't a progressive way to go about getting published. So I started entering competitions, and I was shortlisted for the Commonwealth Short Story Prize. So after that, an agency reached out to me and said that if I had any longer works, that they would like to see it. And I did. I had 2 novels by then, but I didn't want to send it to them, so I didn't. And a year went by. I mean, I did reply the email, but you know, I kind of was like, when I do have something, I will send it. When I have something that's good enough, I will send it to this agency. And a year went by, and I was about to turn 30, and I started to panic. And I think I was working on a novel at the time. It was supposed to be the great novel, and I was kind of stuck. So I left it for a bit and started writing a novella just for myself. I wasn't planning on publishing it. It was just to renew my mind so that I could go back to this great work of art. And you know, and then I self-published it for like 200 naira just to get it out there. But like I said, a year had gone by, so I just wanted to reach out to the agents to let them know I wasn't dead. I was still writing. So I sent them the novella, like, look, this is something that I've done recently. You know, I'm still working. I'm still trying to, to cut the long story short, she reached out, she called me and said that if I could, there's a term for it. Anyway, she said if I could turn it into a novel, that she would consider taking me on as a client. So I did, turning into a novel, and she did take me on as a client.
Oh yeah, okay, it's working. Okay, no, so actually that does sound like, you know, a great journey. And I think all of us have done that, where like you write, and just leave it on your computer, and nothing ever happens. But about the story itself, and you're right, and it's more about the relationship between the sisters, really, than it is the crimes. And I have a question about that, because, you know, your sisters, well, not your sister, of course. I mean, a character sister is clearly insane. And I mean, that's one way to put it. But she doesn't, for all her, and she does complain throughout the book about her sister, but she doesn't really at any point fight back or reject her or, you know, even attempt to stop her. So, well, until the end, but, you know, why?
I wanted Corday to be a very passive character from the beginning, partly because even though it's her story, I wanted her to almost be like an observer. I don't know if anybody here watched Fringe back in the day, but they used to have these men who would observe the history without ever, like, I think they were immortal or something, but they would just observe. They never intervened. So basically, they would see, like, they would have been there during World War I, World War II, and, you know, but would never have done even like lift a finger to help. And so I don't know. At the time, there was something. I wanted to tell the story from a third perspective, point of view, and then I figured that wasn't really working. But Korede stepped in for me because she's not active in, you know, so it's almost as if she's telling the story from afar. Sorry if I'm rambling. I'm trying to make sense of what I'm thinking, but it's as though she's telling the story from as if she wasn't the one being impacted by the things that are going on, even though she is. So I wanted to do that from a creative, stylistic point of view, but also because the truth is that in life as well, you know, I don't know if you've ever had like a friend confide in you about, let's say, a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and you tell the person like 100 times, you need to leave this relationship, but they don't. Because when you're in it, it's very hard to take the steps down. It's very hard to see clearly and take the steps you need to take. So from a character perspective as well, I thought it would work.
I think that's really interesting, especially from an author perspective, because earlier on in the conversation, you mentioned how when you write, you have your perception, but it's not up to, it's not in your control to how the readers perceive it. And just then, Dimeji said the sister was insane. And I saw you look down and I was thinking, I wonder if Oyinko actually also believes that she's insane. Maybe she was misunderstood. Maybe you created her to not be insane. So can we talk about her character and how, not how you wanted people to perceive her, because obviously that's up to the readers, but how you created a character in your mind, and was she truly supposed to be insane?
So yeah, she is kind of nuts. I'm not going to take that away from you. She is kind of, but I had a lot of fun with her. I had so much fun with like writing her, and every time I'd write a piece of dialogue for her, I really enjoyed myself. But you know, after the book was published, after it was done, I came across this true crime episode, and there was a woman in it. She had allegedly killed her husband, but the way she behaved afterwards was just so, it's not the way you'd expect a grieving woman to behave. At some point, they said she did cartwheels in the park. They were still looking for her husband at this point. And it just made me think, maybe Ayola's not as, because, I mean, when I was creating her, I thought this is very fantastical, this character. Like, you wouldn't come across this sort of person in your day-to-day. But maybe you would. Maybe there are people who are, you know, she probably has some sociopathic tendencies. So, you know, but I didn't really worry myself too much about the scientific side of, you know, her mental state. She was just a fun character for me too.
Definitely very fun and unique. So I have a question about what you discussed earlier, how you were working for a publishing firm and then you left and then started working for yourself. And I want to talk about your mind in between that and your writing in between that and making the decision to leave and work for yourself. What gave you the courage to say, okay, this is what I actually want to do. I'm going to step out of what the world perceives as normal, to have a 9-to-5 job and actually be creative but not be held back doing it?
Okay, sorry. I have a couple answers to that. I'm trying to order them in my mind. First of all, thank God for my parents, because if I didn't have somewhere I was sleeping, I probably would have had a different attitude about work and things like that. But I'm mostly an introvert. I don't have an expensive lifestyle. So, and there was a roof over my head and there was food on the table. So I didn't really have any worries. So that's the first thing that enabled me to be able to walk away from a job and say I want to work for myself. Um, Second of all, even though I left the publishing house, I didn't last very long because my dad kind of tricked me into working for him. And I worked for him for a number of years actually before I left and did work for myself. So I worked for him for, I don't know, maybe 4 years before I started working for myself again. So that was that. Then in terms of, leaving and working for myself, the thing about it was, because I used to have uncles and aunties come to tell me that I should come and work in this bank, or I should come and do this other job, or, I had other people offer me, because working as a freelancer, I remember one of my clients offered me a job, and it wasn't a bad job. I was tempted for a little bit. But like I said, I kind of always knew what I wanted to do, and I didn't mind the idea of being a broke writer. Looking back now, it wasn't really realistic, but when you've grown up with people like Ernest Hemingway and they made it very seductive, this idea of the broke, struggling writer. So I didn't worry too much about the money side of things. I just knew that I needed to be doing this writing thing. I actually remember an uncle calling me to his office one day and telling me that if I was going to insist on doing this, I was going to have to marry a very rich man. But we thank God that things worked out in the end.
Thank God. I also want to talk to you about your confidence as well, because you mentioned about how you reached out to an agent a year after you had spoken to them, and having that confidence to share your work. I'm not like you guys that write novels or like that. I would say I write more to encourage individuals. I write a lot of encouragement things, and sometimes I know as a writer it can be daunting, knowing that you've written a piece, you understand it, but you're not sure if other people are going to receive it or even like it. So what gives you that confidence once you've written, knowing that, you know what, let me just put it out there and see what people think?
Like I said, initially I didn't really have, before my sister, I had written 2 novels. I didn't send those out, but this is all I've ever wanted to do. This is the thing I know how to do. This is the thing I'm trained to do. I had to do it. There was no other, this is the thing that now, it pays my bills. This is how I'm able to survive. So it's not a question of courage or bravery. It's a question of, I need to survive. This is my work. This is my job. If I don't do it, then I don't eat. It's as simple as that at this point. And I think it's easier for me now than then, because then every time you sent out work, you were taking a chance in yourself. But now I have people who are willing to take a chance on me and who are pushing out the work. So it's a different, it's just a different time now, I guess.
Fantastic, thank you. Sonia, do you have a question for Oyinka? Let's give a round of applause for that.
So my question is with regards to, I think it's your character build, and I'm going to be talking about the techniques in writing this time around. I read your story, your short story, One Chance, and I sort of drew similarities from the characters in One Chance and that of My Sister the Serial Killer, considering that there's that one person who thinks that they're all right, and then they go about causing havoc while waiting for others to clean up. But in the case of One Chance, for me, it was shocking how one friend decided to give up 2 of her friends in the course of their journey just for, I think, a stipend from the lead gang, in quotes. And so I think the question for me is, did you always set out to, Did you always set out to craft like a certain character who sort of operates in their own world? If you did, what exactly were you trying to exemplify?
Now that you say it, actually, I'm seeing that theme in a few of my other short stories. I need to work on something else. Okay, so I think what interests me a lot is what how a person behaves when they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Because I think that when you're in dire circumstances or, that's when you really know who a person is. It's easy to be nice or generous or whatever when things are going well for you, everything's all right, there's food on the table. But all of us now in this room, if there was some sort of apocalyptic event, that's when you'd really know who was really kind and, who was going to step on the body of another person to get out or whatever. I just find that really fascinating. And I think that in maybe smaller ways, more domestic ways, I explore that, especially with women. I think I enjoy it, but I do it with men as well. I did it in a short story called The Scold's Bridal. But yeah, I like that sort of, idea.
Yeah. I think as a follow-up to that, I also wanted to explore maybe the language of my sister, the serial killer. It was interesting that you mentioned growing up reading a lot of white books, basically, but there's kind of a deliberateness in it, especially in the Yoruba words here. You see that with the accents and all of that. I found that quite interesting. I don't know, how was that for you? Was it a deliberate process in that you make sure that the language in the book was quite Yoruba as it should be?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted it to be authentic as far as it could be. And then with the accents, I needed help. I actually sent the words to Ayobami Adebayo to get her to help me, because I noticed that she knew how to do it, to help me accent the words properly. But there was a point during the editing process, because I had two editors at the time, and they were both white. So there was a point during the editing process that I kind of assumed that all the Yoruba words would be in italics, because that's what I was used to seeing. And they, I remember James was like, no, there's no need for that. Times have changed. Have it there confidently, with just like the rest of the English words. And I ended up adding more Yoruba after he said that, because it just gave me more confidence to be like, you know what, I'm going to double down on this thing. But it also had some interesting reactions from some readers. I remember there was a woman once who stormed away from me because she was like, why didn't I translate? Because you can do this thing where you have a word in a foreign language and then you sort of use style to say what it is in English, and I don't do that. I find it clumsy personally. I don't love seeing it, so I don't do it. But I don't have so much Yoruba that you can't. Usually when I do write Yoruba into whatever, you can guess from the surrounding words what's going in the context. And there was, even when the one place where I had maybe 3 Yoruba sentences at once, I felt like it was okay to leave that, because the emotion of the scene, I thought, could also give you the context. As a woman, woman to woman, you can understand what this woman is feeling right now. You don't need to know what she's saying, or you can guess what she's saying. But they didn't call me out on it, and it made me feel good to see it there, black and white like that.
Richie?
So there's outside of the relationship between the sisters, there's both their relationships with their mother. And I mean, a big part of that is something I think we're all familiar with, where the older child has to grow up very, very, very quickly to sort of parent the younger one. In some senses, was that their mother's obliviousness, your own way of commenting on that relationship in, I guess, Yoruba culture it is, and I imagine Igbo culture as well?
Yeah, I think I drew from, I'm the oldest child myself. I don't know if my mom is here, but I'm the oldest child myself. But even at that, I've observed other people. I have a friend who has 2 young girls, actually, 2 girls. One is, I think there's barely a year between them. And I had already written my sister the serial killer by this point, actually, when I was sleeping at her house. But I noticed that because her husband, would travel a lot for work, so it was usually her and the two girls in London. And so she needed the older one to grow up, even though they were both, like maybe one was 3, the other one was 2. But she needed the older one to be able to walk on her own, stand on her own, because she couldn't carry them both. Like the economics of it wasn't going to work out. So she needed that one to know, you're a big girl now, and it's just these little sort of phrases you throw out, okay, give it to your sister, or look out for your sister, watch your sister, all those, it's just, I don't think it's even just an African thing, because I've had a lot of non-African writers connect with that dynamic between the sisters. So I don't know, it's just the way, I guess, but I can go into, like, it will take me forever to express what I think on that subject, but I think there's a lot of, and then in Nigeria, it's, being the firstborn, it's an honor and a responsibility and a duty. Like, it's not something you can just walk away from.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And Sonia, do you have a question?
I do. I think the next question for me would be, how did publishing your first book impact your writing process? Did it change it? What were the changes, if there were any changes? What were the changes it had?
So I think it did impact it a bit, in that it freaked me out. I got very anxious after a while because I wasn't expecting the sort of responses I got. So even though I was still pushing out work, I was writing, a lot of short stories. I've worked on screenplays since. I found writing novels harder than they were before. I've been able to do other forms, and maybe because people don't have that same expectation of me. So I can do short stories, I can do screenplays, but the novel is something else entirely. And also, the other thing about the novel as a form is that it actually requires more commitment than the others do, than poetry, than short stories, than screenplays, than plays. Like, novels are weighty, and there's you can't really cut corners with them. So I found it much harder, hence why book 2 is not yet out. But in terms of my style, I don't think it's changed it that much.
I had a follow-up question to that. And so, how then do you draw the balance between originality and meeting the demands of the readers? I mean, considering that after you've written your first book, they're definitely, because you don't own monopoly of interpretation, but now that you've glaringly gotten feedback, how then do you strike that balance between staying original, what you want to put out, versus the demands of the readers?
I try to remember why I'm doing this in the first place, because the truth is that everybody has the expectations of you. Some people are already disappointed by you in advance. So, it's just, I don't know, everybody has I get questions like, why aren't you writing about the suffering in Nigeria? Or, I don't know, people have the expectations. People have boxed me into a certain genre. I don't consider myself to be a crime writer necessarily. Why? No reason. I've written fantasy. My second novel was a fantasy novel. My first was just, I don't even know what that one was, but it wasn't crime either. And One Chance was horror, because I was commissioned to write a horror. I think it was horror. I don't know, but I don't think I'm in any particular genre. So at this point, I think it's just, I try to remember why I'm doing it, what I love about it, and that you're going to, no matter what you do, somebody's going to hate it. People hate My Sister's Serial Killer as well as people love it. Somebody is waiting for you to fall. So you just got to kind of keep your eyes on the prize and just keep trying.
Thank you so much, and thank you, panelists, for your questions so far. So now we've spoken about your writing and your books. We'd love to get to know you personally. One of the things you just said is, focusing on the why. And normally people tend to say at least one aspect of their why is their family or their community. Can you tell us more about your family, what your family means to you growing up? And also, I'd love to know more about your parents and how they supported your journey.
Yeah, actually, I just noticed.
Oh, wow. Hello, welcome. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. You must be so proud. Okay, so yeah, we'd love to know more about your family.
Like what specifically? I don't know.
Specifically, generally just about your life, what your family means to you, and how I'm guessing that's one of your whys.
I mean, I'll tell you this though. So I wrote a story when I don't know how old I was, maybe 9 or something, or 10. And my parents called me downstairs to ask me if I was being bullied at school. Was everything all right? Had I gone through any kind of... I remember how confused I was, because the story was about a girl who walks into the forest and kills herself.
Oh, wow. At the age of 9?
Wow. So I think, and in quick succession, I had done that one, and then one about a girl in a straitjacket, because she had like an invisible... She was seeing this person that nobody else could see, so they all thought she was mad. I should use that. That's the one. But anyway, yeah, but they were concerned. And then after that, when they realized that there was absolutely nothing wrong with me, I think they decided they decided that they were just not going to read my work because they didn't want to be unnecessarily worked up. So, which was fine with me. It was fine with them. It worked. So I don't think my parents really read my work until My Sister the Serial Killer came out. My dad read it first, and then my mom read it after the New York Times reviewed it, because she was like, okay, I guess it must be good then. And she read it. But yeah, I don't know. My siblings, who most of them are, anyway, yeah, I've got 2 sisters and a brother. And I got married last year. My husband is here as well.
Oh, welcome. So. Thank you for being here with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's at the back somewhere. At the back.
Oh, he's there. Oh, hi.
Oh.
Okay, so he's there in the front now.
Great. Actually, I have a question about your husband as well. So before you got married, was he also reading your work? Is he someone that reads your work before you release or share with other people? And is he interested in writing as well?
Yeah, he writes a little bit. He's an animator, though.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, I met him after My Sister Serial Killer was already due to come out, but it hadn't come out yet, and that's when so he's been very, very supportive. I remember there was a time he came I had a session in a panel in Brazil, but it was, they were speaking, they had one of those, I had my translator with me who would translate what they were saying, but majority of it, I couldn't understand, and he couldn't understand, and it was a really long session, and I remember thinking, how is he staying awake? And I don't even know how he did it, but it was crazy. I've got a lot of support. I'm thankful for that.
Thankful, thank God. I think, let's give him a round of applause. I think having the correct people in your corner when you're going for something as big as this is so important. So it's so lovely to hear about your family and also friends. Do you have writer friends? Do you have mentors or even mentees that are also writers that you turn to for advice or just general friendship or just a rant, really?
Do I have writer friends? A few, not many. I've got, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people here know, maybe, I don't know, but I'm friends with Rayo, who, I feel like she was everywhere at some point in the literary scene in Nigeria. But she and I are very close because we were both working in Farafina together. Ayobami Adebayo is fantastic. There are a few people. I've met Leslie Neka Arima, who I can't find that girl right now. I'm looking for her, but I think she's amazing, and I love her writing style, and I met her, and she was just a joy. So there are a couple of people I really enjoy in the literary scene. As for mentees, I don't know. I'm a little bit. Um, I feel like Nigerians are. I don't know. I have a lot to say about the mentor-mentee topic, but I mean, I'm always happy if people have questions. I answer them. I have on my website. I talk about how I got into publishing, and I try as much as possible to tell people what I know about the publishing system and how to get published. I'm always happy to do that. I'm one of these days, I'm thinking that maybe I will do like online sessions just talking about the process of getting published and things like that. Because one benefit of reading, studying creative writing in a university in England is they do teach you a lot about how to get published.
Oh, wow.
So, I'm happy to always share that sort of knowledge.
Thank you so much. Thank you for letting us into a glimpse of your life, your family, and your friends. So now's the time that we want to open it up to the floor. I don't know if we have a roaming mic. People's hands are up already, which is fantastic. So this is going to be interactive. I'm hoping that we'll be able to keep to time. So, okay, great. We have a mic. I saw your hand up, this lady here. Can she go first, please? Thank you. Let us know your name. That would be fantastic. If you're coming out of Lagos, we'd love to know where you've come from and your question.
Whoa, okay. Hi, my name is Adekpeju Adeniro. I'm a lawyer and a wannabe writer. What caught my interest was what you said about writing, staying true to, who you are, why you write, and people would have made up their minds about you before, they already hate what you're going to put out already, even before you put it out and all of that. Now, one of the things that I struggle with as a Nigerian is that there is standard that the world works with. That in many places in Nigeria, we're still struggling to, improve ourselves and become really amazing. So how do we balance that? I need to stay true to what I have, what I'm doing, and knowing that people will criticize you, whatever you do, with I need to improve and get better and create a different standard than what is available.
So basically, your question is, how do you balance staying true to yourself and constructive criticism? Okay.
I think that first of all, you need to know that you've had criticism, because a lot of people write and then they give it to their mother to read, and she says it's the best thing that's ever was written, and then they sort of take that and they're good. Workshops are good, because the truth is that if 3 people are telling you something is wrong with this part, then something is wrong with it. They're not all out to get you. So first of all, make sure you are getting feedback and you're getting feedback from the right people. So which is why I said workshops are a great place to start. But I feel like if you've read enough, because I remember one time I was in a room in Nigeria, I think there were like 100 writers in there. And these guys were just writers. And I asked them how many of them I asked them to raise their hand if they had a book on writing, about writing. And there wasn't a single hand that went up in that entire room. So I feel like, it's an art. People study art theory. I draw, and I know that I watch a lot of tutorials. I read up a lot of, I try to educate myself, but there's something about writing that people feel they can just get up one morning and just do it. And yes, you might read, but also educate yourself. So I think that once you've done that, once you've educated yourself and you've gotten enough feedback, then you're in a good position to judge if, yes, this person might not agree with the stylistic choice I made here, but, I can stand on my 2 feet and, I can justify it to myself why this thing makes sense. And, sometimes I get negative feedback. I've had people complain about my endings on like 2 stories. And or maybe more than 2, maybe like 3. 1, I was like, that ending was perfect. I loved it. But 2, I'm like, you know what? I see where they're coming from. Whether or not, would I do it differently next time? Maybe, maybe not. But I can see what they're saying. I can see there's, it makes sense, the criticism that is coming from them. And then some people will just criticize because they don't understand. I've had people interpret things in ways that I don't even understand where they got it from. So you need to educate yourself to kind of be able to know, I think.
Thank you so much. I think we had a hand up here on the second row. Just because of time, we may be able to take just one or two more questions, but as you're asking questions, if you can keep it concise, that would be really fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay. For the sake of being concise, let me just say this. I enjoyed the book, My Sister, the Serial Killer.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Can you hold the mic closer to your mouth so we can hear?
Okay.
Yeah.
What I was saying was that I enjoyed the book, My Sister, the Serial Killer. We enjoyed it in my book club then. But what interesting part of the book that actually, it's up to, but one interesting part I like is the fact that you inculcate the use of social media in the book. I feel like social media is a part of our lived experience now. And going forward, it should be a part of fiction more often. And I feel like there is a challenge in that aspect. And how do you think writers, I'm not a writer, how do you think writers should approach that going forward? Because you necessarily do not understand the psychological state of people commenting on social media. So how do you have them become a part of that narrative that you're trying to present to the people?
Is there a way that you can ask the question that is...
Is your question, how would I advise writers to write about social media, or?
How would you advise writers to inculcate social media as part of their narratives when writing a story?
Okay, so the thing is, I mean, if they are writing something that was set 100 years ago, then they're not gonna, it really depends on if they think it works for their story. It worked for mine. I mean, the age of the people of your characters, if you're writing about a 70-year-old man, social media might still not, even in this day and age, might not be part of that story. So it depends on the story. When I was writing My Sister's Serial Killer, I had never written social media into my stories before, but I got to a point and I thought, I've got two 20-something-year-olds in this book, and they've not picked up a phone, they've not tweeted, they've not scrolled through posts. Like, this thing doesn't seem realistic. And I struggled because I thought introducing it was going to cheapen the story somehow. Like, it would get very, I don't know, childlike, or, but the more I wrote about it, the more I realized that actually added to my story, because a lot of what I was trying to address is how shallow people are, how shallow society is, and social media is a good reflection of that. So it worked for my story. I wouldn't necessarily say, you need to, unless it works, and like just the setting and everything works for that story.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have one more question, sorry.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
It's not so hot, right? Tell me this, ambition, talent, or luck? What's the most important ingredient to you to be successful?
Okay, so ambition, luck, or?
Ambition, talent, or luck?
Talent.
What's the most important?
So none of the above.
None of the above.
I think tenacity, because I mean, you don't know when it will happen. You just have to believe that it will, and you have to just keep on at it.
Okay, so tenacity, but ambition, talent, or luck?
If you had to choose one of the three.
No, which is they're all important.
Oh, okay.
So, but which is the most important to you to be successful?
I mean, you can't do anything about luck. So ambition, I guess. Ambition.
Ambition.
Yeah, I pick ambition.
Thank you so much. Okay, that's all we have time for. I would love to thank everyone that sat down and listened to this session. It's been such an honor and privilege to be on this stage. Thank you, Sada. Thank you, Dimeji. Thank you, Sonia. And thank you so much, Oyinka. It has been so enlightening and exciting. And I pray and I hope that
this inspires the writers in the room to write more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could we all give them a round of applause as they come off the stage? Pictures first, though. Pictures. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. Beautiful. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, so next up, we're going to have a bit of a networking session when everybody just gets to go out there, buy some books, have some coffee, eat some snacks as we prepare to coming for the stage play. But before we do that, we want to give away 10 tickets. We've already given away 2. So 8 more people get free tickets. If you can answer the following questions. So who's ready? Okay, question number 1. How many books had Oyinko published before My Sister, the Serial Killer? How many books had Oyinko published before My Sister, the Serial Killer? Was it 1? You say 1? You? None? Yeah? None? 1? Are you sure about that? It was a collection of poetry, did you say? Anybody else have any other questions? You? 2. Can you name them? Oyinko, how many books had you published prior to My Sister, the Serial Killer? So how many books, sorry, had you published? Yeah. 2, so you get it. All right, so come meet me out there once you're done. Okay, so question number 4. What's the name of the winner of the Kuramos Writers Prize 2020? Yes? Okay, so who answered it? Because you guys said it together. But you were louder, so you get it. Okay. Ooh, this is a nice one. What's the full name of the convener of Qfest? You can't, you just answered. Unless you give it to her and you can answer. Give her your answer. Okay, you want to go? You can't just shout it out. We have to be orderly. All right, who's answering? You want to answer, sir? Right at the front? Fair enough. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah. What's the name of the director of the play this evening? You read? Okay, yes, yes, yes. Yes, Judy Dade, you're correct. So you get a free ticket as well. Okay. Then here's another one. What experience made Oyeko add more Yoruba words to her book? You guys were all sitting here, so you can't tell you weren't listening. Okay, yes, you go. She was encouraged by her editor. What did he do? It was a female editor. Oh, sorry. What did she do? How was she encouraged? With keeping the words and not putting it in italics. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So you get a ticket as well. Here's another one. Name 4 books that Kurama has published. Come on, guys. 4 books. Alex, you should know this one. 4 books that Kurama has published. Yeah, you can try. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. So you got a free ticket to today's show. Okay. This is a good one for the film lovers. Kurama Publishing has a film on Netflix. What is it called? Yes. You can go. Ah? No. Yes. Yes, you can answer. What? Can somebody give her a mic? Yes, please, Aloy. The little girl over there with her, next to her mom in green, right by the DJ booth. Yeah.
Journey of an African colony.
Fantastic! You get a ticket to tonight's show. All right, one more person gets a ticket to tonight's show. Who is our Q conversationist for Qfest 2021? Yeah. Who is our guest for Q Conversation at Qfest 2021? Come on, guys. The answer is all around you. This is such an easy one. The answer is all around you. This is the easiest question of us today. We really got a ticket, Sha. Come on, come on. The answer is all around you. Who is the guest for Q Conversations for Qfest 2021? I know you know it, Abby. See how your leg is shaking. Anybody else that hasn't already answered? The answer is all around you. Come on. Okay, I'm going to let someone who's already answered answer, and they'll choose who they're going to give their free ticket to. Who wants to go? Who? No, it wasn't Oyinka. No, it's not. Let's go again. Yes, you. Femi Odugbemi, so you got another free ticket, so you can choose who you want to give it to. All right, guys, if we could all exit the hall into where the bookstore is, and we can... Pardon? So if you want a ticket, please just meet us outside by the door. I'll be standing right there so I can get your names. Oh, actually, you can stand here. So if you can just come here, we'll get your names, and then you can proceed to go it out to the bookstore. And we'll come back in shortly for the play. Thank you so much.
And nothing can stress me. The way I run the game, I'm feeling like referee. No, like Moses parting the Red Sea, like a chauffeur, me in the back of the Bentley. So I step out, all white, can't stain. What you want? Rosé, champagne? I got that big bag.
Everyone who won, please come.
The only time I can't aim. So we toasted a good life, living every minute to the full, cause I could die. Pull up at the spot, open doors, and it's suicide. Chilling rent free, what the check, please? Couple $100 G's on a good night. I like the way I'm feeling now. No, come use your regrets, but my blues everything now. I like the way I'm feeling now. I'm going to get smart team with the stress me, but right now I'm chilling now. I like the way I'm feeling now. No, come use your regrets, but my blues everything now. I like the way I'm feeling now. I'm going to get smart team with the stress me, but right now I'm chilling. All I wanna do is jive, 220 on the highway. I'm about the energy. Maybe if it's good, send it my way. If it's bad, keep it private. All these haters so vexed, I'm the best alive. You don't want to test the guy. You be sleeping on yourselves, you test it fly. Throw myself
Okay, we are clearing the room, so please everybody head over to the bookstore because we need to set up for the play. So no one can wait here actually while they're setting up. So we all have to offer refreshments and some teas and then come back inside. Please, 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 could we all exit the hall? Thank you so much. Thank you so, so much. We'll all come back in shortly for the play itself.